Hey, buddy.
Oh my life, Riley.
Are you going to vote out that fucking cunt Angela Merkel that let in half of Africa and that let a bunch of rapists and paedophiles into my country and the rest of Europe? Are you going to do that for us, please? That'd be a big help. Isn't her party still in? Was it AFD? Ah, okay. Shows what I know. Well, good luck. I know, I hear that you're in a bad way the same as we are. I hear you are in a bad way the same as we're in a bad way. Big up, Ruben Sardo, I see you. Hype for election, good. Good. If you feel positive, that's good. So we're going to be watching DSP. Whilst we're watching DSP, we're going to go back today. Do you know what we're going to go back to? I don't know why I felt like it, but this is what we're going back to. Oh, mate, we're going back to Dark Souls 3. We are actually going to do a DS3 run. If you can believe it. We're going to do a DS3 run, my bro. Yeah! I've fancied it. Look, can you hear that shit? I have a character that's like on journey 8 on this. Rogue Squadron. Big ups Rogue Squadron tier 1 for 5 months on a 4 month streak. I appreciate that, bro. We going new.
Yes.
We're going back new. We're going fresh. Are we even going to watch the cutscene?
Where the transitory lands of the Lords of Cinder converge.
Hey, look, it's the scene from the thingy.
The pilgrims discover the fire fades, and the lords go without thrones.
Yeah, I've beat loads of them. My first Elden run was with the Great Sword. Although we are going to be doing a dexterity run, this character.
When the link of fire is threatened,
I'm going to be doing dex and I think faith is what I fancy.
The old lords of cinder from
I want a similar character to what I've got in Elden Ring in this. I don't quite want to go that far for the dragon thing though.
Saint of the deep.
Ah, yes. We are going to be watching the guy as well, sadly.
Farron's undead legion. The abyss watchers.
No, I just slicked it today.
They've never had sex.
We slicked it a bit today.
Start doing this more often. My wife and I take more time together, sure.
He ain't fucking her, that's for sure.
We will be grabbing the Uchi Katana.
Aimed capital.
We will hopefully be killing Swordmaster and taking his weapon.
Yon the giant. Only in truth, the lords will abandon their thrones. And the unkindled will rise. Nameless, accursed undead.
How long was I muted for?
Even to be cinder. And so it is.
Sorry, I guess I tapped that shit.
Ash seeketh embers.
I need to do the hollowing quest and stuff as well because they have a katana. I want to get some katanas, bro. That's what I want. Really. I want to get some katanas. David, how you doing? We want to go for the katana and I don't know about faith. I want to do faith.
I think he has autism.
Right. Hi, Dex. Does he start with twin blades? Faith. His faith is 9. His faith is 8. I've started cleric before. Yeah, you can kill the sword master right at the start. Yeah, this is DS3. We're going mercenary. 16 decks starting. No, bro, I'm not that good. I am not that good. If you said to me, yeah, beat the dancer early and I could level and do stuff, then yeah, we got a conversation. But not only did you beat it early, you like imposed the most ridiculous restrictions like I'm level 18, that's enough. Plus 1 sword. I'm not about that life. You've been hanging out with Edibot too long. She's rubbed off on you. What are we gonna take? It would just be boring and take the Sovereign Lasso. Yeah. Who we going with? We're going with like... Yeah, we're going with Londor. Or from Irithyll. We've never done Irithyll. Let's do an Irithylian, but we do like Jack's Irithylian. Like Fallen Knight style. Older. Yeah, Jack's. I guess they look old. Oh, bro's thick body hair. I've got thick hairy chest right now. We're gonna use that as a... We want nice features, yeah. Smooth, handsome. Any tattoos now? Hair. Where's the hair? Oh yeah. If we're going samurai, we need some sort of like long and like anime. We need long and anime. If we're going, ladies' hair. We're going anime lady hair. Oh my god, the guys just started as well. Let's see what this dipshit had to say. Hang on a sec.
For a brand new streaming week and today, returning with a hot show because, ladies and gentlemen,
the king is Ack.
Time in months. Today it is time to return to the wild, wacky, sad, and pathetic world of Review Tech USA. But in addition, we'll talk a little bit about everything.
Okay, we're gonna shit on RTU. Great. We don't do drama.
About the schedule ahead. So, if you're ready for some fun and some good laughs, sit back and relax. It's time to start a fresh week with a brand new episode of the Level 1 Podcast.
The Level 1 blah. The Level 1 blah. Literally like stroke mouth. The Level 1 blah. Bro, I need to get my samurai hair sorted. Yeah, that is pretty good. Level 1 blah. Oh yeah, we're gonna have we need him to look a little bit dashing, I feel like.
Alrighty everyone, what is
Katana Man.
It is Sunday, the 23rd of February, 2025. I'm DSP, and this is the Level 1 Podcast, starting up a fresh new broadcasting week here on DSP Gaming, and of course DSP Gaming Reel on Kick. I hope that you're all doing
Of course, DSP Gaming Reel.
Saturday was a fun one, a safe one, and you're ready for some good times. And if not, well, you're in a good place. But at the same time, if you're not having a good time, hopefully I can help to cheer you up. So, 5 days streaming.
That's not weird.
Just saying this up front so everyone understands. I know that the last couple of weeks I've teased having some extra time off. Well, this is going to be the week. I'm going to have one day where I'm kind of doing all my errands and the stuff that I usually do on my day off, like grocery shopping and appointments. And then I'm going to have an extra day to spend with my wife. You know, earlier this month, we were also very busy. We didn't have a time to really celebrate Valentine's Day. And so we kind of want to do that this weekend, which will be nice. It'll be nice to have the extra time off. And I hope that you guys understand, don't worry. I'll be back to full capacity, in the coming week after that. So, with 5 days, this week will be an interesting one. We're going to cram in a whole lot of stuff, including the conclusion of a game like Lost Records, deciding whether or not we actually want to continue to play a game like Avowed, or if we kind of want to dump it, which we could definitely do. I definitely foresee this week us hitting 30 goals.
Okay, nice.
When we do so, having a fun Lego night, which again,
Fun Lego night. I can't wait for that.
Phil or DSP builds it. I guess maybe we'll just decide when we do it.
Okay, here we go. Finalize creation.
And that'll certainly be interesting and different because I've never done anything like that before. You know, would like a hobby night where I build some Legos, but I hang out with you guys and we talk and interact. Can that work?
We talk and interact and have fun.
My audience or not? I don't know, right? But we're gonna find out.
Okay, here we go. Let's go.
Good stuff. Plus, you know, getting back to Call of Duty after having it gone for a bit, probably getting back to other fighting
I got
games
2
like
weapons then?
Fatal
Can I?
Beta that I've been playing for a while. So some good stuff this week, and I hope that you guys.
I didn't know you could power stance in this game, but you can't. It's just for some weapons, right? We got Sellsword Twin Blades.
It's gonna be.
Oh mate, this could go good.
Good times. So, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go.
Housekeeping.
I played this for ages. I'm so ready. I'm so fucking ready.
You may not have heard about this.
I want to do the DLC, everything.
A couple weeks ago, I responded to a fighting game community YouTuber called Button Check.
Oh god, we're gonna talk about that again.
Talking about Street Fighter 6 and Mai Shiranui being the new character.
This is so cringe. This guy kind of spoke about DSP again, so DSP gonna glaze this guy.
Exposed by these content creators on the internet.
The guy didn't really say a lot, I'm gonna be honest. It was pretty like
he had responded to that.
middle of the road type.
His response.
Oh shit.
He has responded to my response of his response. I know, it's pretty stupid.
It was a very flat, boring response.
Anyway,
whatever. He's gonna talk about
you
it.
may be wondering, why am I not doing anything with that today? Because he actually did his response to the response yesterday. There's a couple of reasons, all right? Number one, he outright says in his video, he wants to watch my content. Like, he wants to actually watch my real content. He's tired of trying to find my responses or things I'm saying and watching detractor videos that interject dumb things in them that basically take away from the video. He just wants
they take away from it. I'd love him to watch your video of you getting angry whenever anyone dares to touch you in a game.
Problem with YouTube. Right now, I am the person who makes the original content. But these idiots illegally steal it, rebroadcast it, or upload it with minimal transformative content added to it. Just because you took my raw response to Button Check and you added in a clip that's a meme from 10 years ago, that's not a transformative work. What you did is you took my raw content and then you took more of my raw content and you superimposed it over each other. That's illegal, okay? But these people are doing it so often and so much, people can't find my original content. Here's a guy who literally wants to just watch my takes on fighting games and talk about them and respond, and he can't. And he actually asked his viewership in the video, can someone actually lead me to like DSP's raw content so I can watch that? And I don't know if anyone has actually reached out to him. Last night,
Shit, I'm probably gonna die here.
tried.
God damn it.
I tweeted him.
I was gonna say I should just come back later for this thing, but I wanted to try.
If you follow me on Twitter, I can DM you, and then we can go back and forth, and I can send you links to the actual, full discussions and things like that. But I haven't heard from him yet. So I don't know what's going to happen there. I hope that people reached out to him and told him the correct information, but at the same time, you understand this is exactly what my detractors want, is their own content getting attention. So likely they flooded him with misinformation, all right? So until I actually get a chance to talk to the guy about it and say, hey, here's the deal, I don't think I should react to the react yet.
Until I can speak to the guy and gauge if he likes me or not.
And again, it seems like a very level-headed, neutral, intelligent take. He's
intelligent because he didn't call me a cunt.
Making content because he doesn't just sit there shitting on people because of memes. He actually listened to what I had to say and was like, some of it he agrees, some of it he disagrees, but that's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about, is it? Disagreeing and agreeing with stuff. Yeah, I'm sure, DSP. You're so moderate.
Morons watching your stuff and filling your pockets with money, right?
Oh yeah, money. Yeah, people making money off you. I forgot. Everyone wants to make money off you. Fucking brainless fucking cunt.
We'll see what happens.
Actually, mentally ill person.
He does follow me, and then he could shoot me a DM. I'll shoot him a DM, and then we can talk about stuff. Like, I would like to do the response to the response to the response to the response to the response, but it would be nice if we could react to each other's content rather than, you know, crappy hate videos of each other, right? Which is really stupid. So anyway, more on that hopefully coming maybe this week. We'll see. Hopefully there'll be some positive developments there. Okay?
Okay, here we go.
All right. That's coming up. What else? Well, this week is going to be a good week for all the games that we're playing. And what I like to do very briefly is just go through the schedule with all of you so that we can be on the same page about what I'm doing when, so that everyone is, you know, here on the right days, etc. So if we take a quick look over here, and of course I got to turn this off. So, today, Lost Records will continue after the podcast. That's right, the cringeworthy game from Don't Nod. That basically is the formula of Life is Strange, only without powers. In this case, the actual extra gameplay is, if you can believe it, like Pokemon Snap. And the plot is so cringy that it's funny, and we're enjoying each other's company and commenting on it as we play. So I'm actually looking forward to it. Even though I don't think it's particularly a great game, I still think it's going to be good content, okay? Tonight, it's my final opportunity to play the Fatal Fury beta because it actually closes on Monday. So I'd like to do one more session of it. You know, my opinions on the beta are very mixed. I think the graphics of the game are good. And I think that the gameplay is interesting. It has many different gameplay elements to it. All these different kind of mechanics and things. Some of which I'm trying to utilize, and others are incredibly tough to figure out because the game has no practice mode. Without a practice mode, how am I supposed to practice things like move, breaks, and the like? I just can't. So I know that I'm playing this beta to like half capacity, right? I'm really not playing it to a full capacity simply because I can't practice and learn the mechanics yet. When the full game comes out, I probably will be able to. The problem, though, is that the network is awful. The connections are terrible. They are full of lag. In the 2 sessions I've now played this beta, I'd probably played 3 matches with no lag out of the, 50 plus. So that's not a good sign. And I hope that they do get this worked out by the time
God fucking damn it.
And in fact, I guess the head
I gotta grab that shit off the floor.
And apologize for this as we acknowledge the problems. And we're going to try to do a second beta before the game launches so you can get a better idea of what the game will be, because we realized that this beta was kind of a shit show. All right. But I'm going to be playing it on the late stream tonight. I hope
of course he says that about every fighting
Tomorrow
game.
is the return.
It's his go-to.
Like Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. We played this on Friday. My initial impressions are very simple. It's like a Dragon or Yakuza to a T. It's got the zany combat. It's got the silly antics, the Japanese code.
It's got the zany combat.
It's interesting to see Goro Majima act differently because
he's
not
zany,
a dog anymore because he has amnesia. But the game's still good. I'm having a good time with it. I'm looking forward to more. We actually got the graphical issues nailed by the end of that last stream because, I'm playing it on PC. We were trying to figure out how can I play it at 4K but stay a steady 60 frames per second without massive screen tearing. I think we finally figured it out by the end of that first stream. So the graphics should look great. Hopefully. Okay?
Now we can level.
Then on Monday night, we're going to play more Avowed. Now, I have a little bit to say about Avowed. At this point, I'm on the fence about if we should continue playing it or not. I can see that the 2 times that we've played it have been some chill fun. And to be honest, I don't think there's anything bad about the game that we've experienced yet. But it seems like the more I hear about this game, the more negatives I hear. Particularly, I have a little story to tell you. Okay? My wife was playing this game.
Oh, yeah.
And she got maybe about 10 hours.
Fat Cat's playing.
Okay? She got to a critical story choice. Now, she didn't spoil it for me because I didn't want to be spoiled on the story, all right? But she said, so I got to this critical story point.
Timo
and made about someone. You have to decide if you want to either completely spare them and let them off the hook, if you want to.
But your wife is regarded, so
kill them, or if you
we
want
can't
to
trust anything she says.
Where you agree not to kill them, but they have to go.
We can't trust anything your stupid fucking wife says, though. That's the issue. We literally can't trust a single thing your fucking dumb cunt wife says.
And then what happened was the enemy just attacked her anyway. Now you think, oh, I guess maybe that's the
I'm sure she didn't get the speech thing wrong, or there was no nuance to that scenario.
Except when that happened, the character became invincible. So she got into a boss fight with an invincible boss, and it just shows how shoddy the game has been made. When she made the decision to spare the guy and have him turn himself in, he became an essential NPC to the game meaning the game made him invincible.
The Sword
that
Master,
way
I
he
shouldn't
can't
have to
die and
cheese
ruin
him.
the quest line.
I just,
But when that happened, it didn't have him actually do the right action.
Gotta
which was
remember
supposed to be go turn
a
himself
bit
in.
better how to fight
So
him.
because of that, the game glitched. So she reloaded, and she tried again, and the game glitched again. So she reloaded.
Just give him
and
space.
she tried again, and the game glitched again. It doesn't work. Okay? So the only way she could actually get the game to work was to have the guy, like, outright attack him. Because if you outright attack him, then the game doesn't make him an essential NPC, and you can fight him and kill him, and then the quest ends. So basically, the game's bugged. This brand new, giant, open world, hyped for years, Obsidian-focused, of, you know, fantasy RPG is a buggy mess. And that's only one of the few bugs that she encountered in the 10 hours she played. She quit. She said, I've had enough. You know, I've just had enough of this nonsense, and, you know, and I don't blame her, okay? Now, here's the thing. We have not encountered those bugs yet. So that's why I am keeping it in the schedule for now. But I'm not
Think he has autism.
that you guys
Yeah,
are
he's
gonna
talking
like
about
it enough
Val.
to keep it in the schedule yet. We're going to see. I would like to play it again on Monday night. I would like to give it another shot. I would like to see if it works or not, and if you guys like it. All right, and if you do, if we keep having chill fun whenever I play it, then I might keep it in the schedule as a chill game. But if it ends up that it annoys us or it just becomes boring, then we don't have to keep playing it. So let's play it by ear and see how it goes. Okay?
See, that's what we got to do.
Again, there was no commitment.
We got to,
to
like,
playing
hit
or
and run the
finishing that
Sword
game,
Master.
simply because it's a Game Pass game anyway. On Tuesday, I'd like to
And
do a
stay
full
fully healed,
multiplayer
'cause he can
day
take you out
on
2 hits
Tuesday.
if it's
Keep in
early
mind,
on.
there is no Smart Guys commentary show this week. No wrestling because PPP is on vacation. Actually, the casino is on vacation this week. So for those of you who are here, I'm going to be here 5 days. I'll be here Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay? So I hope you'll enjoy all my content. I'll be streaming when they would have been streaming. If you want to come join me, now's a great time to jump on and have a good time with me this week. All right? I promise I'll try to keep you all entertained. Cool? All right. So because there's no Smart Guys,
Smart
Tuesday,
Guys,
I would like to do a full day of multiplayer, bringing back Call of Duty for the first stream. And what I'd like to do is continue leveling the SVD sniper rifle, because number one, it's good. And number two, once I finish upgrading it, or leveling it, I should say, I'll have all the upgrades that I then want to put onto the better sniper rifle. What is it?
The SVD.
Mod 4 or something like that. And so then it could be even better, you know, for sniping gameplay. I actually want to focus on sniping a bit. I think it's going to work out well. So far, I've done well on mouse and keyboard here with the sniping, so good stuff there, okay? And then Tuesday night, I'd like to, now that we're done with the Fatal Fury beta, either do Street Fighter 6 or maybe the Marvel 2 collection. And to be honest, some people have actually been asking me for the Marvel 2 collection for a bit, saying they're craving it, and it sucks that I haven't played it recently. So I think maybe we'll do that on Tuesday for variety. And then Wednesday, we're going to finish Lost Records. Because from what I'm to understand, Lost Records is about 7.5 hours.
From what I'm to understand,
we're about 2.5 hours in. So after today, we'll be like 5.5. So probably we'll need one more stream to wrap it up. And then on Wednesday, I'd like to do something chill with all of you, like an indie stream. But here's the thing.
Oh, God.
This schedule is completely playing it by ear because based on the levels of support that I get this week, one night I'm going to do chill with Phil,
Money talk.
building the Lego set that I bought back in December. So when we hit 30 goals, we got to schedule it in. If we hit 4 goals today, it could be tomorrow night. If we hit 4 goals by tomorrow, then it'll probably be Tuesday night, you see? So depending on how things go, that's how we're going to schedule it in. And we'll figure it out once it happens, all right?
Can't wait.
Whenever we hit that goal, we'll either do it that very night or the night after, depending on when we're hitting the goal, okay? So there is no DSP tries it this week at all, all right? It's going to be the Lego night, which I hope goes well. And like I said, if the Lego night goes well, I would be happy to do these ongoing and get better Legos. Like, for example, allow me to show you. Hold on one second, because someone's already asking. So what I want to do is show you guys again. Hold on.
Oh, 11 strength. Okay, we're gonna shield the Lego now.
Okay, so this, once again, is the Lego set that I have that we're going to start to build. Now, by no means do I think we're going to finish this in one stream. It's 771 pieces, and it's rated the highest level of challenge, adults only, it's probably a tough Lego set to build. I haven't built Lego since I was a kid, so watch me sit here and look like an idiot trying to do this, all right? But I think it's gonna be fun. Okay, this is the Lego set. Now, if we do this and it's fun, and it works, and what I mean by that is people
if
show
people
up,
give me money,
they engage, and they support me. Okay, it ends up being a good
if
stream.
it works, what I mean by that is we know what you mean, bro. I love that he feels he has to clarify after all these years what the content working means. Yeah, we know it means you get money out of doing it.
You know, people right now are actually saying, the hell did this camera just do? The camera just went crazy and turned all the way the wrong direction. Oh, you know what it was? The camera was set to auto follow me and it wasn't supposed to be. So I got to set it back. Anyway,
Very well, then take note.
so, yeah, what I was going to say is, here we go. It's turning back to me now. There we go. And now it's not following me anymore, so it should work. I'll test it in a sec. So I would be willing to invest and get nice sets to do that could be part of the layout and everything. However, all right, only if it works. If I do this stream and not a lot of people are interested, people are bored, the support's low, then I'm not going to invest in it. You have to understand these sets are actually very expensive. This one, this very simple succulent set was like $40, but the nice ones, the ones that have the tie-ins with the
Too
licensing,
much money.
they're upwards of $100 or more. So I got to make sure that it makes sense for me to be doing these. You understand?
Too much money, bro. You
Okay.
can't do
So I hope
that.
that makes sense, and that's what we'll be doing hopefully sometime this week. Okay, so now this should not follow me. Let me go put this back. The camera had accidentally followed me across the room. See? There we go. The camera had accidentally followed me across the room. So it was all, it was all screwed up. So let me get it to zoom in here. It's actually easier to just do it manually than to do that stupid hand command to zoom. So I'm just gonna do it manually here. There we go. That should be perfect for the camera later, for when we're playing. That's perfect. There we go. Excellent.
Oh yeah, that should be perfect. Yeah.
Okay, now let me turn off the auto adjust so that way it doesn't screw up. Perfect. I like it to auto adjust to me.
Yeah, we know,
game.
weirdo.
So, okay, I'm looking at the wrong camera, by the way, because I'm an idiot. All right. Okay, so that's coming up this week. Good stuff coming up. All right. So before we get to our fun segment about Review Tech USA today,
Our
which
fun
is the 30th.
segment. Oh
Okay,
yeah.
and I'll
Let's
explain why and
go.
everything in a moment. Let's do some shout outs because I actually have
I can't wait
a
to
couple
this
shout-outs
fun
to do.
segment
Now,
about
a couple things
RTU.
to let you guys know. If you weren't here the other day, we have a significant update. Are you ready for this? Ladies and gentlemen, as of now, no matter where you contribute, if you are contributing with super chats or memberships or gifted memberships on YouTube, if you're actually becoming a sub, renewing a sub, or gifting subs over on Kick, or if you tip me, I now have working animations for all of that, okay? For all of it. So that means you can now
It's
get
almost like it
recognition
was
on the
that
sub no
easy
matter
to
what.
do all along.
Previously, it wasn't working fully with Kick. I was trying to do them manually, but now they're all 100% working. So right now, the first person to gift the sub on Kick will get a pop-up. It even says the name of the person who gifted the sub and the person that it goes to. Okay? So that's cool. And the thing is, I got that working midday Friday, and then guess what happened? Kick went down and crashed at night. So I
So
put all this work in, getting all these animations updated and working, right? And then the goddamn thing crashes, and no one could see me for like the first half of the stream. On Friday night, the thing wouldn't work at all. I couldn't chat with people or nothing. It was all screwed up.
okay, whatever you say.
So, thank you in advance to anyone who contributes in any way today. I can't wait for you all to actually finally get recognition automatically. Also, this is another huge improvement, okay? Here on I have a new queue, and this queue now contains all of your contributions on YouTube and Kick together. So that means when you contribute, all right, I'm going to see it all, and I'm going to be able to shout it out just like I used to, but it's everything in one queue.
my
So, for example, Iron Chef Sakai just gifted a sub to a name that I can't pronounce. And not only do you get a pop-up, but also it's in my queue so I wouldn't miss it. Because sometimes I'm playing a game or I'm in the middle of something and I miss your contributions, and that sucks. Well, now I'm going to be able to see them after the fact and shout them out after the fact. Okay? So this is a huge improvement. I hope that you guys appreciate it and enjoy it. All right? Let's get to shout outs and contributions this morning. We started off with Guitar Player 1939, 44 months as a member on YouTube. Thank you so much, Guitar Player. I appreciate you.
I don't
now, that
want
was
to see
just
my
a
work
notification. He had already
squandered.
auto-resubbed in the past, but I appreciate that very much. On the YouTube side today, our first contribution is a super chat from Hitman3617. It is a £2 super chat, and he says, Lego!
Right.
So we got someone who's excited.
Thanks, UK Denthead.
Thank you so much, Hitman. Let's get you on the leaderboard.
Thanks, guys.
Very good. And then we have Iron Chef Sakai, who just
here we go.
Sub over on
Iron Dent. Where they literally call him out in the chat and say, and like make fun of him giving money, and he alludes to the fact that he's kind of a loser, and that's why he does it regardless.
We also got
I have watched
tips this morning to shout out, so let me take a look here. All right, so we start.
Can't wait to hear Iron Dent's opinion on this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a $50 tip to start off today. Everyone, thank you to a $50 tipper, a very generous contribution. Let's get a nice animation for you. The tips I still have to manually do, and I'll have to continue to manually do them, and there's nothing I can do about that. But I appreciate this, so let's see who this is from in a sec. It is anonymous, it says. However, it is a follow-up to a discussion that we had earlier in the week, or I should say now, last week, so let's talk about that. Ready? So, okay, here's their message. So, hi, I'm the guy that donated a few days ago talking about how I've hate-watched you for years. I remember,
there's always a guy who hate-watched.
Like getting some self-awareness because he was actually watching the detractors and realizing how stupid and unhinged they were.
There's always, I used to hate-watch you and now I love you.
The channel's going through mental gymnastics to say that it was a fake tip written by you. This is just one example of how they feel like they're on a moral high ground, but they're dishonest too. I realize now that wasting so much time following someone you don't like is a Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude.
I know what the word means, but I don't know how to pronounce it. And it's sad. It's more pathetic than being the person that they have disdain.
Schadenfreude, but great, well done.
Mistakes and lied about something. The difference is that most of us don't have that stuff on the internet in 4K. Duty is retarded. ALT, I don't know who that is old, and I'm moving on. Peace out.
I don't know who that is. Yes, you do.
Thank you for your support. Thank you for your kind words.
You know exactly who that is.
Actually having common sense. And I could only hope that over time, as a lot of these people who are obsessed in this negative culture get older, they will have a moment of self-awareness, realize how much of a waste of their time.
These fucking fake
and
emails,
move on,
dudes.
or hey, become a fan, which some of them have. You know, some of them actually were like, I watch your raw stuff and it's actually not bad.
Pretending to like you become a fan of this guy is so insane.
You know, saying bullshit about your past and stuff. It's actually.
Oh yeah, you're totally normal. I see it now.
$50 is a very generous start to the day. What a nice tip and what a nice sentiment. Thank you, thank you. I received another tip here, a $10 tip from Guitar Player 1939. He says, "This is Guitar Player. Thank you so much, Guitar Player. Hope you're doing well, and thanks for
that better not be
stopping by.
GPM.
It's important today. You're, good to see you from time to time when you can make some time to come by. It's nice. Thank you so much. All right, so that gets us up to 67, and we're continuing on here. Looks like we got some more action over on the kick side. Let's take a look. Indeed, I received. Let's see, 5, 4. Was it 4? No, it's 5. My queue only caught 4. That's bizarre. I'm glad that I'm checking my leaderboard here. Dr. Lexus, who used to be Darkside Pimp, then Danksneed Pimp, now he's Dr. Lexus, has given
I forgot they can do that.
Over on Kick.
Shit.
So thank you, Dr. Lexus, for
I was good right there
this morning.
Then I forgot they could do that.
Let's get you up on the leaderboard because now you are the top sub gifter. Although, I do think that there's been some heavy competition.
Make sure you move on to the afterlife.
Sakai of who's going to be the overall top contributor on Kick of all time.
Oh, yeah?
If I take a look here, because I think it's been getting close.
Oh, well, we just better remind Iron Chef Sakai that he's lacking a bit.
The current readouts for February.
That's totally
Currently,
not weird,
Iron Chef
dude.
Sakai is the top contributor for February on Kick with 141 subs, but Dr. Lexus is right on his heels with 116.
Oh, wow, is
We're
he?
very close there for the month of February. However, when you look at overall, since I've been on Kick, Dr. Lexus is my biggest supporter with 893 subs gifted. While Iron
Get
Chef
fucked,
Sakai
Iron
has
Chef.
637.
You're
so
fucking
he's
lacking,
behind by
bro.
about 250 subs. So there you go. Those are my two biggest contributors. It actually says if someone gifts 43 subs, they actually become 10th place biggest contributor.
Did not
I've
hit
ever had
her.
on
It's
Kick.
not true. It's
It's
bullshit.
such a
I
weird
did
thing
not
to
hit
even
her.
talk about.
I did not. Oh,
That's
come
such
on.
a weird thing to even talk
And now Iron Chef
about.
Sakai is telling Dr. Lexus to just walk away. He's had enough. Wow. All right. Okay.
Yeah, let's play the whales off against each other.
We've got Sonic My Shadow for the $5.
Let's
super
remind
chat.
the
My favorite
whales.
part of your Lost Records playthrough is the camera recording segments. It makes it feel like a chill playthrough. Yeah, I'm not kidding you. Like the only game I've ever played like that before was Pokemon Snap, the new one that came out a few years ago. And it's weird because it's like that's part of the game and it does fit. Like that's her hobby. That's her character
shit.
and her hobby. What's her name?
Oh.
Swan, that's her name. And it kind of
Oops.
works. You know how with Life is Strange, it was always the time manipulation mechanic.
Oopsie.
And how does that work? Well, in this one, it's how do I use this camera to document things around me or to my advantage? And it's like a mini game because they want you to find this hidden wildlife or something like that. It's actually neat. I actually think it works because, quite honestly, I'm having a good time with the game, even though the story and writing is cringe. It's still entertaining. So I think maybe they kind of knew what they were doing then, right? Dumpy Koala also gifted a sub over on Kick this morning. So thank you very much, Dumpy Koala. I appreciate that. So now with that, we are up to 82 bucks in support and climbing. This is excellent. Obviously, this is an excellent head start, everyone.
Excellent.
I appreciate you all for this early support. Keep in mind, I will be, continuing this stream for many, many hours. We'll be here till 4 p.m. Pacific time. And there's going to be gameplay and everything as well. So maybe this is one of those situations. Maybe we can hit the goal by the end of this podcast. And then,
Yeah, then I haven't got to worry about it.
we can maybe see if a new crowd could come in and maybe we can hit 2 goals on this stream. It's possible. And that'd be amazing. All right?
Oh, he's so
Excellent.
cringe,
Okay.
bro. Maybe we could give me money.
So,
And then maybe you could
Random
give me even
white
more
chat.
money. And he's like, oh, it'd be crazy. It's so
Oh, I did
weird.
that. But I wanted to see if the camera was working because I've been having issues, as I've told you, with my cameras recently, where they're just turning off or not calibrating right. And this camera over here seems to be too sensitive now. Like it keeps catching my hands and enabling the auto tracking when I don't want it. This camera keeps turning off. So more technical issues, but at this point, I think I've just accepted them. Like I think they're just gonna keep happening, and I can't really do much about that. You know what I mean? Okay. All right, so folks, I think I've gotten through pretty much everything that I wanted to get through. All right. I'll just say this up front, okay, before we get to the next segment.
Money?
Yesterday was my day off, and I got to spend some good time with my wife and my family, and I relaxed. We had a good meal. We had a pizza for dinner, which was great. Good pizza too, a wood-fired pizza, not a freaking fast foody crappy pizza. All right, but yesterday also was off. All right, some stuff has happened personally in my life that I can't talk about.
Lies.
That is pretty shitty, pretty awful, to be frank with you. I wouldn't wish it upon anyone. all
Great
right?
line again.
And it wasn't one thing, it was 2 things. 2 completely unrelated things.
We're
that
lying some more. This is
happened,
great.
all right? And it kind of put a big damper on our day. It did. When you have a day off, it's your only day off a week to spend time with your significant other.
Got how annoying
and
Lothric
then
nights are this early
multiple
on.
things start fucking happening out of nowhere that you had no clue would happen. And now you got to deal with it. You're like, what the hell is going on? It really sucks. We look forward to this day off all week long. And then
Extremely annoying, I
it
forgot
just
it.
has to happen on the day off, too. It's one thing if it happened, it's a work day or whatever. It has to happen on the day off. Like, come on, man. So, we're dealing with some stuff. All right? And I apologize if it happens to come through with you know, today, if I seem cranky or if I seem like a jerk, it has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with just life circumstances right now. All right. You know, this is kind of stuff I'm not going to talk about.
Great lies right here, bro.
If and when I do, it's going to be way down the line. It's not going to be anything you can know about now. And, you know, it is what it is. All right. But
Great
I'm very
lies
happy
right
this
here.
coming weekend, we're going to have 2 days off. That it's going to be a day to do the stupid errands and appointments and bullshit.
Oh
so
yeah,
another
stupid
day
errands
off
and
to actually
bullshit
have
that
fun times
everybody
together
else
in New
literally
York,
has to do
all right?
also.
So it's very much needed this week.
Then I get to
So,
work at home in their own
and
house.
again, I apologize in advance. I'm only telling you this because I know that sadly when shit tends to happen like this, it does affect me. And then people are like, wow, you're in a bad mood and you seem like you're grumpy and you seem like you're pissy today. And, you know, you're right. And there's nothing I can really do about it either. When you got shit going on, it's in the back of your mind constantly. It's like, what the fuck, right? It just sucks. But that's life. As I get older, I realize that's just life you got to deal with. This is why when you see a person, you can never really know what they're really going through. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, we know what you're saying,
someone
deadhead.
may look good on the surface, but you have absolutely no idea what level of stress.
Oh
they're
yeah,
actually
so you're
inside.
stressed. So be
You don't know
nice
what
to you
they're
and
going
give you
through up here.
money.
You don't know what they're going through in here.
So be
And I
nice
just
to you and
ask
give
that
you
everyone
money
just
because
have
you're
some
stressed and
kindness
you can't tell us
around
why.
Because a lot of people don't. A lot of people are just complete dickheads to everyone around.
Yeah, there's
them.
a secret
They're
reason
the
why
most
you're
important
stressed.
Person on the planet, you know.
So just
But you
be
never
nice
know
to
what
you
people
and
are
give you
actually
money.
going through. So please be respectful. Please be nice. I mean, obviously, it'd be nice if you could do that to me, but just to everyone around you. Because at any given
Oh,
moment, you
yeah,
just don't
everyone
know.
around
You just don't know
you.
what the hell's going on. And then one day,
Shut the
you're gonna
fuck
go
up,
through that shit,
DSB.
and if people are nice to
Jesus
you, they're definitely, you're
Christ.
gonna appreciate that people were nice to you when you really
Jesus
needed that,
fucking
right? So,
Christ, dude.
you do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It's the golden rule. It's a way to live, and I hope.
And then on to our RTU piss take segment.
Abide by that.
And now on to making fun of RTU.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to have some fun. It's time for the meat of the show. All right? For the last several months, as you guys know, I have completely and utterly stayed away from any kind of drama and any kind of nonsense. I have.
Lies.
And, you know, the reason primarily being, you know, after having months.
More lies.
After being a part of, you know, shows with the Kino Casino and other stuff like that. I got kind of immersed in that level of stuff, right? I did. And, you know, I didn't want it to become my end-all, be-all. Every once in a while, I would do it, and it would bring some views to the streams, and then I would break it up and go back to gameplay. Well, ultimately, most of all of that crowd has moved on. Let's be honest. Why? Because I kind of stopped doing the content. And you might say, well, why did you stop doing the content? All right? Well, number one, I think that it's funny from time to time to observe this kind of stuff, just as an outsider, and to see what it's like to peek back into the world of the sphere of the lol cow shit.
Oh yeah, of course you
And
do.
it gives you, you know, it gives you a quick.
Absolute cat,
But the
King
thing is, I'm the
JX.
kind of guy, I get bored.
Absolute bullshit.
Like, I could maybe stomach it for a day or two, and then after that, I just get really tired of it. And it's like, I just want to move on. I want to enjoy games. I want to chill with my audience. I don't want every day to be this drama shit, okay? The thing is, just because I moved on, the world did not. All right? These people who fucking rag on me every day continued to do it. Review Tech USA continued his path down madness, his spiral down into his fucking toilet, okay? So much has happened. And you guys come on my streams, and you're like, did you hear what this happened? Did you hear what this happened?
And I'm like,
What
I
this
don't
happened?
know.
What this happened? No. I didn't hear any of it. I don't pay attention to it. I got my own positive stuff to do.
Yeah,
Because
sure you
my
do.
life isn't reliant on drama content to make a buck. I can make positive, fun content with my audience because
Yeah,
I
all the
position
time.
myself in that way.
Yeah,
In
all
the
the time,
16
dude.
years I've been a creator, I didn't crash out. I didn't hit bottom, right? I'm still making good stuff, and
Ah.
people appreciate it and enjoy it. Obviously, my audience today is way smaller than my old audience, but at least
I'm
I
making
have
good
that
stuff is
positive
fucking
audience.
hilarious.
Guys like Review Tech don't have that. They don't have a positive audience.
I'm
at
still
all.
making
Their
good
audience
stuff
is
is
people just
so
there to
funny.
point and laugh at the clown on the other end of that camera, and to basically throw them pennies to see them dance around like a monkey. That's his life at this point. Okay, so I mean, all the shit he went through, if you're not aware, so. He basically went in a downward spiral. He deleted his own channel off of YouTube entirely, so his channel doesn't exist anymore. He now only has a streaming channel, that streaming channel kept getting diminishing returns more and more. People cared about him less and less. And then eventually what happened was, as
And
he
you
was
know
hitting
this for
rock
a fact,
bottom,
do you?
Keemstar messaged him and said, I'll legitimately offer you a show in my Lolcow family of shows. You can actually be part of this new show called Lolcow Tech Talk. And the deal was that it was going to be Rich and his former editor / co-host, Jay, hosting the show together. But what Rich didn't know is that the entire thing was a setup. That Keemstar doesn't like Rich. Keemstar is the kind of guy that when he has a grudge against you, he's going to crush
Oh,
you
you're
like a
buddy
bug.
with Keemstar now, right, DSP? Remember, everyone?
To go on the show.
You love him
And
now.
after 1 or 2 shows,
You respect
Jay
Keemstar now?
literally became the guy running the entire show, like from top to bottom.
We love Keemstar now,
He did
dude.
Tech, he did everything, and because of that, he essentially became the host of the show, and continuously just made fun of Rich and made Rich the butt of the joke nonstop. So Jay basically got a ginormous power boost out of this, while Review Tech just
No one gives a shit about Jay, DSP.
Got worse and worse.
No one
The
gives
entire
a shit about that
based on
fucking. He's
exposing
so
Review Tech for being the
awful.
clown he is.
He's so garbage.
Like, for
He got
example,
no charisma
okay,
whatsoever.
He said,
No one
well,
cares about
there's a whole
RTU's
stream
ex
where they're like,
fucking
your name's Review Tech USA,
what's
well, we're
name
gonna
guy?
build a PC.
Jay. He's so fucking boring, that
He didn't
guy.
know what the fuck he was doing. The guy doesn't know his ass from his elbow. All right? His name is literally Review Tech, and he doesn't understand tech anymore. So the whole stream was just watching how funny it was that he's an idiot who doesn't know how to do anything, and he's on a show called Lolcow Tech Talk, right? If you don't
Yeah,
know,
I'm
he
sure
just
that
got
was what
fired.
was funny
No
about the whole
exaggeration,
thing.
They fired him a few days ago. And literally, this is not like a work or anything. They actually kicked him off the
This
show
is not
and
like
dumped
a
him,
work.
so he's no longer contracted with
DSP,
Keemstar.
the whole thing's a work. It's
And, you know,
Keemstar.
he
They have a
basically
script for
resorted to
fuck's
desperately
sake.
eating bugs on pizza. You know, he's doing just fucked up stuff in order to try to make money. It's disgusting. So, I mean, he still streams. He doesn't stream every day, but he streams every couple of days, and his streams are random as fuck, random times, random lengths.
How do you know? Who
No
cares?
direction whatsoever. He does get money, but the money he gets is literally everyone just making fun of him constantly. Like, he doesn't get positive contributions. It's just, here's something that's a snide remark. Here's sarcasm. Here's outright insults. And he's forced to degrade
I
himself.
love how we're
by
going
the
at
time.
RTU.
Now, you might say, well, he makes more money than you, Phil. Well, I mean, that's debatable. When he streams, he does
Oh
make
yeah,
a
that's
lot of money.
debatable.
But he
No,
certainly
you
doesn't
might
do
say
all
no one
things
said
I
it.
do.
You said it. You
At
said
all.
people might say he makes more money than me.
And-
Your fucking
And in
conscience
addition
said
to that,
it.
he's not
Your
getting
weird
revenue.
ego said that. No one else said it.
Going on in the
You
background,
might
right?
say he
He's
makes
building
more
his
money.
channel.
No one
He's
did.
not
You
making any
did.
profits on anything
You
like
said
that.
it.
He's
No one
literally
else.
Only making profit when he's streaming. Okay, so it's debatable whether or not this guy's actually making more money than me or not. To be honest, I don't even think it matters. Like I've told you guys, with my goals and the way it's working, I'm happy to make what I make. I'm in better places right now than I've been in many years. And I'm able to do things like take an extra day off to spend with my wife because I can afford to. Okay?
Lucky,
I can do my set. I can buy a game. I can get Legos and things. I have money to spend because of all of you. Because you've supported me in such a great positive way these past 6 to 8 months. And I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much for changing my life for the better. All right? And if you haven't noticed, I didn't have to actually degrade myself to do it. In fact, quite the opposite. I've elevated myself to do it. I've improved my life situation. I've improved with the way I act, I dress. My content quality has gone far higher up, as opposed to turning myself into the dancing clown to make a living. Okay? So, you may wonder, well, why is Phil doing this today? It's very simple. There's 2 reasons. Number 1.
Yeah, number 1.
Over this entire time period that I've completely laid
Number
off
1.
this man, he has literally never laid off me. The man is such a pathetic loss of time and effort, right? He has to keep doing the same shtick. He is the
I mean, I feel like he wants to
hamster
keep doing the
that
same
has to
shit.
keep running in the same wheel. Because if he ever stops running in that wheel, nothing else will.
DSP,
ever work.
are you looking in the mirror right now?
Endlessly being the hamster in the wheel and can't get off.
DSP,
So he
dude.
has to do the same.
You
thing
for
over
real?
and over. He can never try to diversify.
Are you for real, bro?
So literally, no exaggeration. Every day it's about me. Every piece of content's about me. Every waking moment is Phil. This guy is obsessed. And, you know, I said this months ago. It's to the point where it's like it's scary. It is.
No, it's
in
not,
all
dude.
honesty,
Don't be
this is not me
cringe.
jesting. I'm going to be very transparent with all of you right now.
That'd be
When it
cringe.
gets to this level of crazy, this man is mentally deranged. I want you guys to understand this fully. He is. This is not, this is all jokes or whatever. This guy's fucked up in the head. And this is the kind of guy that will probably do something crazy down the line from what I've observed.
Oh, yeah?
No one could be this obsessed with one person and actually be, oh, this is just the joke. But there's no joke anymore.
RTU, you're
Look,
mentally
I've
deranged.
called you out
RTU is going to love this
level of
segment, to
mania
be fair.
And told you how unhappy it was. You know what I'm saying?
RTU is going to love this segment.
It's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, he's crazy. That's number one. Number two, people have been telling me about this for months and months. Obviously, there's a demand to see me react to it. Okay? There is. If not, you guys wouldn't have kept bringing it up for months and months. Now, it's been months, right? I can't even remember the last time I mentioned him. So, in this case, every once in a while, you want to break it up for variety, do something a little different, we will. Okay? And then number three, I'm going to be very honest and transparent with all of you. Okay? I'm just really in a bad mood because of the stuff that happened in my personal life yesterday.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So, since he's taken opportunity every single day for the last, 10 years to dump on me, I think when
Your
I'm in a
poor
bad mood, I
personal
just
life.
wanna
Oh,
be better
no.
about myself.
I feel
think
so
I'm gonna watch
sorry
the
for you,
review
piece of
content
shit.
to just boost myself up by watching the lowest form of humanity and realize, thank God I never was degraded to that level. And I still have self-respect, and I still have a great loving family, and I have all these
A
things.
family.
I can watch his content and realize, wow, life ain't so bad. So that's why we're going to be doing this today. Fair enough?
I have
Okay.
a family is so funny.
Okay. All right. So we're going to begin, and you might be wondering, what are we going to watch today? Well, I'm going to be honest, I didn't work too hard on this, okay, at all.
No,
All
really?
I did is I just went to his most
You didn't
recent
work very
archive.
hard on something?
So
You
if
don't
you're ever
say.
interested in review text content, here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to do him a solid, all right? You ready for this? Unlike what everyone else does, all you got to do is go to his actual streaming channel, RTU Streams, and as you can see, today we're not going to watch a detractor video. We're not going to watch someone who edited his content. I'm actually going to watch his real stream. Because in reality, this is what you should do. If you're going to benefit from watching someone else's content in a negative way, you should actually watch their content. All right? Not someone else's. Now, you might say, well, Phil, I don't understand. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Well, I mean, all I got to do is look over here in related videos and show you that 9 days ago he streamed a stream. There's my head. There's my leg. That's my leg in the thumbnail there. Okay? And if you go to his channel, you'll literally see that's every single stream. I wish that I was exaggerating.
Yeah, he's got a
but
family,
every
dude. A
single
loving
stream
family.
Is my face, my body parts, me, everything there. It's always me. The guy is literally 100%.
He has a loving family.
Right? Like, no exaggeration. This guy is going to become, like, what's his name? The killer from fucking Silence of the Lambs. The guy who puts you in the hole and says it rubs the lotion on his skin or else it gets the hose
Yeah,
again. And he
DSP.
wants to, like, rip your face off and wear it or whatever. Like, that's the level at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's that crazy. Okay? So, this is his starter thumbnail of his stream. Do I have to say anything? Do I have to actually say a word? Or can we just continue on to actually where he jumps on straight? Like, it just... We don't have to even observe. Just all you have to do is use your eyes. Okay? That's it. I don't have to comment. Okay? So let's actually jump into some of his content. Here we go. So here's him starting up. Okay? And you may notice something. He's got a green screen. Did you notice that? That's right. Review Tech uses a green... I wonder who else uses a green screen. Well, let's take a look.
CTO5, how you doing?
Not me. You see a green screen behind me? No, you want to know why? Because I actually use modern technology. I'm not using insanely outdated, cheapo, poor man's tech.
Oh,
I'm
so
actually
now
using-
actual green screens are poor man's.
So
He
when
thinks
I'm on
his
a green
half-ass
screen, there's
chroma
no
key
microphone
clipping
in
out the
shot.
background,
There's no
where it
laptop
cuts
in
out
shot.
every half
My
a second,
microphone
is
doesn't
like
disappear into the side
way
of the
better than a
frame.
nice, crisp,
It doesn't
actual
look
green
cheap
screen now.
because it's not.
Oh, it's
Because I
poor
actually
man
care about my
technology.
content.
Listen to this
Like,
guy.
this schlub basically saw me using a green screen months ago, and he got incredibly jealous.
Oh yeah, he's
Because
jealous of you
his
having a
setup
green
looks
screen.
awful. If you don't know, he's filming out of his spare bedroom. Okay? He has no lighting. He has a fucking corner lamp, like a bedroom lamp is his lighting in the office. Not all the nice LEDs or, excuse me, RGBs that you see.
Oh, because everyone wants RGBs like you fucking
Okay.
autistic freak.
Nope, nothing like that. This dumbass has a fucking painted wall that's blue and a cornered lamp. All right? He has no setup at all. So he got made fun of so badly when basically I upgraded my setup and it's 40 times better than his. He got incredibly jealous and he ran out and he bought.
Yeah, I'm
me
sure he did.
He tried to set it up.
I'm
And
sure he
actually,
did.
Right, this is how it's set up. So first of all, it looks like he wants to fucking suck on his microphone, doesn't it? Does he not realize that the mic doesn't have to be in your mouth? Like, my microphone right now is about 7-8 inches away.
Okay,
from my
now we're
mouth.
making fun of where the microphone is. This is peak DSP.
Here's what it would sound
This is
like if it
peak
was as close
DSP.
as it is.
Even when he like tries to troll
Now, it
other
might sound
people,
a
he
little
just
deeper,
sounds like a
but in
teenager.
truth, I'm not like self-conscious about my testosterone levels, so I don't care that if I sit back a little bit slightly more like this, that my voice is a little bit more high pitched.
Think he
I
has
think Rich is a
autism.
little self-conscious about that because if he had a high-pitched voice, then everyone would make fun of him even more. So he has to like kiss the mic. He's like licking it. And
Ow.
he does his fucking content. You don't have to do that, all right? At all. It's just stupid. In fact, he doesn't need that mic arm at all. It serves no purpose. Because allow me to show you what the purpose of a mic arm is. Are you ready? Here's why you need a mic arm. Because if you have one, right, you can do awesome stuff. I can look like I'm on the beach, but then I can go to a wide shot and you can actually see my setup in the studio. When I'm playing
The
a game,
studio.
I can change my camera angle, so now the mic arm is repositioning the mic so it's not in the way of the shot. So now you can get a cool face cam over here, but then I could just go
Oh
right
yeah,
back to
your
the
face
show
camera
here.
looks so
See,
cool,
that's
dude.
the purpose of the mic arm. When you actually make content that requires
DSP, bro,
okay?
you're
Which
so
doesn't make
mentally
content
ill.
that requires that
DSP,
mic arm.
it's so
He
funny
literally sits there
how
like a
fucking
fat
mental
fucking
you
sack
are.
of lump. That is what he is.
And
a
to
sack
be
of
fair,
lump,
I am
okay?
literally
He
laughing
just
at a disabled
talks like this
person, but
you don't need any of it.
literally, I'm laughing at a disabled person, DSP.
Also,
I'm
you
laughing
notice
at someone
something?
with special
Notice that
needs that
I'm
should have been
able
in
to
a special
read
class in
all of your
school.
fucking text text in the chat right now. I can respond to all of it. But you notice I don't have anything in front of me? Do you see a laptop? Do you want to know why he actually has that laptop in front of him? I'm going to show you later. Because he takes his shirt off, but he doesn't want to show like his nipples and his disgusting stomach. So he actually blocks his body with the laptop.
don't think
So
that's
his
why.
Shirt's off, but he actually isn't topless because the laptop is blocking this disgusting.
I don't think
saggy
that's why.
body. So it's just ridiculous that this fucking guy makes content that anyone watches to begin with. And on top of that, his setup is so lame. He thinks that copying me, that he... Okay, Rich, you're not copying me. You're a sad, pathetic attempt to be me. You wish you were me. You're not. You never will be. I'll always be better than you. It's too late. All right? Doesn't matter how many cheap green screens you buy, how many new shirts you put on, how many mic arms.
Reminder, RTU was doing multiple camera angles and all
that.
that shit way before
Right,
DSP
content
ever
is
was.
garbage.
Not that
And
I'm trying to like
so
be
just
on
stop.
RTU's side, but
And stop trying to fucking be me.
RTU's been
That
doing
is
this
fucking
shit
sad.
for ages.
Okay, now let's actually watch some of the content. Ready for this? I know I'm not. I mean, seriously, I know I'm not. I skimmed through the actual stream, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing, to the point where not only twice, but 3 times I laughed so hard I almost pissed myself.
Yeah, you almost pissed
So
yourself.
let's start. Let's just
I laughed so
randomly
hard I
see what's
almost
going
pissed
on.
myself. Yeah, I'm
The
sure
one
you
from
did.
Tech USA.
You laughed so hard you lost bowel control. That sounds like an adult thing to do.
I have shit to get off my breasts, and it has nothing to do with lolcow. He actually has a button he presses that says breasts. Oh, and by the way, during this show, basically what was happening was he was actively eating these weed or marijuana edibles during his shows. Then he was drinking these weed-infused drinks, okay? Everyone gave him shit for it and says, no, you can't, you're working high. It's embarrassing. Stop doing it.
Everyone.
So now he insists that when he goes on stream that he's sober. But as you're going to see over the course of this stream, his eyes become increasingly more squinty and sucked and swollen into his face. His language actually becomes increasingly more slurred. It's
it's what happens when you get high, DSP.
Before his stream, and it's affecting him more and more over the course of the stream. So even though he's drinking a polar ice seltzer water, right? It doesn't matter. He's already high. Okay.
Yeah, it seems. See, I don't believe anything so much. Like, I actually went on there like, yo, I'll take Wing's spot. I'm a fucking drama mongering dickhead. I actually, you know what?
Rich actually believes that Keemstar wanted him to go on Lolcow Live and replace Wings of Redemption. That literally was never in any discussion. Ever. He was never even considered for that. It was considered to bring him on to be on a side show.
Sorry, do you know all the stuff that they're doing on Lolcow Live? Do you know them all now?
This guy is insane. He actually believes in his head that he's big enough.
Are you friends with them all now?
One of the main attractions of Lolcow Live, even though he was never offered to be on that show to begin with.
Because of the time slot. Oh, and they were like, oh, we get to split it 2 ways. Listen, motherfucker. Let me tell you something, Keemstar. Look at me. Look at me right now. First off, I was going to do the other show, and you know that. Secondly, I would make you money on there. I'd make you money.
See his eyes now? See his eyes are starting to droop? And it's funny.
See his eyes now?
You look at me. Who are you? Do you think you're in fucking New York City or something like an old-time mafioso, dude? Rich, we are looking at you, and we're all laughing. We can't help it. We can't look at you for more than half a second without cracking up, realizing what a fucking degenerate human you are. Like, what the hell, dude? By the way, thank you to Zimmer. Zimmer with a gifted sub there over on Kick. Thank you so very much, Zimmer. I appreciate that. Get that on the leaderboard there. Added in. Thank you, Zimmer. I mean, it's just hilarious how the guy talked. I would have made you money on that main show. I would have done... Rich, you're not on Lolcow anymore. You're sitting here in your awful office, in your awful setup, streaming to a couple hundred people who hate you, who are literally just here to make fun of you. You're a clown. You're never going to have popularity ever again, positivity ever again. It's gone. And it's your fault. You're the one who squandered it all. Because you could have had it, but instead, you just kept on with your ways of being a schlub. Okay.
Me on there. People tell me, oh, Rich, you're all about drama. Yes, I am.
Could someone do us a favor? Could someone break his stream deck? Because between breasts and the fucking canned claps at this point, I think actually you would actually be doing the human race, like, and Earth in general, like a fucking big...
Oh, he hit me.
Just take that and just, like, fucking smash! Just destroy it. Because
Right
if
at
he
the
didn't
end.
have that shit to interrupt what he's saying, he actually would lose his train of thought. Because look at him. He actually has lost his train of thought. He has to press the laugh track so his brain can catch up, his addled brain, because he's so high right now. He has to take like 10, 15 seconds to catch up. So here, wait 5 to 10 seconds for the laugh to end. And then I can say my next thing because I'm just can't even have a stream of thought. Right? Imagine
Joey, what are you
every
doing?
time I said something, I played, I don't know, this. Like, wow, that's great. Really added a lot. Wait, I forgot what I was going to say.
The SP used to do this all the time.
Oh, that's right. I was going to say that this guy's a fat sack.
The
Right?
SP used to do this all the time.
This is stupid. It's awful content.
He used to do it all the time.
By the way, hilarious. He's got a green screen set up, and he's too stupid to realize that because he wears glasses, it reflects the green screen back. So constantly he has black holes where his eyes should be. He can't figure this out. Like, if you have a green screen, you can't wear
Why is there a
glasses
muscular man
because the
screaming?
green screen will pick it up, or else you got to chroma key it out. But he doesn't get it. He's that stupid.
I'm actually gonna be on there for.
This is just the word. DSP trying to come at someone is so fucking bad. He is literally like a teenager.
His eyes. Oh my god! I'm gonna catch it right there.
If I know how the show works, if it's real.
Oh yeah, it's funny. So during this 2-hour broadcast that he did, he kept talking about supposedly he's supposed to go on a Lolcow Tech Talk that night, but he says, I know how the show works. I don't know if it's real or not, but I'm gonna assume it is. So he's doing a 2-hour stream to give time so that he can go on the Lolcow Tech Talk show. However, during this stream, he fucks all of that up completely. I'm going to show you why. It's one of the most hilarious things I think I've ever seen in my life. Wait till you see how he fucks it up during this 2-hour stream before he appears on the Lolcow stuff.
That I would do. Not only would I do that and fucking kill it, period. I'm not even, that's not an assumption. This isn't even me trying to beg. It's...
Rich, when did you ever kill anything? You've admitted that in your own content in the past, you were bad. The content was just regurgitated news stories and opinions that weren't even your own. And any modern content you make is just making fun of me or sitting here like a sad sack. Like, you don't have content.
Like a sad
So what makes you
sack.
think that you were going to be on Lolcow and kill it? Kill it with what?
Ki-
You don't
ki- ki-
have
what?
anything to offer the planet. Don't you get it? Nothing. Zero. You are a vacuous black hole. You are the biggest waste of time. The fact that anyone sits on your stream and throws you shekels so that you'll dance like the monkey you are is amazing to me. You should be grateful for what you have. Don't be sad that you got kicked off the show, all right? Just be happy that you got like 5 seconds on said show. You're absolutely ridiculous. You have nothing you would offer if you were on there. They would all just take pot shots at you and you would stand there like the target you are. You know, like at the carnival, the person who sits on the bench and people throw the balls when they hit the target, it dunks the dunk tank. That's you forever. You're the donkey. They're the dunkers. Wings of Redemption and Boogie are your dunkers. I want you to think about that for a second. Okay.
It's just a fact. I would fucking blow up the main Lolcow show.
We love the Jew reference.
Oh my god. I can't even comment. The guy doesn't understand. Like, who does Lolcow want on their show? They want people who, like, when they're on there, it'll be a moment, right? So his moment was to go on there, get embarrassed completely, and get thrown the fuck off with the quickness. That was it. That was his moment. His moment is done. He's nothing else to offer anyone on the internet. His time is over.
We're gonna get this.
Right?
I'm gonna
He
say
doesn't get it.
thanks, whoever that was, in a minute.
And it's not that I would be sitting there doing a big thing of grab ass with Keem or in that church. No.
All right. Do you see what just happened? So I want you to take a look at the upper left-hand corner of the screen. It's a little hard to see because I have my leaderboard over it. You know, my leaderboard that's getting nicely generated with your contributions, so thank you for that. But I'll remove it for a second just to show you. So his actual pop-ups on his stream is my incident phase from 2016. I'm going to repeat that.
Jimmy's.
From 2016. It is now 9 years old.
Random brain, hey Dan.
Okay? So his pop-ups are my incident phase with a, relaxing relief sound effect. In fact, you know what, Rich? Here you go. Ready? I'm going to give you a freebie. You can use that from now on as your audio clip. If you're going to do it, at least use my voice, you fucking pathetic sack. Use my real sound effect, okay? So he has that playing. That is his actual pop-up for his contributions. All right?
And?
Because you might say, oh, wait a minute. Look, Phil, he removed your face from his setup now, so now you can't say that you're constantly on his mind and he's obsessed with you. Yeah, except that every single time someone contributes, it's my O face on his screen. I want you to think about that. So now it used to be behind him, and he didn't see it. Now he actively sees that popping up on his screen every day, constantly. You don't think he's obsessed with me yet?
Okay.
Really? I'd say you're mistaken, okay? By the way, I received a $2 tip. Someone says,
money.
Team had high hopes for Rich to be successful on the show. He was doing fine in the beginning. Rich then started no call, no showing, quitting, then coming back, refusing to do content, basically being a huge burden on Tech Talk. Well, does that sound surprising to anyone? This is the guy who doesn't have the work ethic to do his own content regularly. What made you think that he was going to change just because someone under a contract to make other kinds of content? You know, he's not going to change overnight, you know, and quite frankly, I don't think he's ever going to change. He's always going to be this kind of person, right? Anyway, so that's just the beginning of his show, all right? And as you can see, we scrolled through. I skimmed through it last night, admittedly. He tries to talk politics. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. He's
like DSP knows about politics.
Who he's talking about, what he's talking about. The best part about Rich's show, all right, is that someone will do a super chat. He'll start to respond to that super chat.
DSP knows about politics, bro.
Thought, and then another super chat will come in, and he'll just start responding to the next. So he literally never finishes a thought. So this guy would say, listen, I only care about justice for Peanut the squirrel. And he'll go, well, Peanut, wait, who's Peanut the squirrel? Because I think, and then someone else will
Yeah, they've been eating them up for a while. You can tell.
So never,
you can tell.
You think, oh, I'm tuning in for his opinion.
He has to vent. He probably saw RTU making fun of him, wound him up.
Another piece of content that begins, he doesn't have the wherewithal to actually finish a thought. Okay? It's pretty
Yeah,
pathetic.
sure, DSP.
Anyway, so continuing on, because this is all very boring. He basically just blabs with his audience, and as you can see, look at all the super chats coming in. So he makes bank. Like, I'm not gonna crap on this guy right now for what he's making. He's making bank on this show. He's getting $5 super chat. $5
bank.
Super chat, $5 super chat. I think he has a minimum $5 super chat. Okay, and that's what it is. So $5 to get on screen, and a lot of these super chats are quite embarrassing insults. Okay. And some of them are dumb, crazy things to set him up to say something dumb. You know? He's talking about, look, he's talking about dementia, right? It's just, all kinds of stuff. Because he's leftist, if you didn't know. He's to the left, so he hates Trump. He hates the
If you didn't know, who cares?
And so anyone who insults
I don't
Trump,
give a fuck what RTU votes for, that
so
fucking dummy.
Contribute just to bait him into thinking like that they're agreeing with him, and in reality they're not. They're just baiting him into saying dumb shit constantly. And that's basically like the whole first hour of this stream. It's incredibly boring because it's just him meandering and never actually saying anything. Now, we're going to get to the good part right now.
Are we?
Okay? This is where the fun begins. So it's about halfway into his stream. Keep in mind he has to keep his stream short because he's supposed to appear on the Lolcow Tech Talk later tonight. Live on stream, he decides he wants to check in to see what's going on with the people from the Lolcow shows. So he actually opens his Discord. He puts the Discord on the screen of his stream without permission, for the record. Like, no one knows that they're on his stream when he does this. He accidentally forgets to hide any of the info. So he literally is exposing all the people on Discord who he talks to.
They're just usernames.
And then, all right, I'm just going to play the video. All right? And you're going to see. Here we go.
No fucking donations. Both of you guys suck fucking dick. Turn on your camera, Santa Claus.
I got here. Listen.
Fucking motherfucking retard. No, you listen, Linda. There's Rich. There's Rich. Rich, handle it. Handle it, Rich. This motherfucker's a pervert, Rich.
Mike, you're looking. Hold on. Let me change so people
who's
can
in
see.
charge of the show? Who am I talking to right now? Is it you?
No.
You want to talk to me?
So this is his stream right now. Okay, this is his actual stream. All right? Take a look at the left-hand side of the screen. He actually has private Discord info.
So fucking what?
Like, this should not be public knowledge, what's being put out there. He's showing all his contacts.
DSP, no one cares about that.
Discussion history. You can see everyone he's ever talked with. That's private info. That should never be put on a stream ever.
DSP, no one gives a fuck.
Into the tech stuff, I fucked up once or twice. I did. I made mistakes. And so, you know, you might say, well, that's kind of hypocritical. This guy has literally been doing this shit for months and months. He's been working with Keemstar. He's been working with Jay. He's been working. Why is he doing this insanely unprofessional thing right now on his stream? Just exposing all of this information.
No one cares.
In addition, take a look at his layout. Do you see that down here says goal 50, members 30? So look at my goal bar right now at the top of my screen. You see that? See, it's nice text. We got font. We got colors. It's moving. It's beautiful. His goal bar is that text at the bottom of the screen. Like, what the fuck? And no, this is not a bit. Someone just said, what is this, a bit? This is not a bit. What he's doing on stream, he wasn't supposed to do. He wasn't supposed to actually join this show. This was just something he decided
Why is there
to
a
do
muscular
live during
man
the stream
screaming?
for no reason. And the funniest part about all of it, ladies and gentlemen, that's really him in the bottom left. Where's my cursor? Right here. This is actually what his room looks like. This is his green screen setup.
Yeah, we know. That's what all streamers look like.
Room, that's what he broadcasts out of. That room is smaller than mine. This is actually worse and smaller than my room right now. You can see his shitty painted wall behind him. His fucking... Dude, there's the lamp. You could see the corner lamp.
Okay.
The bedroom lamp is sticking out from behind
DSP really thinks his setup is like something.
Okay? So this is what it looks like when the green screen's on.
He really thinks his setup is like something.
Why does he have a monitor on behind him?
Like he honestly does.
What does that need to be on for? Like, this is the setup of a 14-year-old girl who streams casually on the internet, right? Like, this is fucking... Did you ever watch Glee? There was that girl who was supposed to be like the cheerleader Brittany or whatever, and she would do a show, Fondue for Two. It was her and her cat eating fondue.
What the fuck are you talking about, weirdo?
That's the level, the production level of his quality. He's making Fondue for Two, but he's broadcasting it to thousands of people on the fucking internet every day. And people just sit there and point and laugh. So, I mean, what is the point, Rich, of setting up the green screen if you just fucking expose the mystique behind it immediately? Like, what the fuck?
Because people know what a green screen looks like.
And by the way, again, these people have no idea right now that he is joining a show and broadcasting. Keep in mind, he's not part of the LOL.
Well, they just went, here's Rich, here's Rich.
So the fact that he's
So I think they do know he's there.
Behind their back, and he's doing this to get content for himself. They don't know this is going on right now. They think he's just randomly joining a call, you know, because he's in there in the contact list or whatever.
I don't think they care.
For drama, right? So here we go. So
they don't care.
For this. This is hilarious. So by the way, that guy in the upper middle, that's David Jaff or Jaffe. I forgot how to pronounce his last name. He was the head developer of Twisted Metal. He was one of the head developers of God of War.
He was one of the creators of God of War, you dumb fuck. And David Jaffe's a piece of shit anyway.
On Lolcow Tech Talk. That is a huge get.
David Jaffe is like a fucking egotistical piece of shit. If you've ever heard him talk in the last 5-10 years.
This show perfectly.
So, like,
also he fits the
cool on that.
Of Lolcow stuff. So basically,
David Jaffe is a piece of shit.
In my opinion, I think it was probably a great move. You know, credit where credit is due. And so Rich is joining this show. Like, what is going on?
What am I? What am I? Your second choice?
Okay, then
Yeah, pretty much.
I'll find some other people. I wanted to know if you wanted to come on and help us go through these sex toys and tell us which ones are...
No, whore, no.
Shut the fuck up. Here, I'm muting Tina for a minute too. Rich, you're muted too.
I don't even know where those, like, I don't know where any of these lol cow ladies came from. I don't know where any of those crazy fucking cows come from. That I don't know.
You really want to have Becky on? And I said, well, why? And they said, because she's very comfortable.
Yeah, for real, draggers.
And she will show up and she will offer.
Why is Rich, this is Rich. Why is Rich doing this right now? And by the way, she called him out. She said, you're a cuck for content. So he's getting free content out of just being in this call. He's adding nothing. He said nothing. They immediately muted him because they want nothing to do with him. He's a loser. But he's still broadcasting. Okay.
Is this a big W for you somehow, DSP? I failed to see it, but sure.
After I finish making my video game about Tina, which is excellent, by the way.
Oh, I see. I'm still second choice, though. You came in talking to Tina first.
So Rich can't figure out that, you know, his camera he's using in the bottom left-hand corner right now on stream. You can actually use that in OBS, or excuse me, in Discord. Would you like me to help you? We ready, everyone? I'm going to help review tech with tech. So, Rich, this is what you do, because I know you're going to react to this, okay? In OBS, there's a button. It's called Start Virtual Camera, okay? What you need to do, you need to hit the little gear thing next to it. It says Configure Virtual Camera, all right? In that, you select your actual setup that you're using that has the green screen working. You use that as your virtual camera, okay? Then, when you go live through OBS, you click Start Virtual Camera, and then in Discord, when you're selecting where you want your video to come from, you say OBS virtual camera. What it then does, it clones your camera. So right now, what you guys are seeing on my stream would also be what you would be seeing in OBS.
Maybe he's just literally jumping
in
into a live stream and he doesn't need
all
to clone his camera.
So I'm sorry that I have to try to guide these
Look at DSP getting arrogant at something that fucking Triple P or somebody else literally would have told him how to do.
Be his setup working in Discord, and it's not because he's too stupid.
Like, there's no way he knew how to do that until one of those told him.
And you won't look like a fucking jackass, you stupid moron. Okay, let's continue.
Make you a video game about you, I will, but it will be a very different video game, and you'll see it tonight. It's based on the classic arcade game.
Oh, so like physics.
So again, you understand, no one is paying attention to Rich. He joined the call, they've ignored him and muted him. He's now listening to something from another show. He's listening to them have a conversation from another show from Lolcow. He's just sitting there doing nothing. He looks like an idiot because his fucking setup doesn't work. So he's sitting in front of a green, like, this is his content. This was his stream. Wow.
Defying boobs and stuff?
No, the one I made for Tina is based on...
So hold on, because something happens. I don't know how far in it happens. Oh, it's about to happen right now? Oh, it is. Okay, let's keep going.
A classic arcade game, and that will be playable on the show tonight on Tech Talk. So if you want to see it, that's that. But no, I didn't make it for you because I don't think you would want to be in that particular game. But I did think you, as people said, you got to talk to Becky. But if you don't want to do it, that's fine. I can find some other people. But we would love to get your input. We're going live soon. If you want to show up after your show and say, hey, this is a good one, this is a bad one, we'd love to have you.
Thank you for the invite. I'll consider it.
Absolutely. Tina? Tina?
Let me unmute her, sorry. And let me just unmute Rich really fast to see what this fat thumb wants. Oh, he's not muted? I thought I muted him. Who unmuted him?
No, I'm unmuted. Listen, you go for weeks without washing your vagina. I will be on Lolcow Tech Talk tonight as a guest, and we get...
Shit.
He gets booted from the show. He said that's the first word out of his mouth, and then he immediately gets booted from the show. They banned him, okay? So he keeps trying to go back on. Like, look, he keeps trying to go back on, and they keep kicking him off over and over. He tries like 10 times to get back on the show, and they keep kicking him over and over. And he says, you know, I better stop doing this because I might actually get banned from Discord. So think about this is his stream.
And
his stream is he invaded someone else's show. His setup doesn't work, so you can see his green screen behind him because he's too dumb to use.
And what are we to take from this?
Discord.
What's your win?
He has nothing to add. When he finally speaks, he immediately gets banned, and then he's back.
I'm still failing to see DSP's like massive RTU story win. This is just like an average pre-stream for this guy.
Shout-outs here. Okay.
This is like today, me watching your pre-stream, just nothing. It's just been empty so far.
I received a $1.50 tip. He says the panel that he was on, that was actually the Lolcow Queen show. The guy in the middle top is the creator of God of War and Twisted Metal, David Japp. I said that. Yes, I'm aware who he is. I know of him because
I know of him. I know who he is.
I was, there back in the day. I recognize him. I also know.
Yeah, sure you did.
Tons of drama on the internet. Basically, I think David has engaged with his trolls quite a lot, and because of that, he's kind of earned Lolcow status. So again, that's why he fits the mold of the Lolcow shows, but he's also a huge get for them because he actually knows his shit in the gaming industry. Like, legitimately, he's going to add a ton to that tech show. He will. By the way, Dr. Lexus just gifted 5 subs.
5 subs!
Dr. Lexus for the 5 subs. So that means you gifted 10 this morning. Wow. 10 subs from Dr. Lexus this morning. With that, we're now up to 116. 116 is support so far this morning. Again, let's hit that goal before the end of the podcast, folks, shall we? Thank you so much, Dr. Lexus. I appreciate that very, very much. And you're getting pop-ups. Like I said, I got the kick stuff working on here now, which is excellent. And then a $2 tip just came in. The top left is Rich's ex-girlfriend. He kept joining to spite her and ruin the show. Top right is the late angry grandpa's son dressed in drag. Just some lore for you. Oh, wow. I don't know anything. Isn't he kid behind a camera? I think that's his account online. But yeah, I don't know anything about these people. I don't watch their content, but okay. Ugh. It's just another rabbit hole to go down. You know what I mean? All right. So there you go. Thank you for that tip. Okay. So let's continue because this is not even the best part. I'm serious. We haven't gotten to the best part of this yet. We're going to get to the best part right now, okay?
No,
So
I
now
haven't
Rich
heard David
realizes
Jaffe talk
an
about
hour has
Metroid Dread.
passed,
I don't want to
and he
hear him
burned
talk
through all
about
the
anything.
content. He bullshitted with his viewers about politics. for an
Zero
hour. He
interest
has
in
nothing
that
to
dude's
talk about.
opinion on
He
anything.
did this appearance, which was immediately ruined because he got banned from the show within moments. He's like, what the fuck am I going to do for the rest of my
You
show?
can indeed
I'm gonna
get
play
banned on
Doom.
Discord.
Okay? So you might... Oh, God. We'll get to that next part. So you might think, oh, this will be fun. Wait, Rich is actually going to play some games? Well, let's see how that goes, shall we?
Zombie buzz on himself. If you play Dying Light, just so the zombies don't detect him. He's like, oh, God. Oh, my God. No, what you're talking about. All right, well, fuck you then.
Is he playing PC Doom? He's playing an emulated SNES version of Doom. He's literally playing one of the worst versions that's nerfed and doesn't have all the features. Why is he playing the SNES Doom? He couldn't get the real Doom? Why? Because this is free. Because he downloaded the ROM and he downloaded the emulator for free. He couldn't bother to pay like $2 to get actual Doom.
I'm sure he
run it on
knows.
PC. Isn't
Oh,
that
whatever, dudes. Listen to this.
Oh, he moved his goal member board there. If your goal is 50,
Now,
you get
guys.
51. Why do you still have it on the screen? You already exceeded it. Why not? If you already hit your goal.
Wow,
what's
he's
the purpose
shitting
of
on him for
that
where
on
his
the screen?
money is on the screen. Wow.
Or you can change it. Maybe have a different
DSP,
goal.
to be fair, if
And
there's
by the
something
way,
DSP
you
can
hit
give
your goal.
advice
What
about,
what
is
is
where
that
to put the
saying?
goal thing on the
What does that
screen.
mean? Did something
That's
happen
something
because of
DSP
it?
knows a hell of a lot about.
Towards a reward, or did you just type that fucking thing in like basic text and throw it on your screen because you said, oh, I
Oh
need
my
a goal on
god,
my
these
screen.
Lothric
Still has
Knights
one
are
on his
so
screen,
annoying.
right? Yeah. Okay. Can I
So
pause?
fucking boring.
You're going to see what it is in a second. This is the Super NT. And this is Doom for the Super Nintendo. Now,
He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand.
Is coming out.
He doesn't understand that he's playing one of the worst versions of Doom.
With a better version of it, shockingly. And I'm hearing no sound. Why is this still a fucking thing?
He's hearing no sound. This is great. Review Tech USA attempts to play a video game on his stream. He immediately has tech issues and can't hear the sound. Okay?
DSP, are you
wanna know
really
what's
someone to talk
happening?
about tech
Here's
issues on
what's happening.
stream?
He doesn't play games, so he literally has
Really?
no idea how to set it up. I wouldn't be shocked if Jay always set this up for him when he did shit on his streams.
DSP, people literally have to talk you through everything. Who are you kidding? I would be surprised if Jay set all this up. You literally ask your chat how to wipe your fucking ass. You ask your chat everything. You can't do anything for yourself. Did they have to teach you how to fuck your stupid fat fucking wife and where her pussy is? What rolls to pull out of the way so you can see her stinky fucking cunt before you put your shriveled little dick in it? You fucking idiot.
Rich, are you watching? Here's how you enable audio through your PC.
Jesus
You don't have to do
Christ.
it. Your Review Tech USA. I'm going to teach you some more tech today. I already taught you the virtual cam. Ready for this? So here we go. What you do is you're going to go to your audio.
I don't need to cook. I don't even need to.
This is your emulator. Okay, I don't know how you're capturing. Are you screen grabbing it or whatever? So what you need to do is you go to.
I don't even need
and
to.
what you
Just
do is you go
watch
to your
him.
Audio sources, okay, in your actual OBS. It's called Advanced Audio Properties. Okay, you're gonna find the audio source that the Doom music is playing through. Okay, you got to find which of those bars. Maybe I should explain to him how to do that too, because he's a simpleton, right? All right. So what you're gonna do? You're gonna shut the fuck up with your big mouth. And you're going to have the Doom audio playing through OBS, and you're going to scroll through your audio sources and look for a bar that's moving. That bar moving means it's catching the audio of Doom, all right? Then what you're going to do on that bar, there's going to be 3 dots. You're going to click on the 3 dots, and you're going to go to Advanced Audio Properties, okay? Then you're going to look for that in all of your audio sources, because you're going to have a screen full of audio sources. Now, this is very important. This is very complex, so hopefully he'll understand this. There's going to be something that says audio monitoring. okay? You need to find the source. I don't know if it's going to say the name of your emulator. Maybe it's just going to say desktop. Maybe
I
it's
gotta
gonna
get
say capture
Stunlock
window,
right there,
whatever
dude.
it may be that has the audio of Doom coming through it. There's a drop down. There's 3 options in the drop down. Monitor off, monitor only, mute output,
How the fuck
or
I got
monitor
Stunlock then?
and output. You have it set to monitor off. So because of that, what's happening is everyone on your stream can hear it, but you can't. You need to use the drop down and select monitor and output. And what will happen is everyone watching the stream can hear it, and then it's outputting to you, so you can hear it through your
Yeah,
headphones.
I'm sure RTU doesn't know that.
That's fabulous, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm sure
Let's do
RTU
that.
don't know
And
this.
then next time when you play Doom, you'll have audio. I'll do you the solid there, Rich, because you know I actually understand tech now, and you're review tech, and you don't know shit about shit. You fucking imbecile. Okay, so I'm not even kidding. He's trying to play Doom. He keeps trying to get it to work. Guess what? You ready?
Let me try bringing back the. I'm gonna delete this. Remove it. I'm gonna remove this.
He never gets it to work. He literally sits here for about 15, 20 minutes of his stream, and he can never figure out how to get the audio to play, so he just gives up. Rather than playing Silent Doom for his audience, which he said, I'll play it, he just said, fuck this, and he quits. That's Review Tech USA's content. So what does he do after that? Well, I mean, now it's panic mode, right? Now I have no content at all. I can't play games because I don't know how to set it up. I got banned from the LOL.
I don't think he cares that much, to be honest. It's RTU.
I'll show you what's next, folks. He's going to take off his shirt, and he's going to comment on my content. Yes, I'm shit you not. I fucking shit you not. An hour in, he fucking taps out on trying to make content, and he says, I'm going to take off my fucking shirt, and I'm going to react to Phil's content again. You can't make it up. You can't exaggerate. This isn't staged. This is the existence of Review Tech USA and his 2-hour stream. Get it? And by the way, does he actually watch my content? No, he can't be bothered. He actually goes and watches a detractor.
Why would he want to watch your
So not
content?
only does he drop everything to react to my content because he has no content, then he doesn't even make his own reaction.
Listen, DSP eating burgers on stream is content, bro.
Existing reaction. He can't even formulate his own opinions. He can't watch the raw content to make content. He actually has to steal a detractor's actual content to make his own.
Why is there
So
a
it's not
muscular
even
man
his
screaming?
own content. And by the way, he keeps going and going and going and
That
going.
DSP just can't insult people.
Literally, look at the
DSP
end.
just doesn't know
It's
how
like
to insult
Street Fighter
people.
6.
He's just like a child. Daniel Brown,
You
hey
can't
there.
make it up. You can't fucking make it up. So in the
DSP like can't literally do anything on his own.
Okay.
Chat has to talk DSP through everything.
He comes on and immediately has my
The chat has to literally talk DSP through everything.
politics for an hour, which is a huge fucking embarrassment.
Everything in
Guys,
his
no idea
life.
What the fuck, who he is, what he's saying or doing. He's becoming increasingly more inebriated over the hour, even though he pretends like he's not because he's drinking seltzer water on stream, right? Then he's out of content, so he tries to jump
know
on
he probably
Lolcow.
watched it,
They
right?
ban his ass because he's a
You
fucking
know he was
loser.
skimming
Then he tries to
RTU
play
content.
Doom. He can't get the audio to work.
For
so
real.
He rage quits on that within 20 minutes. Then he takes off his shirt and he reacts to me for an hour, and that's his show.
You know he was.
Rich, you don't have a fucking right to say a word about me and my content ever again. You are a miserable embarrassment to every person who ever turned on their camera or broadcast anything over the internet.
Oh, yeah.
You're a joke. You're a living
Look how
meme.
mad he
You're
is.
far, far, far below me.
Look
You're a
how mad he
fucking
is.
Bug to be stomped on. Shut the fuck up, you life loser. You obsessed walrus. Move the fuck on and leave the world alone, because the world is done with you. I don't know if you realize this. Your time came and went. If you disappeared right now and never made content, people would be like, well, anyway, carrying on. No one would cry. No one would be sad. No one would care. You're a wretch. I can run tech better than you, but you're the
Oh yeah.
Don't you get it?
I can run tech better than you.
It's time to say goodbye the internet. Just give up. I wish that I could motivate you to be a better person. I tried that last year.
Punching down, good
Instead,
point.
You continued down your path of degeneracy. You continued down your path of nonsense. You're not capable of doing it. The only way I think you could actually improve yourself is to seek real help, meaning get professionals involved in your life who will get you off the drugs, because you are on drugs. It's apparent when you watch that stream. He's high as fuck, okay?
He's high as fuck.
You have no work ethic. You have no self-respect. You have no self-control. You are the definition of a degenerate, okay? Please go away. Because it's sad now. It's no
Yeah, I'm
one's
sure
watching.
that's gonna work,
Wow,
DSP.
he's sticking it to Phil. They're just watching, and they're just pointing and saying, look at that clown.
This is definitely gonna
Not-
work.
Not him. Every time I watch Rich, I feel better about myself. And that's sad. You have nothing to add at all to society. Why don't you understand this? Does it take me telling you for you to finally fucking get it? Because it took me upgrading my setup to get you to try to upgrade your setup. It took my moving leaderboard for you to finally get a leaderboard. It took me actually getting a green screen. Not really.
Does he really think he's copying him, making his setup better? Doesn't RTU have some like $2,000 webcam?
Save yourself the embarrassment. Save humanity the embarrassment. Just turn it off.
YouTube guidelines. I mean, he makes money, but
Lolcow doesn't want you back. You're not going to replace fucking Wings. You're not going to be on the Tech Talk show.
not that the
again.
TOS is going to help here. But you know,
Had your
you're not
chance
wrong.
and you fucking blew it. Just deal with it. Stop trying to pretend. Oh, I'm making fun of Phil. You're not making fun of me. You're not. There's nothing you're doing that's making fun of me at all. All you're doing is self-embarrassing yourself every single moment you turn on your camera. It's just like I said previous, but I guess it didn't sink in. For me, my most embarrassing moment was in 2016 when I made a huge mistake, and I'll never live it down. For Rich, every moment he turns on his stream and his camera is on is his most embarrassing moment. And he continues to make more most embarrassing moments every single day. But he doesn't get it. He actually thinks the joke's not on him. Can someone tell him? Like, I understand he's making bank, and that's the thing. He's making money on these streams, so maybe he just doesn't care. Maybe it's time to pull that rug out from under him, too. He's going to continue the clown show and not help himself as long as people keep giving him money to do it. I mean, he needs help, man. And if you just keep enabling him, he's going to keep making this garbage every fucking day.
Okay.
I take that back. He's going to keep making this garbage whenever he can bother to get his fat, lazy ass rolling over to his setup and try to get it half working. Because we know he doesn't actually work, and he doesn't actually know how to work his setup. I just taught him how to do it twice in one fucking stream. But, you know, it's just
Sure
sad.
you did, DSP.
The guy is just a malicious fucking dirtbag and doesn't deserve any attention, and you just got to stop giving it to him. I'll say this. To all those people who are on his streams, okay, and you're contributing to get him to say dumb shit, you understand you could come over to my stream.
Wow.
And we could just chill and actually make good content.
Wow, come and watch me instead.
And laugh at
Oh my god, is this guy... DSP's being serious right now.
his streams and enable his
You can come over to my stream and just sit and chill.
Who cares and wants to make good content for you and actually learns his setup and actually like works. You can do that. You can come over. You're welcome. Any of his trolls are very welcome to come and join my content at any time. And we can hang, we can laugh, and you can tell me all about his antics, and we'll have a good time together.
Wow, come over and tell me about RTU. Any of RTU's trolls. We can hang out, it'd be cool.
Hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Now, it said he made 50 members. There are probably 49 Argentinian members in there, so he probably made the equivalent of $2 out
Oh
of
yeah,
that.
his money's not real now. I make more money than him.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
such a weird
And
flex.
the reason he'll never improve is because you keep allowing him to make a living being a schlub. Get it? I mean, this is the guy.
Oh
who
yeah, we
fucked
get it,
me
alright.
For the greater part of a decade, who tried to ruin me, who constantly tried to make me the butt of the joke, who got people to stop watching my content. You know what I'm saying? So fuck him. I don't give a shit. Fuck that guy. Really, like, of all the people out there, this guy is the most malicious because he just doesn't give a fuck about anyone, including himself. That's the most dangerous person. Is this
Nah, he ain't
doesn't
drunk.
care about anything. So, make him care. Stop watching his
DSP
garbage.
ain't drunk, bruv.
Stop enabling the garbage. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's do some shout-outs, and then we'll end our show. Looks
DSP's
like
just got
Most Tasteless
confidence
giving,
from the
a
Kino
sub-update.
boys.
Thank you, Most
He thinks
Tasteless.
everyone loves him
I
now.
appreciate that.
Oh, look at that.
And it something pissed him off, like Ket didn't suck his dick or some shit on his day off, so we've got to go hard on RTU.
123. Okay. A few tips came in. It just a moron there. As you know, I don't read moron, so I'll just skip that.
You clearly read it.
I got an anonymous $10 tip. Thank you. There's nothing there. It just says anonymous. So thank you for an anonymous $10 tip. And might be the same person. Let's look. Yep, it's just a moron. Okay. All right, so let's end the show. What do you guys want to talk about? I'll open it up because we didn't have a chance because that segment took a while. I'm gonna see if later tonight if I have time to edit it down to be a highlight because obviously I don't do this often. And when I used to make highlights of that stuff, it actually did pretty good. So I'll see if I have time later today to do the highlight or not. I hope I do, but I don't know if I'm going to have time for it or not. We'll see. But is there anything I missed? Is there anything I need to know? You know what I'm saying? Like anything you want to tag me in chat, do a little bit of Q&A before we start with lost records for today?
Lost records.
Which God of War gameplay style did I like more? They're all good. The old style was good, and the current style is good. There's nothing that you don't compare them and say one's better. They're both good.
I mean, you can say which one you like the most.
More RTU? Here's the thing. I don't want to do it every day, man. Like, every once in a while, if this moron doesn't fucking reform himself and doesn't shut the fuck up about me, I'll go back to it. But I don't want to do this every day. You know what I mean? Like, I want to make positive stuff. I don't want to make toxic content every day. Every once in a while, it's all right. We'll break it up for variety, but... And by the way, I really do feel like the Rich stuff is the best stuff because he's the guy who just never gives up. He's just such a loser that he just keeps up.
Oh, I'm dead.
I could never over-exaggerate talking about Rich because anything that I say is actually a gross under description of what he's usually doing.
Somehow
like,
didn't die.
Before we just did that, did you actually expect to see half of that stuff that we just saw? Did you really think my O-Face would be his pop-up message? Did you think he actually would get banned by Lolcow for the zillionth time? Did you think he would know how to play audio through his stream? It's insane. There's no gaming news right now going on, BattleDuck. I looked. I didn't find anything.
Oh, yeah, I looked. I found nothing, sure. No gaming news right now.
I don't use NVIDIA Broadcast. That's number one. Number two, the AI features that they updated, like studio lighting and studio audio, take up an insane amount of your GPU use. So because I am someone who broadcasts to Kick and YouTube simultaneously while also capturing, my GPU at any given time is around 80%. If I turn those on, it maxes and everything crashes and chops up. So I can't use them, but they are saying that they are very, very early, and that since those are kind of in beta, that down the line those things will improve, and once they do, if they take up way less GPU, then maybe I'll start trying to use NVIDIA Broadcast and use those features. But for now, I'm not using it. I know it wouldn't even work for me anyway with my current setup. So let's see. Did this help offset my bad day? Well, to be honest, Dr. Lexus, when I was doing that, I didn't even think about my bad day.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I didn't think about what was going on. So that's a good thing, is to basically, you know, relax. And that was good. It was good to get it off my chest. And, you know, this guy who basically just sits there and fucking gets away with that shit.
I mean, yeah, it was good, dude.
To finally take him to task, it's about time. Because the thing is, when you hear it from the same regulars, it's just kind of the same deal. Like, Kino Casino do a great job, but they do that to him all the time. So after a while, it's kind of like, oh, all right, the joke is the joke. But to hear me do it is something different because I don't do it, right? I rarely do that kind of stuff. Spike Vincent, what do you mean on my thoughts on Mark of the Wolves right now? You mean the game from the early 2000s? Yeah, he didn't hit his goal. He did the reward anyway, eating a pizza that he sat on. I believe it.
What you mean? He did his. You believe he did his reward even if he didn't hit his goal? Unlike some people we know.
The new fighting game, I've already said, I like all the mechanics of City of the Wolves. All right, I like the graphics. The problem right now is the game runs like dog shit online and there's no practice mode. So without being able to practice the mechanics and without able to play it without lag, you can't make any judgments about it at all. Anything that I say right now about the competitive nature of City of the Wolves is completely erroneous.
City of the Wolves?
Most of the matches I've played have 100 milliseconds of lag or more, which isn't viable for competitive play. You know, the fundamentals look like they could be sound, but I can't say nothing until they fix the game. Here you go. Oh, Cool Gal, I attempted to have that. Cool Gal says, you need to finally talk to Rich face-to-face to end it once and for all. I invited him on the show last year, and he said yes, and then he decided no after already saying yes, only he didn't tell me. He said it on his show instead, like a pussy. He stopped responding. He wouldn't, you know, actually, like, talk to me about it because he is a sissy. You know, he can't talk to me like a man because he's actually afraid of me. I mean, that's the truth. Is that he's literally afraid of me. Like, if a real man actually walked up to him and started talking to him, he'd probably piss his pants. So he can't take a real man conversation, you know? So, you know, I tried.
People saying people are afraid of him.
You know what I'm saying? He doesn't want to talk. I gave it a shot. He accepted. Then he turned it over and said no. And that was the end of it. So...
Hang on, who was he talking about right there?
Did I get the wrestling cards box? I ordered it. I told you I ordered it. It's, I think 7 packs of cards, and it should be coming later this week if it actually delivers the way they claim. They're claiming I'm supposed to get it by the end of this week, so I would have it in time for the next episode of Smart Guys, but...
Who wasn't giving him relevance?
I'll let you know when it happens. If I get it,
I'll just
I'll
say,
probably show you what
how
it
you
looks like.
doing?
I won't open it, but I'll show you what it looks like. For the record, I don't know why you're all bringing this up. I don't know. Someone brought this up on the stream the other day. They said, oh, did you hear that Mike Watson talked shit about you or whatever? To which I responded, if he did, I don't care. Mike Watson has absolutely no bearing or relevancy on
He didn't talk shit about you. He said you're autistic.
Now or ever again. You know, in the 2000s he did, because I was in a competitive Street Fighter. He has zero bearing on anything I'm involved in anymore. So if he did talk shit about me, after the fact that I have literally not said a negative word about that guy in all these times. You know, I went through my documentary last year and everything, and I didn't say a bad word about him at all. Really, in fact, I kind of complimented him, right? I did. Said some of the stuff he did, he called me out and stuff. That was right to do because I was an asshole in the community back then, right? If he's actually talking shit about me now in 2025, that says more about him and his obsession and his focus on, oh, here's a guy, an asshole, who I really got the best of him or whatever. I don't care.
He's annoyed.
I'm not that person anymore. I have no caring
He's
about
annoyed.
this guy at all.
He doesn't know
You
what was said, but you know for real he's going to be Googling and looking it up.
The fact that this guy would even bring me up in 2025 is remarkable. Why?
Someone asked him. Someone asked him. He didn't bring you up. Someone asked him.
Because I don't know.
You can tell he's annoyed.
At all. All right? So
you can tell that he's annoyed.
At all, so I don't give a shit.
Yeah, you totally don't give a shit. That's why you did these weird things. If he's bringing me up, it's obvious you give a shit. It's obvious you give a shit because the guy scared you back then and people made fun of you, like, for the car park shit.
It comes down to relevancy. There's no relevancy there. What would be relevant? Someone who I have literally had zero interaction with since 2007. I want to repeat that.
Look, he's still going.
I've not had any interactions with that guy.
He's still going.
2007, right? So why would I care about what he says about me today?
He's still going.
He doesn't know anything.
He's still annoyed with this.
He just probably hears the same negative.
He's still annoyed and paranoid about what the guy said about him.
Right?
He's still annoyed and paranoid about what this guy said about him.
I haven't at all.
For real.
From doing that, right? So why do I give a fuck?
You clearly do. You clearly give a fuck.
Right? Why? Why would
It's
you care?
obvious as hell that you
bring
give
it
a
up on my
fuck.
stream? Because what it is idiots in the middle trying to goad people into feuds and shit. Like this is.
It's
like a
very
schoolyard
obvious
thing, right?
that you give a fuck.
Did you hear what Joey said about Billy? Oh, Billy, did you hear what Joey said about you?
Wow, you're still going.
He said about you. What?
You don't even know what was said allegedly, and you're still
Like, what are
going.
you talking about? It has no bearing on anything.
You're still going.
I'm not going to be part of the Street Fighter community. I don't want to be. You understand?
You're still
I'm not gonna
going.
get back into competitive gaming and Street Fighter. I don't want to. I have no desire to. I'm happy with who I am, the content that I make. To my knowledge, he's not a competitive player anymore. He runs an arcade or something. More power to him. That's pretty cool. That you turn your lifelong hobby into your job or whatever it is, small business opportunity for him. Great. Good for him. I wish him the best in those endeavors. I really do. I don't have, in truth, I have zero grudges.
You're still talking about it.
About any of this stuff from back in the day with Street Fighter or whatever, because people are like, who was
You
your
are
rival?
still
Who do you
talking
have a
about
grudge
it.
against? I don't have a grudge at all. I would like to play Tokido again someday. He would beat me because I don't play Street Fighter competitively anymore. But I would like to maybe play Tokido one more time. That would be fun.
Tokido.
Outside of that, I don't really give a shit about any of it. I don't.
Didn't
have
that guy
bad
win
feelings.
Evo?
I don't have
Like,
sour grapes, as they say. I don't have beef with anyone. If
Recently
anyone else
or
has
something?
beef with me, that's pretty sad. Because again, I haven't been part of competitive Street Fighter for so long. Why would anyone give a fuck about DSP? I don't know, but you know.
Tokido.
Well, thank you. I'm glad that you
Murder
liked my
face
shirt.
the Akuma. What is that?
Dr.
Is
Lexus
that a
gifted another
Tokido?
membership. Thank you,
Yeah,
Dr.
does he
Lexus.
plays Akuma in 6, right? I'm sure I see him on his name on those replays. Wasn't he like the top Akuma?
Can we hit
The top ranked
goal before we
Akuma
end the podcast?
on
I'm
6
about to
for a
end the
while?
podcast. I'm just doing a little Q&A because we didn't really have any interaction today. Can we
Maybe
hit the
I'm wrong
goal
about that.
Before we get to Lost Records, it would be great if we could. Then we could add another.
I'm
one
sure
to
I've
the
seen that
running
dude's
tally.
name.
Goals hit. We're one step closer to a Lego night. Let's do it.
Let's do
Looks
it.
like Dr. Lexus has gifted another membership. Thank you, Dr. Lexus. What's funny is they're not showing up in my kick chat. Can you guys see them? They're not showing up in my kick chat, but they're showing up in my queue, so I know that they're real. I think this is why I was actually missing memberships, subs previously, because they don't show up in my kick chat for some reason.
Tinkle Fairy, how you doing?
All right, so now we're at 143. We're $7 away from the goal, my friends. If you don't have a crown, you ain't down. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's funny because some people now are saying, well, Mike Watson was nice to you. I don't know. I haven't listened. I didn't hear the interview because I don't care.
Oh, I totally don't care. I don't know about it. I don't care.
That he's being a nice person in the current day. If he was mean to me, I don't really care either. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, anything he says has zero pertinence to me in 2025, zero relevance. So it doesn't really matter what he said. Why would I care? Right? I'm not going to be upset about it or whatever. I just don't care.
I don't care. If Mike Watson was mean to me,
What are you talking
I
about?
don't care.
I'm not banning anyone. I'm sitting right here talking with you guys. Someone said, oh, people are disappearing. It ain't me. Look at me. My hands are up.
Think he has autism.
All right, guys. Last chance for some Q&A before we end the show, and then we jump into Lost Records for today.
Oh, this was a terrible
What's the next big
pre-stream.
game I'm excited about this year? Well, taking a look at the release list that we made, this may not be 100%.
This pre-stream was utter garbage.
you know, legit looking at the new games coming out in the next few months, I would say the Suikoden
This
collection
was
is a personal
actual
for
garbage.
me, one that I watch.
Gutter trash.
I love Suikoden from back in the day on PS1, but I don't know if
As
that's gonna
Dudley
translate to
says.
something my viewing audience like, but that's exciting for me. Atom Fall, which seems like it's a hybrid between Fallout and a few other things, that could be really
Oh
good.
yeah, Atom Fall.
Okay. Let's see here. South of Midnight might be good. Clair Obscur looks good. You know, but that's the thing, like, you can't get hyped for these games anymore, because just because something looks good, right, doesn't actually mean
Well, you can if you want.
going to be good, right? All these games that look potentially good could not be good.
You can if you
Or
want,
they
old
could be
man.
good, but then they don't work for my streams, then I can't play them anyway. So I don't really get hyped for games anymore, just being honest. Like, I try them out, you see if they're good. If they're good, great. I get pleasantly surprised. But I'm not someone who just sits around and gets hyped for games anymore because I don't see the point.
Okay, old man.
Yeah, like being honest, I'm looking at everything here, being honest.
Yeah, oh, being honest.
It's hard for me to get excited about any of that stuff because I don't know if any of it will be good. All right, is that it, guys? Should we end the show? I guess we're not going to hit the goal before we end the show. $7 to go. We're not going to hit it. Someone can't.
Why
drop
is there
nice
a muscular
$7
man
super chat,
screaming?
or a $7 tip, or
I've played, maybe I played one of them. I know what it
two
is.
subs on Kick.
I can't remember if I
Or
tried it
someone
once or I've just
really
watched
nice,
people
they
stream
can
it.
do a $157 tip.
Oh shit,
and
we
then
kill
did
each
2
other.
goals. Who wants to do that? Who wants to hit 2 goals today, right? That would be amazing. Dumpy Koala just gifted a sub over on Kick. Thank you to Dumpy Koala. Now we're $2 away, but it's too late. It's time to end the show. So officially, we end the show in defeat. We did not hit the goal on the show because we were $2 short. It's sad. It's sad that that's the case, but I guess that's just what we gotta live with now. What can I say? All right.
Okay.
So everyone, thank you very much.
That's sad, is it?
Watching the Level 1 podcast. I hope that you enjoyed this return show. Tomorrow, of course, I'll be talking about everything that went down today, including how Lost Records is, including how, wait a minute, Fly Avatar, hold on, Fly Avatar just gifted a sub over on Kick. But the show's over, so it can't count towards the show. I'm sorry, the show ended. It's too late. It's just too late. Other things. All right, guys, thank you so very much.
Thanks for the money, dummies. Right. Wanna watch something for a bit? I'm not sure if it's on this channel. I guess it wasn't on this channel. I really don't want to have to like... I love the fact it's all over the place. You can't find what the fuck you want. It's spread across 3 garbage channels. Yeah. Part 7. Jesus H.
He's skipping around or whatever. We're going to watch the entire thing from start to finish. Or even just a few years ago. On DSP Reacts. My video content for 16 years and look for words that I've said. And he did put that in there. The dark side of the moon. Look at that. What the hell is
To
this?
the US population at large, November 8th, 1998 was a normal day. For the 20-year-old Alex Valle, the American fighting game champion, it was anything but. For the first time ever, the fledgling American fighting game scene was going head-to-head with the somewhat matured Japanese scene that had more financial backing, production and the coverage, and tempering than the Americans. The Japanese champion, Valle's opposition, was the 16-year-old Daigo, who had fallen out
isn't that Daigo?
history. The game, Street Fighter 3 Alpha, was the medium.
Now that he's doing this, I wish he would do a documentary on Street Fighter. Because, like, there's very few, like, really good documentaries about the past of Street Fighter.
I bet
wish
there
he would
is.
do that instead of drama about me, because I would love to watch this. You know what I mean? Like, to learn all about classic Street Fighter and shit. And even, the funny part about this is, even what he's talking about right now had drama involved. There was drama where one guy was supposed to win, but then apparently the brackets were rigged. So then the West Coast players, including Valle, got to go to Japan instead of the East Coast players. At this point, I wasn't involved. So this is just background. This has nothing whatsoever to do with me. I wasn't into the competitive fighting game scene until a little after this.
This could go any way, though the Japanese had the perceived advantage. That's why Valle's victory in the first match intensified the competition. As the match rolls were best 2 out of 3, Valle had to win one more match to be crowned world
Alex
champion.
Valle?
And Valle continued his aggressive strategy and tried to put pressure on Daigo. Daigo, however, began adapting and started finding openings, anticipating Valle's attacks. Adaptation was never as important as it was here in the finals. Both sides were
Daigo loves a bit of Ryu, huh?
They have never been exposed to within their local competitive scenes. With the advantage on Daigo's court, he won the second match. At this point, the outcome was hardly predictable, as both sides were solidifying their strategies.
That Alpha 3 is insane as well.
Whoa. Oh, that was nice. That was nice.
Oh, Daigo is a Kuma?
He blew him through.
Daigo had won
the combo and blew right through him. Wow, that was awesome.
I'm the world champion of the fighting game community, projecting Japan's strength and their competitors at.
This is a hell of an intro. I didn't know that I was involved in any of this, though. I'm not in any of this, so I don't know why this is in it, but okay.
Fierce. It was historical moments such as these that emboldened new players to join the competitive environment that had only seen growth. Realistically, the only way one could compete is to join their local arcade scene, if they offered a competitive environment at all. While online play was non-existent, the internet did tend to the community by allowing a quick, cheap, accessible way to promote local or grand-scale events. One of these involved an 18-year-old Phil Burnell.
Who's that asshole? That guy looks like a Nazi or something. Someone arrest him immediately. Look at this man.
Why would you say that?
Get him. Arrest his ass. That's right.
Why on earth would you say that?
Whoa, hold on a second here. Anyway, hold on a second here. So, Bloomkit, thanks. It looks like I received another tip, and it looks like it's a generous one. Hold on. So, I want to take a look at it.
Of course you do.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have received another $100 tip from Bohi Pans. He said,
wow.
Fuck their search engines. Wow. Thank you, Bohi Pans. Again, for some reason, the text is wrong on my $100 tip. Actually, I think I might be able to fix it right now. Here we go. There we go. And hit save. And hit play. There we are. Thank you, Bohi Pants, for a second $100 tip. Ladies and gentlemen, it is official. Tonight, here on the first night of my react to my own documentary, we have hit 31 straight streams where I have hit my support goals. And you know what that means? Sorry to interrupt the documentary with this, but we got to do this. We got to make it rain here on DSP Reacts tonight. Thank you all so very much for being here for 31 straight streams of support, for the rejuvenation of myself and my content on YouTube. It has been an amazing ride, and the ride continues all this week here on DSP Reacts every night. I hope that you'll be here for it. Thank you for filling the king's coffers. I know it's a joke. It's a pun to say that I'm a king and stuff. We're a little more serious here tonight. But
good old fucking mighty. Listen to this. I know it's a joke. Bro, move on. Explaining that it's a fucking punchline. Jesus Christ. He's
Are you
so
ready?
fucking
Let's continue.
cringe.
Initially entering the online
Oh,
space
he's
with
so
the alias
cringe,
Will Moses,
dude.
he adapted other, short-lived nicknames such as Phil, Throw Like Hell Burnell, labeled as such for his strategy of using the throw move in Marvel vs. Capcom competitions that was viewed as unbalanced. Quote, everybody said that my victory was so quote-unquote cheap, and that I had no skill, unquote. Regardless,
I have no idea what he's quoting from. This must be like ancient posts.
Phil was performing well in his local gaming scene in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The next natural step was to attend ECC, or East Coast Championships, that hosted various fighting game competitions. Add to that, he said he would attempt to go. Phil had experience attained through many years spent visiting his local arcades, an experience that would otherwise be described as a fruitless pastime. The elitist nature and other unfavorable qualities that Phil was showing were more acceptable in these communities than they would be in others. And he did have that one thing that made him memorable, his aggression. Quote, I see it every day in my town. These little fucking wimps who call themselves quote-unquote thugs and pretend they're quote-unquote tough mofos. Well, if I ever get into a fight with one of them, hand to hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards.
This is it's so dumb.
Tough guy.
100% e-thuggery, as they call it. Back then, all right, my life
He's a tough guy.
was pretty boring because I was, well, I think he'll talk about it, that in school, I was basically pushed to be the best I could be by my parents. So essentially, I was like constantly studying, doing schoolwork and shit. My escape was to go online and to become this crazy e-thug persona, almost like the heel of wrestling, right? I'm the big man, I'm the tough guy. So I'm gonna go on the forums and I'm gonna go on fucking chat rooms, like IRC chat rooms for fighting games, and I'm just gonna talk monstrous shit to everyone as much as I possibly can to piss people off. And it worked. Man, people bit into this persona hook, line,
Yeah,
and
sure,
sinker.
dude. It wasn't
But
just
I'm
your
curious how far
personality.
he goes into it, because obviously I'd like to tell you what actually would happen when I went to a tournament and stuff, but let's see.
And if they pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their life.
Because as you know, I had much practice with this. I wonder how old I was when I posted that. I was like 17 years old. I was just walking down the streets of Bridgeport, Connecticut, just shanking people's necks left and right like this. I was so fast they couldn't even see me move. They actually called me the Flash because I was just zoop, 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 zoop.
Yeah, hilarious. These are great jokes.
This is so stupid. I was a complete asshole online.
Unquote. This was in response to the general aggression.
Can't I do something with the mound makers early on? Can't I like go and see them or something?
Teeters from excessive to entirely unrealistic.
He's in the pit,
does
right? I have to
expose the way
get
he
grabbed by
views
the
himself as
enemy.
a macho, hardened, threatening individual. And that's why he chose his new name, Dark
Something
Side,
like that.
which was directly influenced by the song Dark Side from the band Crazy Town.
I'm pretty sure I might have told him this, but the truth is, I heard the song, and I thought it was, at first I thought it was okay, but actually in reality, I hate the song now. Like, I listen to it, I'm like, wow, it's terrible.
Cringe.
Just like everyone used to Limp Bizkit back then. And, oh, Limp Bizkit was great. Now I hear Limp Bizkit, I'm like, oh.
You know this pussy likes
I feel like
Crazy
someone
Town.
just made diarrhea in my ear. You know, but that's how it was back then. All that kind of music was very popular at the time.
The reason for the Y in his name in place of the I is to avoid readers thinking that his name was anyway attached to the Star Wars universe, as that would be too nerdy. Phil provides other reasons for his demeanor.
A bearded
such as
biscuit
wanting
with the
to
tier
act
1
as a
for
heel
19
in
months.
developing space. A heel is someone
Thank you for the
typically
19
in
months,
wrestling
bearded
that is
biscuit.
an inconsiderate or untrustworthy
He's just
person.
pretending to be a
And
cunt,
due
it's
to
fine.
their
Yeah, exactly,
disgusting
Tingleberry.
nature, the wrestling community actually enjoys matches with them, as getting trounced on is the ultimate satisfying outcome. And
Right.
so Dark Side,
That's right.
as he was calling himself, was set on practicing and playing the newly released Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Though his palette was diverse, this is what his sights were set on. But there was an unforeseen issue. The game, released in February 2000, meant that it was untested and would not be at the East Coast Championship. Phil's solution was to make a
Oh, I don't even remember this at all. It wasn't going to be at the East Coast Championship and I did something about it. I don't remember this at all. This is super old lore. Okay, let's see what I did. I have no clue.
tourney of his own at Motel 6 with a $5 entry fee. The results are unknown. What is that Phil was ingraining himself in his local community, and that he
I
just
don't remember. I actually don't remember at all. What
Of course
happened.
you don't.
I don't remember. I don't recall. I guess I don't remember that at all, but everyone wanted to play Marvel 2, and I guess they just couldn't get enough things. I mean, I entered a zillion Marvel vs. Capcom 2 tournaments at ECC. I guess they just didn't have it at that one. I have no idea. I literally have no recollection of it whatsoever. Let's see. Purple Puggle Yum Yum, thanks for the super chat. And looks like there is a tip here to shout out quickly, and then we'll continue. I don't remember that at all. But that's how it was back then. Like, I would just take initiative. If something was going wrong or whatever, oh, they're not going to have this game. Oh, let's just fucking have a tournament. You know, my guys in Connecticut want to go to a tournament. I'll fucking drive. Let's all carpool and shit. That's how it was back then. I received a $5 tip. Someone is asking me what bitrate I'm recording at and streaming through at OBS.
Oh, here we go. A lot.
Per second is my stream right now. That's what I do. 15,000 kilobits per second. That's why it looks so crispy. Nice and crispy. Okay, here we go. Thank you for the $5 tip.
Graduated high school as the valedictorian. A valedictorian is the highest-ranking student of a school's graduating class. The bestowment of such a title opened doors of opportunity. Ivy League colleges were in his purview, but he wasn't in theirs.
Yale rejected me. Harvard rejected me. There were 3 of them. I can't even remember what the 3rd one was, but every Ivy League school that I applied to said no. When you want to know why they rejected me, it's this simple. Because I'm a white male.
Where there is Phil Burnell, there are inconsistent.
Whoa. He ended the quote. He didn't finish the quote. I'm going to see if he finishes the quote. If he doesn't finish the quote, that's kind of messed up because that's not what I said at all.
And lies.
That's clearly what you said.
Because he was not racially diverse enough as a reason for not getting in. Then later flips the excuse.
Just off of that premise, it wasn't my extracurriculars, it wasn't my academics, it was based off the fact that I wasn't a rich white person. Okay, now he said it. I'm not a rich white person.
Oh yeah, so it's okay. I'm rich. We add the word rich, and it's okay.
If I was offering to just pay them the entire tuition, maybe I would have had a better chance. But I was a valedictorian who had tons of extracurriculars, all the qualifications you would think you get into Ivy League college. My advisor at my high school told me, yeah, you're exceeding everything. You absolutely have a great chance of getting into an Ivy League. My problem was I couldn't afford it. So I had to apply for financial aid, and the moment that you do that, here you go. Just so you guys know, I don't know if he continues with the story, there were kids from my high school who were not valedictorian, who weren't even in the same level of classes as me, that got into Ivy League schools. They were athletes. So I bust my ass in high school to try to basically prepare for my future. I worked my ass off to get a good future. And then I'm told, sorry, you're white and you're not rich. We don't want you. You know, maybe if you qualify for one of these other check boxes that we're looking for, we would have had you here. But we're not looking for people who are smart. We're looking for all the check boxes. That's literally what happened. I even said, I went to my advisor after I got turned down, and the advisor told me that. I said, don't feel bad, because this happens all the time. This is not you. You worked your ass off. You're the top person at this school. There's nothing you can do about it. Go enjoy life and don't feel like you failed because you didn't. So there you go.
Another reason.
Thank you, Dick Jones, for 5 gifted memberships, by the way.
Phil provides for not getting in is that he signed up for financial aid, which he claims triggered an immediate rejection from the Ivy League schools. Whatever the case, his future had more potential than most. Throughout it all, he was still going to local tournaments. Here he recounts how the entrance for a local tournament doubled from 16 to 32 in just a year. He won this tournament, and with that, he is losing his potential. To make it big in this flourishing environment, practicing the game would have to encompass his life for nearly the next decade. And to finance the traveling, he took out various credit cards as his job selling yogurt did not provide enough income.
Well, that's also not true. I didn't have any credit cards when I was young. I had credit cards in the mid-2000s, in which I financed my big Evo trips and stuff. No, I did bust my ass at that stupid health food job, pumping frozen yogurt and making salads, and I made a lot of money doing it, and it all went into my hobby. That's the only reason I could afford to travel, is because I was working since I was 15 years old. I wasn't even old enough to legally be employed. The guy who owned the store paid me under the table for a year, and all my money from that job financed my travel to play Street Fighter. It wasn't credit cards or anything early on. That was until like the mid-2000s when things got worse for me.
Well, you go to Evo 2K4, the fighting game championship.
700 players from all over the world, Japan, Europe, North America, South America, all over, right?
There's insane competition in the fighting game community, especially from Japan nowadays, and it's like...
David Serlin, epic man in the fighting game community. He's both loved and hated. Food Shops with the super chat says, I missed the old Phil. He was so cool. Thank you, Food Shops.
You know, who cares about the Flash? You can.
Oh my God, it's APOC. I haven't seen APOC in 5 zillion years. He's a top Super Turbo player from back in the day.
Flash there. Make sure the gameplay is solid. No more stupid additions.
Inadvertently, the fighting game community is getting like a giant showcase in this documentary that probably 1 million people are going to see. This may be like the biggest piece of fighting game stuff in a long time.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
My documentary. That's pretty insane.
He's never looked up a fighting game documentary in his life. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Those were moments from EVO 2004. EVO, or Evolution Championship Series, was becoming the end-all be-all for competitions in the fighting game community. Every year, the event grew. It grew rife with competition, controversy, diversity, and of course, increased attendance of Darkside Phil.
East Coast versus West Coast.
This is a stupid rivalry I had with a guy named Shady K from the West Coast. We hated each other. We talked shit online all the time. And we wanted to do a big money match at EVO. And we both had agreed to it and everything. And then they let us play only one match. And then they just called the whole thing off. And the thing was, the match wasn't like one-sided. He beat me the first match, but it wasn't one-sided. It was a decent match. And then they just said, oh, fuck it. And they canceled the whole thing. I was, huh? So what was the point of even doing the one match? It was really stupid.
In this particular moment at EVO 2002, the infamous Darkside Phil was selected as a sort of representative of the East Coast theater.
No, that's not true at all. This was a rivalry that I had with Shady K. If this is what this is. And then we had this big match. So I don't even think this is EVO 2004. This is 2002? No, if it's 2002, this is not EVO 2000. This is not EVO, no, it's not the EVO he's talking about. This is B5. I think this is B5, which is before they even called it EVO, or this is the very first EVO. No, this is the very first EVO. This is the very first EVO ever was 2002. That's correct. So this is the very first one. And we had a rivalry online, and we were finally going to play, and then they called it off after one match. Now I'm remembering. It wasn't me representing the East Coast. It was supposed to be like a real rivalry, and then they said that to be stupid and funny. Oh, East Coast versus West Coast shit.
Commentary from the people recording demonstrated how welcome he was.
They hate me.
Phil, you are not East Coast, please.
See?
As much as Phil promoted his ability, when it came to EVO, the player base was at an entirely different level than he was used to. Losses here were common, and people did not take kindly to his hostility online where he would physically threaten his opposition.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can. I will, I used to do that.
But in person, that was a different story.
I mean, online, he would freaking, run his flap and post a lot and respond to everything, but when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there, he's not doing nothing.
Why would I? Again, I was being the online heel. I was the one who I wanted everyone to hate.
Yeah, sure, DSP.
You always want to see Phil go up against someone, and it got me a way to get spotlighted at the tournament. It also got hype, because you have to understand something. I should go full screen for this. The way that fighting game tournaments worked back then, here's literally what it was, okay? You go into an arcade, or you go into a ballroom, and it's a bunch of sweaty fucking stinky-ass dudes, all right? A couple hundred of them, and you're literally just standing around waiting to play your match for hours on end. It's not fun. If you get to play the match and win, it's fun. But what's fun is to see rivalries, to see big matchups, to see people who have been talking shit all the time against each other, to have a highlighted match focused on, and now you have something to do instead of waiting for your match all fucking day, right? So you would actually go and, okay, I want to watch this. Let's see Darkside Phil versus Shady K. Let's see Darkside Phil versus, Mix-Up from Florida, who wiped the floor with me, That was hype. People wanted to see that. So let's see the shit talker either actually deliver or get his ass handed to him. And it actually added a new level of entertainment to these events. Some people didn't get it and thought I was actually like a fucking asshole who was going to cause problems. I literally never caused a single problem at any tournament I ever attended. I never fought anyone. I never threatened anyone. I never brought a weapon.
Yeah, they're laughing at you though because you act tough.
But the people from across the country who didn't know me in real life didn't understand that. You see, they took it very seriously, and then there was problems.
Why wouldn't anyone take it seriously?
So let's get back to it.
Why wouldn't anyone take it seriously, you fucking cowardly little scumbag?
Boy, that was like right on fucking key, like perfect timing. Like dead on correct timing right here. Okay.
Players that was not afraid of confrontation.
He was talking a bunch of shit against like the top Marvel players. So Shady K was one of them, and Shady K didn't like him too much because he would like run his mouth so much. I mean, this guy would make posts that were like a mile long. When DSP was leaving with like him and a couple of his boys, that's when it was time to like roll up on him. We followed them outside and we caught him outside, and they were getting up in like, you know, DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy, but they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turned fucking white, and it's funny because he just like talks so much shit on the internet, but when you run into him in fucking person, he's just fucking, you know, turns white as a ghost.
Because it's talking shit on the internet about a video game. No one was like, oh yes, we're actually going to go to Evo and start a fight, and we're gonna.
Someone was.
Like, there was never any intention of actually starting fights.
Says
These
you.
people took the shit seriously. They dn't get the joke. They thought.
Oh yeah, it was a
real.
joke.
So
Can you imagine the shit he talked about these people and then said it was a joke?
Those idiots. Where did you think that there was any level of seriousness? In fact, at this very tournament that he's bringing up, after we had the one match where Shady K beat me, at the end of the tournament, I went out of my way to find Shady K on the way out, and I said, dude, just so you know, it was all bullshit, all right? I'm sorry that I acted that way. Let's shake hands and just call
Oh,
it
yes,
quits,
so
and we
that's
won't talk to
okay.
each other anymore. And Shady K said, no.
So that's
I
okay.
refused, and he walked away. I don't blame him, because I was an online asshole. If that were me being bullied...
So I don't blame him, but it was a joke, and they didn't get it. They're
if someone did that
stupid.
to me, I also would not want to shake their hand. But that's me today, older and wiser. Back then, I didn't understand that the stuff that I was doing online was actually causing people like pain, and they felt harassed and shit. I thought it was fun and funny, and that people were liking it because of the hype that it was bringing to tournaments. I had no intention of ever going and fighting someone at a tournament. Some of these people did. Jaha is infamous. He's had all these different run-ins and altercations at Street Fighter tournaments where he's gotten in people's faces. At one point, there's rumors he hung people over balconies by their feet. Like, he's fucking done messed up stuff like that. And so he has to get involved. I didn't talk any shit about this man.
Jaha
He
definitely on that
interjected himself into the
TRT.
situation because he felt that I was an asshole. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, in this case, I can't speak for anything else Jaha has ever done. In this case, Jaha was 100% in the right. I'm going to say this publicly. Now, when I look back at my behavior back then, I'm embarrassed. I am so fucking embarrassed that I acted like that, and I caused problems and stress and drama in a community that didn't really want it. I thought I was helping, but I guess to a lot of people, I was just the real problem in the community. Jaha was justified for wanting to beat my ass, okay? Today, if someone acted like that to me, I would want to beat their ass, all right? So I get it now, but I was an immature little idiot and didn't get it back then, and my behavior was stupid. And I've already, by the way, apologized personally to Shady K for my behavior, and he has accepted my
After the
apology.
side
And I
scroller
really
said to you,
appreciate
you probably
that he did
should.
that. So, yeah, it's this situation, 100%. I was in the wrong. I fess up. I do not fault Jaha whatsoever for wanting to fuck me up at Evo and at another tournament in the future as well, because, you know, this behavior was stupid. It was dumb. Why are we talking about wanting to fight people at a fucking fighting game tournament? Why am I saying I'm going to stab people at... Well, I didn't say I was going to stab anyone at a tournament, but I was talking big, like I was an online e-thug big shot.
So hang on, did you say you were going to stab people or not?
It's stupid. People just want to fucking play fighting games. They don't want to have stress and drama.
So
and shit
did you
going on.
say you were going to stab people or not?
I'm actually, like today, I'm not saying that Jaha and I would ever be cool, because I don't think he would be cool with me. I think he's hated me like forever because of my behavior 20 years ago. But I'm on the same page as Jaha. I hate Old Phil. I think Old Phil was a little piece of shit, big shit talker, but then in real life didn't want to fight. So why are you talking like that online? That's bitch mode shit. You know what I mean? Why are you saying that shit if you're not intending to act on it?
Yeah.
And I admit that was bad. And
yeah, that's
really
exactly
wish I
it,
didn't do
DSP.
but here we are 20 years later, and I'm being called out for it. So I guess, you know, you got to face the music at some point, right? So here we go.
DSP was able to diffuse the situation by paying Shady K, Jaha's friend, $10.
Oh, look at that. He paid him to leave him alone.
10 rounds for a total of $100.
That's what was shown. That was the first match of the 10-round money match, and it never happened. So then he's like, pay $10. What? Okay? And I took $10 and I threw it on the floor, right? And then he yelled at me for throwing it on the floor. How dare you throw that on the floor? Okay.
Yeah, I bet you were so tough in person, DSP. I bet you were so tough.
only fought and lost a single match. Jaha and his crew were able to swindle those $10 that DSP had no obligation to pay. But even then, it was cheaper than a trip to the hospital. As for...
You could say that, but here's the truth. If anything had happened, do you understand how bad that would have been for the fighting game community? Just so you know,
yeah, they were never going to touch me, yeah.
That wasn't at, like, a Vegas venue. That was at a university. So if we had broken out into a fight, okay, and actually started going at each other. Now,
yeah, you would have got your head kicked in
because it was me and my friends plus them on their side.
You would have done nothing.
It would have been fucking news all over the local news. Everyone would have said these players have ruined.
No, it wouldn't. No one would care. You're not that. It's not that deep.
Broke out and having a giant fight.
It's not that deep,
right? And that's what I mean. Like, yes, I was an online shit talker.
It's not that
at least
deep.
I was smart enough to know, no, you don't fight in a fighting game venue that's now going to get everyone in the community looking bad. Jaha didn't know better. Jaha would have fought me and beat me up if I didn't throw $10 on the ground. He literally would have done that. And I think that's why a lot of people don't like Jaha, because he doesn't know better. He acts on emotion rather than rationale. He thinks he's doing the right thing by beating up the shit talker, but it would have made the entire FGC look terrible. So, you know, you got to try to...
I don't think he cares.
...figure out what's the best thing in each situation. I diffused it by throwing the money down and say, let's get the fuck out of here so these guys don't... We all don't all end up in jail and then the FGC gets ruined.
Yeah, you did the right thing. You're a tough guy.
Let's see here. So Soap and Clay, thanks for the super chat. He says, these are bringing back memories of childhood. You should do an IRL stream and go down to Dorky.
Film Rambo. Yeah, can you imagine Rambo? Rambo wading in. Oh my God.
I had a kayfabe feud recently. I have no idea.
Can you even imagine?
672 did a super chat. Should have throat checked them like you were talking about. No. I did not actually throat check anyone in real life, online, ever. It was just me being stupid. But thank you for the super chat. Okay. Let's continue.
For the forums, or the medium DSP would unleash his threats, Shoryuken.com, or SRK for short, is named after a popular move in Street Fighter. DSP continued to expand his character, adding the tagline, The King of Hate.
And the whole idea behind the King of Hate moniker was everyone hates me because I talk so much shit online, but no one can do anything about it because in person, I could hold up my end of the shit talking and win.
I understand you got something you want to say about the DSP.
Nah, I don't got nothing to say about that little retard.
I don't even know who this is.
Now,
I have
in
no idea who that
2003,
is.
after he was banned from the SRK forums. Even the small win would not be received with commemoration, but honor.
Yeah, exactly.
Disclosures at his victory.
20 bits.
Oh, here we go. You knew that they were going to bring this up. You knew this shit was coming. The most... Okay. So, my early trolling attempts, okay, in the fighting game community were basically me posting in chat rooms, posting on a forum, talking shit.
See how he has to preface the story?
I was like, this isn't really working anymore.
We can't just watch for ourselves.
I decided to actually purchase a website.
He has to preface the story for us.
Shit on everything. Like, the entire point of the site was try to shit on everything that annoyed me in life. And it was very over the top. It was very, you know, strongly worded. It's not stuff that I would ever say or do today. This is like 20 years ago. Actually, it's more than 20 years ago, right? And you're probably going to laugh your ass off at the shit I said on this site because it is funny as shit in perspective today to look back at some of the things that I said on this website. But I don't know if he's going to talk about it. This tophaters.com is a parody of a West Coast gamers site called topplayers.com. So there was this group of Street Fighter players that lived in California, and they thought that they were big shit, okay? They thought they were the best players on the planet. So they had the balls to actually register topplayers.com as a domain, and they all started joining and putting profiles up. And it was like social media before social media existed, and they started posting up, oh, here's what I did at this tournament, here's what I did. And everyone else kind of looked at the website who didn't know these guys and laughed at them. And they were like, these guys are...
Oh, did they? Everyone else laughed at them, by the way. According to DSP.
But, you know, so I created a parody site called tophaters.com. The whole point of which was to basically make fun of them. But after it actually got some clout and some attention from people in the fighting game community, they liked it. I actually expanded it to be a blogging site where I would do these over-the-top crazy blogs about topics that blew, you know, you're going to see. I'm sure he's going to talk about some of these right now. Let's
Yeah, I'm sure he is too.
Advertising his website known as tophaters.com. Further investigation reveals that this website of Phil's creation was a response to topplayers.com, a West Coast-centered Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not just a response to Top Players.
Why we hate. Why we hate. This went so far, I'm not kidding you. I opened a mailing list, and I had hundreds of people say, I want to join tophaters.com. I want to be in the hate army, Phil. I'm not kidding you. It got very... Hate
army, huh?
There was a movement in the fighting game community at the time. It was not huge, but it was funny. It was pretty funny.
Flashing out at his infamy. There is much to
we got some new
through
drip, by the way.
pages of this website.
It's a blog. Yeah, it's just a crazy blog about over-the-top shit. If he addresses certain articles, I'll tell you more, but let's see how far he gets
This
into
page
it.
alone, he challenges some of the fighting game culture he himself is guilty of. On the main page, he informs readers that he works at Circuit City. On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game. His words and his culture do not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned for financial support, supposedly to run the website, while also complaining about the lack of
Wow, he's asking for money,
Despite
huh?
a clear lack of support, Phil went...
Actually, like I said, I had a huge mailing list. It's just that no one was supporting the site or anything. I was paying for it out of pocket, you know. It wasn't
Yeah,
like,
of course you
"Oh,
were.
send me a ton of money to keep blogging or anything like that. But I'm pretty sure that I did ask for like some contributions to pay for the web server.
I'll bet you did.
Went onward with a new project.
I bet you did, mate.
As tophaters.com was Phil's answers to topplayers.com, Impact was Phil's answer to Evo.
You know
And
this
even
guy
though Phil
asked for some
So
money.
he actually didn't go into the articles on tophaters.com. I guess we don't have to go any further. I was gonna say, like, a lot of my style of stuff that I put on that website, if anyone wants to check out the archives, there was this guy on the internet back in the day called, I think it was Maddox, he was called, M-A-D-D-O-X, and he would do these kind of unhinged, over-the-top blog rants, just crapping on things, ripping them a new asshole. And I've been inspired by him to make those kind of posts on this forum. To be honest, I was kind of inspired by him to do it, but I don't know if that's anyone pertinent who anyone would know today or not. I mean, it was so old. You're talking over 20 years old or whatever. Okay? All right. No, I don't think it's this current guy who everyone says is Dick Masterson. I think it's another guy that was way before him who I was inspired by his post to make that site and be like that, so.
Continued to attend, he sought to make his own large-scale event. Quote, it's obvious that Impact is going to compete heavily with Evo, unquote.
Yeah, right.
On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas, and other items meant to trigger discussion, on average would have at most a single other response.
Right.
That was also the only respondent to the majority of Phil's posts. Even threads discussing how much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website than Impact. Top haters...
Yes, because, again, this wasn't serious. The entire site was a troll attempt, you understand? Like, the whole thing was a big troll op. And the whole idea that I was going to run a tournament to compete with Evo, how? The Cannon brothers have tons of money. They were able, through their programming experience, to fund Evo, to make it happen. I was a kid working at Circuit City with no money. How was I going to start a competition tournament to Evo? It was a joke. The funny part is, from what I'm going to understand, it pissed people off. You know, the Cannon brothers and the people who ran Evo, like Mr. Wizard and everything, were really angry with me that I would say I was going to run a tournament the same weekend as Evo. They're like, come on, man. No one does that. No one runs a tournament the same weekend as someone else's tournament. Why would you do that? Like, they actually got upset, even though it was a joke. It was totally never intended that it was going to be like a real thing. I didn't have money for a venue. I didn't have money to roll in arcade machines and shit. It never was going to happen.
.com was a failed project. DSP now espoused to this negativity will not use his character to his benefit. Instead, he used it to attack beloved franchises like Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3.
And again, it's a joke. I played Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3. I played them and liked those games. This was supposed to be me going crazy over-the-top rants to get attention. It was very stupid.
Even then, that was only a distraction from his assaults at fighting game culture. Here, he lambasted what was known in the fighting game community as...
What's up with all those combo videos? Losers. Can you not tell it's a troll out? Can you even believe this is real? Why would I say that combo videos are bad? Back then, if you got a combo video, it was like a gold.
Oh yeah, so you hate them now, but it was okay back then.
Tournament.
What?
Someone do it. There was no YouTube. There was no fucking Twitch. So, of course, combo videos were great. They were a great resource.
Oh yeah, it was great back then. Yeah, dude.
And I would literally say, oh, it's
You just
terrible.
misunderstand him being a prick.
And people would be upset. That was the point. I was the heel. Get it? That's the joke.
Get it?
Videos. In the early days of the fighting game community, CDs were exchanged in person. These carried videos of various combos or tactics one could utilize. Yet the existence of them were also controversial, as groups could gatekeep the data. Now, with the internet in play and data shared at a faster pace, tactics and their discovery were virtually immediately adapted, and the meta was becoming solidified. Even still, the combo video situation is more complex than just defining metas, as DSP points out. Quote, in some cases, the combo videos are single character only or console only, unquote. The last bit is of utter importance. Now mid-2004, arcades have long been losing their purpose to the increasingly popular home video game console, and a switch of competitions prioritizing consoles could increase accessibility for players.
We're entering the console arc, everyone. This is the big thing that everyone always made fun of me, and the FGC tried to discredit me for the console arc. Of course, it's going to be blown apart. I wonder how deep June goes into it. We're going to find out if he actually research and justifies or not. We'll find out, okay? We'll see if he gives me a fair shake here. By the way, thank you, Jubba Nubs, for a membership.
We'll find out.
Jabril did a super chat saying, this will be a hard watch, but keep your head up, King. Make better financial decisions in the future. I firmly intend to. Also, Network 621 has done a super chat saying, I'm glad you can finally admit the heel persona was not needed and unwarranted in the early FGC. Being an internet tough guy is always bad. I know. Listen, I know. Now I look back at it and I cringe. Like I said, literally, if I were in Jaha's shoes, I would want to beat up young DSP because he's an asshole. Now, I would know better than to try to start a problem at a tournament and get everyone into big trouble, a bad reputation for the community. But seriously, like, I was a complete piece of shit. I'm 100% in agreement with Jaha on that one. That I deserved it. I deserved an ass whooping at that time because I was a troublemaker. I received a $2.25 tip from Sour Nipples.
What is it? Twice
you really
I've got to
think Jaha
die.
hung people by their feet? Really? I don't know. This is what you hear.
Twice
right?
I've got to die.
You know, I heard that long after I was done in the FGC, he continued to go to tournaments and stuff and got like banned. Like no one wants him in the FGC anymore. Maybe I'm wrong. That's what you hear though. That's the shit you hear through the grapevine. I saw Valle arguing with Jaha on Twitter, yelling at him for shit like that, saying, dude, this is why you're not allowed anymore. So, you tell me. Okay? No, and I'm well aware that Jaha still talks about me today. Like I said, I think he just has like a lifelong grudge against me, even though literally I don't care about the man. I wish him the best. I hope he has a good life. I'm sorry for the problems.
I wish him the best.
When I was a young asshole. I have no intention of causing those kind of problems in the modern day. That's for sure. Dick Jones with 5 more gifted memberships to the community. Thank you, Dick Jones. I appreciate that. Okay.
And allow for significantly cheaper and easier to manage components, as consoles and their elements could be set up and altered with ease. This transition was controversial only for those brought up in arcade culture and those in competitive gaming communities. When a game, like Street Fighter for example, is ported from the superior hardware of an arcade cabinet to the limited or vastly different video game console, color, resolution, and most importantly mechanics could differ based on the port. And though the technology and quality control had improved, it was still not good enough. It was a jump that would eventually have to be made, but perhaps it was too soon.
Evolution console? It's my worst nightmare, dude. I'm an arcade player. I hear you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if this is the future, we're gonna have to, it's evolving, so we're gonna have to adapt. Personally, I don't like it, but, you know, no choice.
And that's exactly what they refused to do. They refused to adapt.
Oh yeah, we're gonna shit on them now, good. Let's go.
You're about to see the story right now.
That was Alex Valle at EVO 2004, sharing what was the popular opinion among the top fighting game players. And to the displeasure of many, their worst nightmare would manifest in ways they could hardly predict.
Ready? Their worst nightmare was about to manifest in ways they could never predict. The biggest fucking troll of the FGC.
Okay.
Beat them all.
Bro, we got Raid or something? BR Joe, Georgie York, Renal Ryan, Dissension, Travis B, and Shroom. What we got?
I want you to
Beam
think about that for a
raids.
second.
Let's fucking go.
For years, I was the one.
Big ups to
everyone
Tractor
hated
Beam.
or loved to hate.
Peeps and that.
And then I went
How
to
you
Evo
doing?
And I beat all
I'm gonna
the
come on
fucking
that
top
show again
players
at some
in
point in
Super
the near
Bowl
future.
And made it the highest ranking American spot.
I'm gonna go and hang out
and they all
in
were
the
out,
near
and I
future
was
with all
in.
them guys.
Dude, that is so.
So big ups. How you
To
doing?
this day, I mean, you could say as much as you want, but dude, here it is in black and white. Right there, you cannot delete this screen. It is there forever. There I am, 4th place. The top 3 are all Japanese players who were much better than all of the Americans at the time. None of us were going to beat them. They were hands down much better than us. But the fact that I just did what I did that year, and that's why they all hate me. They can't stay. The biggest troll actually was the best player that year. Dude, they got fucking crushed. They couldn't believe it.
No, a lot of them didn't even play the tournament because of the version of the game that it was. But, you know, whatever.
EVO 2005 would live in infamy for its decision to use the PlayStation port of Street Fighter II Turbo and the outcome of the matches. Both.
It only would live in infamy if I won. Let's be clear here. Let's be very fair. If Alex Valle, John Choi, Mike Watson, all right, the big 3, or any Japanese players or whatever, if they were the top placers, it would have been perfectly fine. But because Darkside Phil got 4th place and beat all the Americans, that's why the tournament says it lives in infamy, right? That's the only fucking reason. They hated me, so they discredit the tournament. You know, I know what the most fucked up part about that is? Because I said this before, actually reacting to a different documentary. When they say that, do you not understand you've discredited the top 3 Japanese players? Now, everyone knew that the Japanese were the best players. So why is it that the Japanese were able to get the top 3 spots easily, no problem, but all the other American players couldn't hang, and I beat them all? Did you hear the Japanese say,
again, many of them didn't even play the tournament.
I can't play this version of the game. No, they practiced the version. They came to Evo. They dominated. They won.
And they didn't. They specifically didn't play that version because of that.
Instead, they all sat there whining and stomping their feet that they didn't like the version. I can't play it the way I like to play, blah, blah, blah. And then they got handed their asses in a paper bag by me. They can't take that away. It doesn't matter if it's an inferior version. The Japanese adapted. I adapted. You adapt too. But they didn't like the fact that they didn't like me. And
wow, 20 years.
That was the problem.
Would receive protest in one way or
well done, guy. You got him.
In 2005, I think it was, the 3 of you were absent from ST Top 8. What happened that year?
When you play Bison and you hit a fierce flame and it only goes like 20% of the screen, you got a problem with the game. And you got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way.
John Choi on the left, Mike Watson in the middle, Alex Valle on the right. There they are, the top 3 American players in Super Turbo, arguably of all time. And here they are talking shit about me. Okay?
I like to get that on YouTube.
And this was from 2010. This is a video from 2010.
There's a reason they're talking shit about you.
I wasn't a competitive player anymore. I had stopped attending Evo since 2007. So I'm long removed from the fighting game community. I'm not talking about these men. I don't care about them. I'm a YouTuber.
Joe, how you doing? Why am I toxic? How you doing?
Hobby. And they decide in a 2010 interview to dunk on DSP, who doesn't talk about them and doesn't care about them. So I've been in their mind rent-free at this point for the greater part of, what, 5 years since I placed the Evo 2005.
No, they just asked a question about
the
it.
fact that I beat them all.
But this guy thought he was hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
First of all, I have to bring this up. Alex Valle did not enter this tournament. Spelled his name wrong, June. It's V-A-L-L-E. There's no second E in there. It's V-A-L-L-E. But, I mean, the video is already published. Kind of sucks. Maybe you want to put a correction.
Yeah, well done, June. You spelled his name wrong.
Busy and he couldn't show up.
Good job, DSP's here.
Oh, I'm protesting Evo because they're not holding Arcade Super Turbo. I don't want to enter or whatever, right? Yet he was still there, but he didn't enter. He did not enter the tournament. I'm going to name some names now, people who I played and beat that day in Super Turbo for the PS1 that you might be like, what the fuck? Jason Wilson, Mike Watson. Pretty sure I played John Choi and I beat him too.
DSP at EVO 2005 surged in the ranks for Street Fighter II Turbo. a feat that was achieved through a superior knowledge of the game.
Wow, wait a minute. Someone actually gave me credit. June says I won because I had superior knowledge of the game.
Oh my lord, move on, you freak.
When you want to win in a competition, you learn what's
move on, you absolute freak.
I can't believe it. I actually got some respect from someone for fighting games? Hallelujah. Finally, someone admits that I actually studied the game and that's why I did well. I can't believe it. Wow. Okay.
Jesus
During that
Christ.
period of time, I learned some major differences about the game, including the fact that some characters were different sizes. They weren't as tall or as short as they were supposed to be, and they had different hitboxes. I found out certain characters did different stun amounts than they did in Arcade Super Turbo.
DSP was cheesing hard.
One of my characters, Vega, was incredibly easy to do these complex combos with, which actually was harder to do in the arcade version of the game.
The beauty of Phil's achievement, and now beating all of his American opponents in EVO 2005, is that he touts his knowledge as a fair advantage. But when he goes up against
DSP always
players
cheesing.
who also dedicated themselves to the port without protest, he changes his tone.
I do? I don't know. They beat my ass because they're better than me. Because they play way more than me, because they have more knowledge than me, because they're better players. Those Japanese players, dude, they're hardcore. Like, a lot of American players, for us, it's a hobby. Those people live and breathe fucking Street Fighter. Those guys are so ridiculously hardcore. They have a whole culture of going to arcades and practicing and shit. You can't hang with them. It's a miracle if you beat a Japanese player at a fucking competitive fighting game. So, I don't know what I said. Maybe I shat on them. Let's see what he says here, or what I said. So now I was in the position, boom, if I win like 1 to 2 more matches, I could win the whole event. And then my final match in the tournament was against Tokido, who picked a mirror. We did a mirror match of Vega. Yep. And he knew a few things about Vega that I didn't about the mirror match. And just because he knew those few things, he got the jump on me. And I remember distinctly making 1 to 2 major blunders that people were like, why did he do that? I don't know. You know, I was on the stage, I was playing in front of 1,000 or 2 people, and I was
I
admit. He beat me. And so when
this is his legacy, dude.
4th place. The top 3 places were all Japanese players.
DSP had ranked 4 at EVO 2005 for Street Fighter II Turbo, and used these statistics to state that he was the top American player. The more he would promote this, the more he'll be scrutinized for the details around his victory. What's more, the details about his life outside of the fighting game community were less savory.
I had to leave that other job, and as I told you, to go to EVO 2005, I had racked up my credit card bills like sky high. I owed a ton of credit card debt.
With more debt accrued, Phil moved back in with his parents and was working a job at Best Buy. Here, he was living off the high of his new title. Perhaps unrecognized and unvaluable to the population at large, that was not the case for his local competitive environment that were in
Yeah, this is his quote-unquote actual legacy.
My friend Tony, who mostly we were known for playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK 2 together, said, hey, I got a couple buddies who actually like Super Turbo, and obviously that's the game you're really good at. You want to go play with them? And this is the first time I ever met John Rambo. So this is probably between like 2005, 2006, I would guess. All right, so this is going to transition probably into me knowing to being YouTuber and all of that. Is that it for FGC stuff? I'm surprised, but hey, he actually didn't go as heavily into it as I thought he would. I thought that he would cover a lot more, but it seems like at this point, that's the end of it. So to give you like a butt end of this, basically after, oh wait, he might keep going. Okay, let's keep going. He does keep going. Never mind. My fault. There's a lot more. Let's keep going. I felt like it was a deer in headlights moment. Like, oh my God, this is a guy who just came back from EVO and placed.
John Rambo, coincidentally sharing the name of the action movie character, was becoming DSP's best friend. They shared an expansive list of friends as DSP continued to be revered in his local competitive environment. He was even allowed back on SRK and was helping run regional competitions. As now patterned, his investments into the fighting game community continued to hurt his finances. He was even fired from his job at Best Buy for using an employee discount to purchase equipment that would be used at East Coast Championships 2006.
John Rambo, that
on unemployment,
fucking that brain surgeon.
Reckless.
For 2006 and 2007,
God almighty.
I started traveling the country, playing in all what was considered qualifying tournaments for EVO, which was the big national finale. Think like there's qualifying games in any sport, and then there's the big finals, right? As I started attending all these qualifier tournaments, I was winning them.
This is true, and this is footage of his victory at EVO East 2006.
Cool. Daigo, you're fucking next. I never played Daigo. It sucks. I never got to ever play Daigo. Instead, I played Takedo in every tournament, and literally Takedo wiped the fucking floor with me in every single tournament I ever played.
There's a surprise.
I never got to play Daigo.
As neat as these victories were,
and that was Justin Wong who I beat right there. That was me versus Justin in the finals, EVO East 2006. And then I went on the next year to beat Seth Killian in the finals of EVO East 2007. I also entered all these different regional tournaments for EVO in 2006 and 7, and I either placed or won all of them. I did really well those years.
Traveling across the country when he already secured a high position in EVO meant that he was effectively wasting his money, as having more than one seat was pointless.
He's right. He's right. But I was trying to prove a point. Everyone had said that my 4th place victory in 2005 EVO was fake, that it was bullshit. And I said, I'm going to so disprove you guys. I'm going to go to all the qualifiers, and I'm going to show you that in every region of this country, I'm a top player in Super Turbo. And I did it. I fucking did it. In 2007, I think I went to almost...
You did it, tough guy.
And only one did I lose because it was on arcade, and there was no way for me to practice on arcade. I only had the console version. So I lost there. Every single one where it was played on console, I either won or placed like top 3 or 5. I was kicking everyone's fucking ass in that game. I completely proved that I was good
my
at
lord,
Super Turbo,
dude. Listening to this
point,
guy. By the way, we're smashing our way through DS3.
Skill level of DSP in this game. People,
we're early on.
Was good. I was actually becoming well respected in the fighting.
We're still using the Uchi. We're at +2.
Talker and started putting my money where my mouth was and winning at tournaments. Wow, Phil is now seeded to be in the finals at EVO like 7 times. We need to actually take people
start
we beat
moving
and
some
put them
faith in
the
as well.
We can't have a whole bracket that's just Phil playing.
These victories inflated his ego beyond measure.
I need to kill myself a couple more times because we're gonna do. We're doing. Oh yeah, she sells miracles now.
Oh my god! All right, the Alphaism radio show.
What we got?
All
15.
Right. Again, with me being a
12.
stupid online troll. No exaggeration.
Yeah.
I will tell you about this. I like being on this show because literally not once was I ever serious on this show. Okay? I would only call into this show when I was completely fucking drunk. I admit, now I've talked about this. In my youth, I was an alcoholic. I drank a ton in my 20s, like way too much. So most of the time when this show was on, I would call in. They would always put me on. They wanted me as a guest. And I would be talking so much shit, and I would be saying not complete nonsense, drunk off my ass. I only think the one time I actually called in sober was when I was driving home from EVO from the airport and I had nothing to do. So I called into the show to talk while I was driving because I was bored. Outside of that, I was always fucking drunk as shit. So I couldn't imagine what he's going to bring up here. Maybe he'll even bring up the fucking Triforce Game Master shit, which will be hilarious if he does. Let's see.
Problem shit. You have no problem talking about my shit.
I'm gonna whoop your fucking ass.
Oh, really? You
wow.
gonna whoop my fucking ass? Oh, I want to see that shit.
DSP continued to seek out.
Oh, come on, that's it? That's all? Oh, that's a gold mine. No, that's a fucking gold mine, dude. I can't believe that's the only clip he ever put into this thing. The whole
how do we get this? I need to look up how to the few of the katanas and where to get them.
Maybe another time.
I know where the Chaos Blade is, and I know where some of the others are.
Oh, by the way, thank you to Captain.
She has
pants for a $5
the lady that comes after Yol of Londor.
Let's fucking go. Long live the king. Thank you very much. And
what's that one called? It's like a sort of ghost katana.
All right, guys, thank you for the support.
You can pierce shields and armor and shit.
And in most cases, it led to nothing. Other times, he miscalculated and threatened someone
who was
could
called
reciprocate
Shadow
threats,
Rend or something?
reinforced by real experience. Viscount, a veteran of the fighting game community, was lambasted by DSP. Quote, so first film was
there is actually a
dude,
set of katanas that I want to use that I've never used.
All right, let's go ahead and see what he has
deep.
to say.
They're kind of
So
deep
everyone
into
knows
the
this
game.
entire thing was fake, but let's go.
Okay, well, you have to sign some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And I was like, whatever. Then there was an actual serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be. And I think we settled on Walter from Connecticut, but I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation.
The reach around katana, yeah, kind of. It bypasses shield, doesn't it?
Any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened.
What I
one
actually
day,
want to
Paul
use,
IMs
they're
me on
probably
AIM
going to
and tries
suck,
back
but
out. He was
there's
like,
one, it's called
"Hey,
like,
so
they're
how
called
about this?
Onigiri
How
and
about we pretend
Obadachi,
like
and
we're going
they're
to fight,
twinned,
and then
like
when the whole
one's
crowd
big
is
and
around
one's
us, we
little.
both do DX crotch chops
I've
to
never
the
used
crowd.
them.
It'll be such a goof.
Yes.
This really happened, and
Because why? Okay, it would be one thing if it was like the first time you heard of DSP and you hear that he talks shit online. Okay, this had been going on for like 6-7 years. Like people
Okay,
knew of me since
we've drawn it out
1999.
3
At
times.
first, they
We've
knew
got
me
to
as
do
the
2
shit
more
talker
before
and
the
all of
Abyss
this.
watchers.
And by the way, chronologically, I don't actually know if this is correct because you're talking. I think this is now we're talking about 2006.
And I've got to send
So
Grier
I
out.
don't know. I got to think about this chronologically, right? But anyway, the whole thing was fake. Never did I have a beef with Vizant. His name is Vizant. Everyone
The
says
Black
Vizant
Knight
because no one remembers
Greatsword.
to pronounce it like Vizant. That's why I say it like that. But originally his name was supposed to be Vizant, but now everyone says Viscant.
Where's
I was
Grier at?
cool with Jay. Like, there was no real beef.
Oh, there he is.
I think what happened is, after so many people
Before they nerfed, yeah, I
and
bet.
shit,
Before they nerfed everything.
then he changed his tune. But there was never, at least from my perspective, there was never going to be a fight between me and Jay. Ever.
Oh, heavens.
This
She
is the
was
dumbest thing
already
possible.
dead.
Like, I've already been part of the FGC for 6+ years, right? Now I'm placing. I'm doing well. Why the fuck would I fight
I'm placing.
someone now? And dude, Evo 2006, I stayed with Jay at his home. He let me stay there with other players for free so we could attend Evo West. How did I have a real feud with him? This is so weird. This is bizarre that people took this seriously. It was never real.
And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? I honestly couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I.
Here we go.
When it came to real fights, backing out was typical of Phil. But when it came to Street Fighter, he was more confident than he'd ever been.
No, there was no backing out was typical of Phil. Phil was never going to fight anyone, and everyone knew that. We knew it was online shit talking. It was a few people who didn't get it. Everyone knew it was online shit talking. Everyone. And by the way, I would just like to say for the record, I was not the only one who talked shit. A lot of people in the community were shit talkers. I was probably one of the biggest ones. But this documentary makes it seem like, wow, DSP was the one bad apple. No, there were lots of people who were talking shit and shit. You know, this is just, it's because he's covering me that I have to be the central point of this. And I get it. I don't fault him for that. But this was not like, oh my God, Phil's the only one. No.
Oh,
This
yeah?
was, it was like locker room shit. You talk shit to your opposition. You get the hype going, and then you go and you play them in Street Fighter. There were no real fights. There never was going to be.
All right.
Sure,
We got the man
DSP.
of all hate, the one and only DSP. I call him Phil, because Phil's cool. Anyhow, Phil, how you feel about FT?
I mean, for years,
Damn, this is 2006. Look at me then. Jeez.
these same guys are on top. And yes, I'm talking about John Choi. I'm talking about Alex Valle. Playing ST, placing, okay, they're good. But to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
There you go. You heard it from DSP. Straight from DSP. DSP, thank you. Check out the shirt.
DSP talking shit even back then.
Could Phil really back up these claims? Or on the other side, could Valle beat Phil?
Those cringe t-shirts that he wore. Oh my lord, it's so cringe, isn't it?
First and foremost, you know what I
Imagine wearing something like that. You're like making a statement, dude. Oh, he's the worst.
It's like another scrub, another
He's
day.
so cringe.
But it's shit talking. That's fine. Like, I like that he said that. That was how that's how the FGC was. We would completely go back and forth and talk shit. That's not disrespect. In fact, that's like giving the road. You know what I'm saying? Ooh,
Pancake mix,
said
hey
that
Dan.
about DSP.
Hey look,
That's
Corvians.
cool that Alex Valle said that about me, right? That's what I mean. I talk shit about him. He talks shit about me. There's no beef. We don't want to fight each other. That was how it was. It was fun to be like that.
As chance would have it, they actually did compete at EVO 2006.
Yeah, and he beat me in that one, and then I beat him the next year. I think we're 1-1 in tournament right now, actually, technically.
Right now, DSP says. He said right now. I've seen that Alex Valle bodying people as 12 on third strike recently.
All this practice, I waited all day. Basically, it mind fucked me waiting all day to play my match. I finally play Alex Valle, and I lose.
Phil, now in the loser's bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself. And after working
Tokido!
his way through,
Fucking Tokido. Tokido, you son of a bitch. All right. Before I die, I demand publicly a rematch with Tokido
Wow.
Super Turbo. Before I die, I want to have a match with that man. Because he always beat me. And I demand one more match against Tokido. I don't know how it happens. I don't know if it's online at a tournament. I don't give a fuck. I am facing Tokido, and I will defeat Tokido in Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo before I die. You understand me? Fucking Tokido, I'm coming for you!
through the loser's bracket, he had his final match of the day.
My final match is against, guess who? Tokido. Now, this is the guy who beat me in 2005 on stage mirror match with Vega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first two matches played out exactly like they did in EVO 2005.
Yep.
Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match.
It comes down to it's fucking nail biting, sweating. Everyone's watching this match saying, "Oh my god, this fucking match is so good." And
Where the results were also
Yeah, they were saying it's so good.
And he won. He knocked me down, and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan and be like, "Fuck this shit."
DSP did not even place in the top 8.
Insert Street Fighter noises they fucking get like KO'd.
In 2007, he went at it again, also winning EVO East.
Yep, there we go. I won EVO East against Seth Killian. Seth Killian, so we're not talking against Justin Wong, the new blood at the time. Seth Killian is an OG, meaning he was a top Super Turbo player in the 1990s. So for me to actually be a top-ranked, former tournament-winning champion at EVO East was big shit. People were like, whoa, he actually beat a fucking OG? That's serious business.
Even though, with his victory, DSP qualified to be seated higher at EVO, he still attended EVO West, which was held at Comic-Con.
Yep. And here's the thing. I lost at Comic-Con, and it was a combination of factors, but I did make excuses later, and if I ever said it publicly, I will apologize now. I did not throw this match against David Serlin. I played incredibly poorly. Later on, I made excuses. I was like, oh, I threw the match. I didn't feel like playing anymore. You really think I flew out to California to lose? No, I fucked up. I played this match poorly, and he beat me, and then I made excuses about it later, but he did beat me legit. So I will apologize for that, because I know that I've said that in the past.
Okay.
Come back. Only down for Japan. David Serlin, one match. DSP, one match.
There was an EVO West in San Diego, and fucking DSP was fucking talking shit about Mike Watson, and that's my road dog. When we
So what he's talking about,
Uh-oh.
I literally have no recollection, but let's see what their story is, and I'll tell you my side, okay?
we fucking ran him down in EVO West, you know, we didn't even fucking wait to get outside. Watson just fucking went up to him in the arcade hall and just told him, dude, why the fuck you talking shit?
He did? No, I don't think so.
DSP lying?
It was in a parking lot, actually.
This and that, blah, blah, blah. And he just didn't even want to face this. Like, he just kept on, like, cowering away and looking away and just being quiet, this and that, and just fucking scared shitless. And we're fucking following him around, dude. Like, what the fuck's your problem? And, you know, Watson is a forgiving guy, so he just fucking pretty much got to the point where he made him apologize.
That's not what happened whatsoever. You want to know the full story?
Oh yeah, here we go.
I've already told the full
DSP
story.
gonna tell the truth now.
Okay.
Oh, we have to go full screen.
At this time, again, you know, 2005, 6, 7, I was an alcoholic. And it was my pastime to
Oh, I was an alcoholic. Here we
go
go.
online and act like an asshole. Frequently, it was like...
I've never watched him react to any of this. I only watched the documentary itself.
MIRC chat rooms back then.
Oh,
And
so
you
I was
could
an
go to, like,
alcoholic,
this arcade
dude.
room, you could go into this room, these different rooms, you could talk to people, okay? And basically, I would always talk shit and whatever.
Listen to this guy.
Well, I just distinctly remember this. That one day or whatever, I got a bunch of DMs, okay? And the DMs were like, dude, you are totally in trouble. And I was like, what?
Oh, look
He was
at
like,
that.
do you have any idea what happened last night? I was like, no. They were like, we could tell you were drunk. And you went and you got into a big argument with Mike Watson in the MIRC chat.
Oh yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
You guys were going at it. And it was just like personal insult after
Yeah, I
personal
totally
insult
believe
after
DSP's
personal
version
insult.
of events.
All right. And I was like, seriously? Like, I do not remember this whatsoever. This happening. I don't recall. I must have been so drunk. I mean, I'm not saying I didn't do it, but I don't recall this at all. So basically, the word on the street was that Mike Watson wanted to beat my ass, and he actually publicly threatened me a couple times in chat again. And every time I was like, dude, you're not going to do anything. You're not going to fight at Evo. That's going to ruin everything for everyone. You know that. And I really have no recollection what you're talking about. So basically,
yeah, sure, side eye, not sure.
I didn't talk to the guy or anything. Okay, I just ignored the whole thing. I went to Evo West, and after a bunch of matches at one day, I don't even remember what day it was. It was before these finals. Okay, I was walking back to the parking lot with Vizant, Jay Snyder. Okay,
Vizant.
And he would, because remember, I was staying with him, so he was going to drive me back to his place. Now, I don't know if this was a setup or not. Sometimes I do suspect that maybe it was a setup and they were in cahoots with him or something. But all of a sudden, already like in the parking lot or right there coming around the corner was
Vizant set him up.
Okay. Now,
Bro, and King J lad with the YouTube raid, huh?
Had nothing to do with him. This was between me and Mike Watson, but Jaha was involved. Okay. So
Big
Mike
ups,
Watson
dude.
gets in my face, and he's basically saying, "Why did you talk all this shit online? And why did you do this?" And I'm like, dude, like literally, I'm like, I actually have no idea what you're talking about. I really don't. And when he really got in my face, and he goes, well, I don't understand. How could you not know? I said, I admitted to him right there. I said, dude, I'm an alcoholic. Every night,
I'm an alcoholic.
I just go online and I act like an asshole. So I actually have no clue what
Ramon
you're talking
Sanchez,
about.
how you doing?
If I said something personal that really pissed you off.
Dude, I'm an alcoholic.
Like Jaha was getting in my face, and he was like, well, I'm gonna fuck you up anyway. And I said no. I said, if you're gonna do it, go ahead. And I put my hands behind my back just like this. And
Yeah, I
said,
bet you
if
did.
you wanna fuck me up, go for it. You have the right, I guess, because I don't know what I even said. Right? I really
Oh yeah, I don't even know what I said to you.
I'm not gonna defend myself. Go ahead and beat me up. And I just stood there like this.
What a fucking pussy.
Were like shocked that I did this. Because they thought I was going to try to fight them or something, right?
No, they didn't.
And then after that, they were like, well,
no, they didn't. No one thought he was going to try and fight.
And I said, all right, whatever. I don't know. You know.
No, they didn't.
I really have no clue what I've done.
They knew he wasn't going to fight.
That's it. And in fact, I saw
as
them
all of them have been saying that he's just a total pussy.
Here's the story, because I don't know if he's going to play this part. The next day at the tournament, guess who I had to play in Super Turbo at Evo West? Mike Watson. Guess who won? Dark Side Phil. The day after he got into my face at a parking lot and threatened to beat my ass, I beat him in a fucking Super Turbo tournament. If you're going to say that I'm not good at Super Turbo, why don't you try doing that? See who someone who's physically threatening to stomp your ass, you play him the next day.
It's because you were talking shit, DSP.
I fucking beat him. DJ versus fucking Balrog. Outright, you know, and he was ripping pissed, but Mike Watson is a respectable guy, and he knew it was a fair match, and I beat him, and that was it. He walked away, and that was the end of it. And in fact, I even joked with Jaha that day, because he was playing Third Strike, and Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and he was playing, and I just happened to walk up, and I was watching some of the match, and he turned around, and he looked at me, and he goes, you spy, you die. And everyone laughed, me too. It was hilarious. It was a great line. I was like, dude, this is funny. And that was, like, I was actually okay with that. Like, we had no beef. I went to Evo World, like the Evo Finals in Vegas that year. We had no beef. In fact, it was a big money match. It was Duck Doe versus Sanford Kelly. Duck Doe was, like, the best Marvel 2 player from the West Coast. Sanford was the best Marvel 2 player from the East Coast at the time. And I backed Duck Doe in a big money match. I was actually on the West Coast side backing Duck Doe. There was no other bad feelings after that. Basically, because of that confrontation, we completely squashed the beef, and there was no problems ever again. So what's funny about this is Jaha talking about this so many years later, and he's portraying it as something that completely is false. But again, this is the guy who interjects himself into all these situations. I don't know why. I really have no clue what he had to do with this situation. If it was just Mike Watson and me, that I totally would have understood. I don't know why he was there, why he was getting in my face. And I thought we were cool. Seemed like we were after that. So why is he on the internet years later in an interview with my detractor saying shit like this? It's not even true. It's literally not the truth of the story. But whatever. Let's continue. And I said, you got to do what you got to do. If you feel like you're going to make you feel better to hit me, then go ahead. I guess I deserve it. There you go. And he's like, well, I don't understand then. Why did you say those things? And I was like,
because he's a coward and he's lying.
To him right there, I was like, I'm an alcoholic. I drink too much all the time. And
No,
I
you're just a
can't control myself
coward.
when I do it.
And you said shit you
And
was
I-
never
at that point, I
intended
actually
on
started
backing
crying
up.
because I felt so bad about everything that I had done and how stupid I was as a person.
Rumor of what took place at this event would spread within the fighting game community.
And of course, it was all bullshit. They all made stuff up about what really happened, and it wasn't what the truth of it at all. They all just made their own fucking bullshit up about it, you know?
You guys remember the whole thing with DSP and like with the West Coast people, where they almost like he was like really scared because he was about to get beat up. I heard he was like crying and everything, so that was pretty funny.
Why are you... So here's the truth of the matter. Sorry, because I got distracted here. Here's the truth of the matter. Why are you joking? If you knew the real story, that the reason that I was crying is because I was embarrassed because I was an alcoholic.
That's not true.
And I couldn't control myself.
Because that's funny. Because that's pathetic.
That's blackout drunk. That you don't remember what you did when you're drunk. And that's why I was crying, because I was so upset.
Bro, you're such a fucking liar, DSP. Shut up.
To laugh at. That's not something to make fun of. That's a serious issue.
Oh, that's a serious... Listen to this guy. That's a serious issue.
If you weren't, then shut the fuck up. No one needs to hear your dumb, uninformed fucking opinion, Justin.
Oh, tough guy.
Ha so funny, DSP cried. Oh, I'm sure I could find shit about anyone in the FGC and I could laugh at you too.
Cry more,
This was an
DSP.
interview done with Justin. Again, I wasn't part of the FGC. I was actually becoming a popular
Cry
YouTuber,
more, you fucking
and the whole
bitch.
FGC turned against me and wanted to fucking shit on me because I was popular on YouTube and they were nowhere near as popular on YouTube.
Cry
Everyone
more,
wants
you
to drop
fucking
my
bitch.
name and talk shit about me. You remember when he cried? Remember that? How did you know? You weren't there. There's no video footage of it. No one spoke of it.
Because everyone
How the
told
fuck could you
people.
possibly
And they're
know?
still laughing at you
don't know
now.
shit.
And it makes
If
you
don't know
angry.
what the fuck you're talking about, keep your fucking mouth shut. Because then, years later, I'll talk about it during my documentary. All people will see my react, and you look like a jackass. So, Justin, guess what? You owe me a fucking apology. You really do. Now, I've talked shit about you in your game and shit
Wow.
like that. I didn't make any personal attacks against you.
Yeah,
You did a pretty fucked up
Justin.
personal attack, and I think you should apologize to me. I don't think you will, but I do think you owe me an apology.
Justin
Anyway,
Wong, you gotta apologize to Dark Side, Phil.
DSP
You owe
fulfilled his
DSP
role
an
as
apology,
heel by
Justin
using
Wong.
players who were far more popular than he was. He again, for Evil Actual, did not even place in the top 8.
Yeah, I can't remember what happened in Oh, wait, I do remember. I could tell you, first round. Well, it's a whole conspiracy theory thing. I don't really know if we should go into it for this documentary. But essentially, the people who run Evo didn't like me because I was the internet shit talker. They always hated me. And they would always put me into bad brackets. Like, for example, at Evo 2005, where I was supposed to just lose right away, they put me into what was called the black bracket of death against all the top players. And I beat every single one of them and got
Oh,
fourth
yeah.
place.
It beat everyone again.
Then
Nice.
Evo 2007, the word on the street was basically that
The word on the
practicing with these
street.
two West Coast players. So they literally put me against one of the guys I'd been practicing with nonstop first fucking round because they knew that they would know how to play against me. They were trying to eliminate me from the tournament. It was done on purpose. But they'll say it wasn't. They'll say, oh, no, but, you know, it never happened. But, you know, this literally happened every fucking tournament I attended.
Western
that those
Evans,
guys
how you
were
doing?
running.
Mark
It would be
Reed.
bracket shenanigans.
Warren, how you
Somehow I
doing?
just happened to be having the toughest fucking matches in the toughest time. But, you know, oh, no, it's totally coincidence for the 10th time in a row, DSP. Don't worry about that, right? Whatever. So, yeah, this guy who I've been training with beat me first round in Evo 2007. I'll be honest with you, I don't even remember who else I lost to in the tournament. It just didn't matter to me anymore. So, yeah, I didn't even get close to placing in that one.
Even if he won such events, the prize money would do little to counter the credit card
That's
debt
correct.
that he had accrued.
That's
His new
correct.
job was not doing much to help him either.
Then I ended up finally getting a job after the Best Buy debacle at a place called Helicopter Support Incorporated. This was also in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
The helicopter
Actually, I take that back.
company?
Helicopter Support was just over the Trumbull line.
This is a strange leap from working at Best Buy to working as medium in helicopter parts selection. His degree that he had recently gotten was supposedly in business, so DSP's work experience nor his educational background was related to his current position. The only thing that was his father, who had been working at the company, and it is understood that DSP secured his position due to nepotism.
Wrong. Completely wrong. And there's no evidence to that whatsoever. No one will ever have evidence of that. My business degree got me a job right out of college at a lender.
wrong.
It was called Wells Fargo Financial, and I worked there for a year. And after working there for a year, I was incredibly unhappy. I felt like I was being mistreated. I also found out that they were a predatory lender. So after working there for a year, I quit. because I didn't want to work there anymore.
Hey, look,
but then I had to hurriedly find another job,
We've
and that's when I jumped into the Best Buy.
mentally ill person in the chat, quick.
All along the time when I was working at Best Buy, I always wanted to get another job. I never suspected that I was going to work at Best Buy forever. And basically,
Tell them bitches King's Loyalty and them motherfucking pussies dry doxing me. Pair of fucking cunts.
Projectors, high-end computers to business owners.
Fucking pussies,
I
bruv.
was getting paid more than everyone in the store except the management. I was getting paid more than all the other employees in the store. I was considered one level below management. So when I applied at this job, yes, I'm not going to lie. My dad said, you should apply at helicopter support. In fact, he said that before I even worked at Best Buy. He said I should apply at helicopter support. He's trying to nudge me there because he was working there, okay? When I went and I applied, my history is essentially I worked at a lender that I wasn't comfortable with for a year, but that's business background. I worked at Best Buy on a business team selling business level equipment.
Business level.
With people. So when I interviewed at this job, it was for customer support.
It could just be normal as well and say, yeah, my dad got me the job, so what? Doesn't matter. Like,
I saw that I had all this financial background.
That's what people do.
In-person experience with people, and that's why they wanted me for the job. I interviewed with 3 different people for 3 completely different departments. It was 2 different divisions of customer service, and I believe 1 was materials. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was 2 for customer service and 1 for another department. After the 3 interviews,
Full of night set is goated.
All 3 managers wanted to hire me. And they competed inside the company to decide who would get me. Because they liked me so much from the interview.
I think that's
You could argue maybe nepotism is that my dad worked there and he pushed me to take the interviews. But dude, I didn't get hired off of nepotism when I interviewed with 3 completely different people and all 3 people wanted me. That's ridiculous.
There it is.
Okay? He's taking this off of previous documentaries and what my detractors have said. They all just guessed and said, oh, nepotism. There's no way that DSP could possibly have gotten the job. At this point in my life, I'm not kidding you, I literally got every job I ever applied for.
Oh, yeah, I bet you did.
The Fargo job, the Best Buy job, this helicopter job. 4 jobs in a row I applied for, and 4 I got right in a row. So, baloney. There's no nepotism.
Baloney.
Any evidence of nepotism because it didn't happen.
Baloney.
There was an additional development that DSP would long cling to. He was now starting a perilous path, ones that machinations would be far more complex than he could ever predict or even understand.
Is that supposed to be like me in a chair, leaning back, looking at a screen, like an evil villain? That's great. Dude, I love
baloney.
No, I need to take this shot, and I need to do something with it. This shot is epic. Look at this. Dude, I love this. Evil villain Phil leaning back in his chair, looking at his YouTube empire that he has created. This is excellent. I love this. That's a good one.
Yet he stood directly in the center to witness it all.
So, by the way, shout out to Raze, who did a $1 super chat, Popular Music, who became a member, and Yeet Mania, who became a member. Guys, if you're enjoying tonight's stream, please consider supporting it. I'm going to be going for at least another half an hour, maybe a little further than that, but then we're going to call it quits for tonight, all right? But thank you for supporting. Let's keep going. Basically, I was very nervous. We went to this Chinese restaurant, and I swear to you, the first fortune that I got, well, my fortune that I got that they said, financial hardship in your life is coming to an end. By the way, when I do record gameplay, I use a digital camera.
Don't worry, you're not going to edit this video? You're just going to post them as is with the 10-minute mark?
Why would I edit? It took 2 days, actually, off of work just to play Batman Arkham Asylum. Because I knew it was going to be great, and you know what? I don't regret it at all. Even though
I'm the fucking Batman!
The Dark Side Phil YouTube channel was created on March 3rd, 2007, but was not utilized until 2008. Phil began
I did use it in 2007, but, oh, he's going to say it. Never mind.
by recording some of the fighting game events he would enter. The earliest available video is Midwest Moment 4 Day 1 Setup. The next one is Moment 7, then 13, then 19. Though all these videos range from 13 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, the jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos are lost.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. That's actually a great question. I have no clue. I might have to look into that. To see
oh, yeah, you're going to have to look into it, dude.
And if they were somehow removed by YouTube, or if I just randomly titled them, I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah,
I have
sure.
No recollection.
This was not the only event he recorded in 2008, and alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various
Here it is.
genres.
Here's the first gameplay.
The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow, as he positioned his camera initially on the floor and pointed it towards his television. DSP recorded Star Wars The Force Unleashed,
At least I got all this fucking high-definition ear detail.
Castle Crashers,
It's a bunch of fucking horseshit, to be honest.
and Mercenaries 2.
Another Grand Theft Auto 4 rip-off mission.
While the genres varied, the style of recording, the commentary, and the titling, in that he proclaimed the game sucked, provided some theming in a space that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to consume viral videos. Series and the like were virtually non-existent. There was no meta for videos, and not much of a reason to make them, considering that a paycheck through content creation was unheard of.
True.
In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events. Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs, missions, and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated by his gameplay of Saints Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence, as Phil relied on a unique method of recording. Instead of recording the entirety of his gameplay in one go that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos down below the required 10-minute mark that YouTube had by physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
And it was a pain in the fucking ass to do it, but it got the job done, and I was able to pump out an insane amount of videos all at once because I did it that way.
Oh my god, this is bullshit. Ugh. Okay, Saints Row 2. Trying to
I need to get some food soon, dude.
This naturally created individual files that not only saved him time on the editing process, but the rendering as well. From here, he could upload the files directly. The only additional effort applied left was to name the videos. Though Phil, in late 2008, did commit himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary, the sequence was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order. But by the time he began his Fallout 3 series, now adopting his role of what would be known as a Let's Player, he was finally correcting these errors and uploading in sequence.
And I hated being called a Let's Player. I didn't like being tagged into a certain group because I felt like what I was doing was a lot different from other Let's Players. A lot of Let's Players at the time were like doing like walkthroughs because they already knew the game, so they were explaining how to play it or whatever, or they would do no commentary at all. I felt like I was doing improv commentary while I did like a cold play, so I called it a playthrough. And at that time, I swear to you, I didn't see anyone else using that terminology, but a lot of people claim other people used it before me, but now it's like a common word that everybody uses.
Then the issue was not the sequence, but how much he was uploading. If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos, and those 25 videos were uploaded from November 28th to November 29th. That was 25 uploads in just 2 days. Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming his uploads. By December 19th, even with his job in mind, he was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series.
We could do y'all one more time.
Of his 749 videos. This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos, they are not that good." Unquote. Some comments seem to just target Phil as a person. Quote, "Fucking you. You are a stupid man. Suck my lick." Unquote. Phil's commentary was,
"Suck my lick!" Dude, we gotta bring that one back. Suck my lick.
Okay, DSP.
Spencer, thanks for the super chat. He says, "How many dollars for a longer stream?" Like I said, I'll go a bit more. Maybe another, just about an hour, but I can't be here late. We're gonna do this all week. That's the whole idea, is that we're here every night, all week, reacting to this.
Right, this took him like 10 hours or something, longer than that.
Colorful and could prompt these responses.
Oh, look. Blah, blah, blah. You cannot speak in the English, you stupid. Blah, blah, blah.
Slurs, words to Chinese people.
Viewers were not sure if DSP's
He's laughing at the
was
slurs.
playing a character, though the Street Fighter community knew it wasn't.
DSP, stop recording. No one gives a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
He says absolutely nothing to do with me playing a character at all. This is completely unrelated. Let's see if he explains this or not. If not, there's no point in wasting time on this. It's just stupid.
Oh yeah, we're gonna skip through it.
You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, let's skip through something that makes me look bad. Like extra
Taking
bad.
form now, in early 2009, was the basis of DSP. All the core elements.
So he didn't even explain the context of the clip. That clip's completely out of context. Has nothing to do with anything, really. It's the worst tournament I ever attended, literally in my life. It was insanely poorly run. They were mistreating a lot
Yeah,
of
we know.
players
You
wrong.
told him so.
At the end of the tournament, a bunch of players, including me, confronted the organizers saying, this is the worst ever and you owe us all refunds, to which they paid us back our money. So, I mean, we could talk about that as long as you want, but that was completely out of context, that clip. I think he was forced to kind of squeeze that in because all my detractors love that clip.
Oh, yeah.
DSP acting like an asshole, right? Great. Anyway, let's continue.
Elements were finally present.
Yeah, he
including
squeezed
the
it in for the
From those
detractors.
few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos enough to donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations for what he claims were games and equipment. Even now, in the channel comments, people were suggesting...
Keep in mind that at this time, so this is what, 2009, there is absolutely no way to monetize gameplay clips on YouTube at all. You can make no money on gameplay, and I was growing in views and popularity, and people wanted more from me. I was like, well, that's great, but dude, you know, I just got a normal job. I can't be dropping hundreds of dollars a week on a bunch of new games and stuff. If you help me with some PayPal tips here and there, I can afford it. And people did. It wasn't a ton. You know, maybe I would make like 100, 200 bucks a month on PayPal tips back then, just to buy a few games, which was very nice. But it was a hobby. There was no money to be made. No one was paying me to make gameplay. And that went on that Dark Side Filled channel for 2.5 years. I never made any money on it.
Suggesting the use of direct capture via what is known as a capture card. And DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive, yet worse option.
As you know, any donations that you send help me in the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum, so...
As these suggestions to how he could improve his videos poured in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend so he gets deleted. Why don't you...
Friend request ridicule. I recommend if you want to have a great fucking laugh, go watch my friend request ridicule series from back in the day. Again, it's
Oh yeah, go and watch my old fucking trash videos where I make fun of little kids. You'll love it.
Razzing people.
You'll absolutely love it.
Look at the views on the video. 176,000 views for this. It's like epic history of me doing it. I did it many different times. To this day, people like it, but you have to understand the joke. Like, I was doing it on purpose, over-the-top reactions, really insulting things to the people who were sending me these friend requests. It wasn't real. It wasn't, oh, I'm actually trying to be an asshole to these people. It was just me purposefully over-the-top being like that. Actually, eventually, I retired the series because my viewers actually said, we want to actually talk to you for real. Like, we understand this series is funny, but we actually want to have conversations with you. We want you to answer questions, have, like, a social interaction. So I canceled this whole series and started a show called
Right, let's get food.
King, where I would just take in questions from like my forums and answer them without any insulting answers. So eventually I realized
let's get food, so sit tight.
It was a joke, but yeah, people really want to hang out and talk with me, so I'll do a real series and I canceled this one.
Use capture.
But this is funny as fuck.
Capture card instead of camera. I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times. It's because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone. I'd have to record the voiceovers. I'd have to actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up. Considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that while I'm at work, I don't think that's going to happen. So shut
your fucking
face.
the fuck up. So basically, the only people who really cared about my quality at this point in 2009 were people who were like, well, other people, your contemporaries, are doing direct capture. I'm like, my contemporaries don't put out 30 videos in a day. They sit there editing. They put out one video a day that's like, 10 minutes. I'm putting out 3 hours of footage a day. So would you rather have 3 hours of a hot new game or one video of a hot new game that has good visuals and audio? And everyone said, put out more videos. We want to see you get through the games and cover them. And that's what my thing was. I was known as the guy who bought the new games, played them right away, beat them within a week, and immediately could review the game and go to the next game. I was a very proficient, prolific content creator in that way. Everyone else cared about their production quality, but wasn't putting out enough content, right? I was putting out endless amounts of content, and people liked that. That's how I ended up blowing up at the start.
That, as would be understood, was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology.
Wrong. That is wrong. It's because I wanted to put out more content. People found it more entertaining for me to play more games than for me to sit there and edit all day. I didn't think it was going to be fun to sit there and edit Rather, people wanted to see me enjoy myself and play more games. So that's why I did it that way. If people had outright said, we're not going to watch your content unless you edit, then I would have edited. But people preferred me to pump out more. So that actually is incorrect.
Making it seem overcomplex to an audience that knew very little about video creation. From here on, he would label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera and not the game as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content in fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the king of hate HD, shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases, freely interacting with strangers, and now, because his vlogging channel was successfully accepted into the YouTube Partner Program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello, guys, if you are enjoying tonight's stream, please give it a like. I know that we have over 1,000 people on stream and 300 likes. Let's get that up. Please click like. It helps this channel a lot for engagement. It'll help more people to find my reacts over the course of the week. And of course, if you're having a good time, please support the stream. I did demonetize the stream for you all tonight, so there wouldn't be hindrance of ads. It would be great if I could get some support by the end of the stream. I'm going to go about another half hour or so. We'll see. Okay? What's going on? My name is Phil Brunell, but more commonly known as Darkside Phil, or DSP for short on the internet. And in 2010, my channel actually ended up being in the top 30 most viewed comedians of all time on YouTube, and actually had over 100 million total channel views. At this point, I started getting noticed by different companies, such as Machinima and other people contacting me. And at that point, I really wasn't too interested in doing anything with it. I wasn't really sure, you know, that it would ever translate into anything serious for me, or any kind of a monetary gain for me. Is that my face reveal video? I thought in my face reveal video I was wearing the Blues shirt, the Chicago Blues shirt. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know if that's that. Yeah, maybe I am misremembering. I don't know. I'm sure you guys will look into it now. Thank you, Disgoy Knows, for 5 gifted memberships to the community. I appreciate that.
Combined with the money from his traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house into his own condo that he purchased for $131,000, leaving him to be a host for such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yep. Yeah. What better to eat right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough than a delicious, ginormous pizza?
Yummy.
So why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get pizza so we can play Turtles? John Rambo here, devouring his final slice.
Hell bugger, you fuckers.
As controversial as Phil had become in the real world, and was well on the way in the online space, he was leading a fuller life. He was even experimenting with edited videos, like his multi-part Game Awards series.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards 2009 Top 10 Best Games of the Year.
Dude, I sound so congested. I was sick as a dog making those, and I still made them anyway. I was so sick. My nose was fully congested. I'm like trying to do voiceovers and shit. I sound terrible.
Not everything operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
Yes.
Follow me, Red. Don't attack those fucking rad scorpions. Just follow me.
If you're interested in seeing me piss drunk and do a playthrough, head over to my DSP Throwback channel. I remastered my Fallout 3 playthrough, and I am so drunk in half of it. I'm lost in the sewers and shit. It's absolutely hilarious. I kill a whole town of NPCs drunk as shit, but I remastered it, so now the visual quality is better and the audio is better. You can see that over on DSP Throwback. I did that earlier this year.
What? Red has died. She didn't even get fucking hit. Now she's dead. What the fuck?
As was normal, DSP fumbled through gameplay, regularly blaming the game for his shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
We may not look it, but every one of us is a trained... They both come in here.
All right, I'm just going to say this. For me being completely drunk as shit, I put out a lot of content that actually wasn't so bad. Like, look at this video. It's gameplay. There's commentary. I mean, yeah, I'm drunk as shit. But look, I'm putting it out consistently. That's a camera pointed at a TV, and it's actually framed pretty goddamn good. Like, damn, I got good at this for being drunk and putting out content. I was pretty good, right? You know, another person trying to make being drunk and do the fucking gameplay, they're fucking falling over and shit.
A viewer may have missed it as Phil did through his rapid selection of the dialogue for the sake of progression. Phil unwittingly chose the option to threaten the NPC.
Yeah, by accident. Oops.
Why the fuck are they attacking me? I don't get it. Why are they attacking me?
I feel like I'm barely conscious.
I didn't want to kill them. Why did they attack me?
There was a grotesque nature to Phil's Let's Plays and a rage that would turn physical.
My Xbox locked up. That's what the Butthead DSP Smash is. It's me doing a controller smash montage. Oh, okay. Because I saw this in the timestamps of the documentary earlier on. I was like, I have no idea what this is. It's just a montage. Okay.
Fuck, they're doing it!
Standing fucking roundhouse. Wow. Shit fucking.
No fucking wasn't kidding me. Fuck this stupid fucking mission. I'm fucking cooking fucking balls.
A part of a successful creator.
I mean, people loved it when I acted like that. There was many times when I would completely overact on purpose to get a good reaction out of my audience. They loved to see the rage of Darkside Phil. To some extent, it was real, but sometimes I would ham it up. So when you ask the question, is Phil a character or not? It's probably part true and part fake. You know, it depends on the situation. And if I knew that I would elicit that kind of positive response from the audience because they wanted to laugh at me being angry, right? But it wasn't that often. The controller slams didn't actually happen that often. In fact, and just listen to this. In the 16 years that I've been doing YouTube, I've only broken one controller. I was playing an old-ass God of War game, and I slammed it on my coffee table in my condo in Connecticut, and it actually broke. That was the one time ever. Every other time, it wasn't a common occurrence, but every once in a while, you know, my people would do those montages and act like I do it all the time when I actually didn't. I received a 225 tip from Mr. Puffy Nipples. Actually, you started DSP Inbox before Ask the King. So I did a DSP Inbox series, then I renamed it to Ask the King. Thanks for the correction there.
His willingness to experiment, adapt, and improve. DSP had those elements, except he was so set in his immediate success, he disregarded improvement to increase what worked in excess.
Correct. He's absolutely correct in that statement. At this point, now I don't know if I'm with Machinima yet, but basically the way I saw it was, listen, people are watching my videos. I'm getting more subscribers, more viewers. I'm on a big upward trend on YouTube. People are saying DSP is one of the funniest gaming YouTubers there are. Why would I change my formula? If what I'm doing is working, why would I then say, oh, I need to change and go direct capture and do all this editing and put out less content? The amount of content I'm putting out is working. It's getting me noticed. It's giving me the views I need to get to the top of the YouTube ladder for gaming. So let's just keep doing what I'm doing, right? June is correct here. This is a running pattern you will see over the course of this documentary. I fail to adapt. I fail to recognize new trends. I fail to change for the better. And I just keep doing what I'm doing, and it stops working. But then I just keep doing what I'm doing. It's called being stubborn.
By early 2010, his Let's Plays and number of total videos soared. In just a little over a year, he had nearly 7,000 uploads on his main channel, with his total views at a gargantuan 70 million. That means he was averaging 10,000 views a video. And not in the least humble about these statistics. Quote, I've been called fat, ignorant, stupid, scrub, loud, obnoxious, disrespectful, belligerent, inciting troll, asshole, worthless. But I've also been called entertaining by 70 million people. You be the judge. I'll be banned by the time you read this. This could be found on SRK, and if even possible, further soured Phil's image in the rest of the Street Fighter community.
Look at him now. I mean, he's just... 20,000 idiots are subscribed to him. That's great. Congratulations. Congratulations with your YouTube channel, and hope you enjoy your life, bro. I mean, it's a great victory. PlayStation 1 Super Turbo Champion. You take that to your grave, bro. Good luck.
Yeah, and the hilarious part again, I had already beaten him in tournaments after this, or after that. but this is him seething that I'm popular on YouTube and the FGC is not. Like I said, this interview was around 2010, and the FGC hated me because they saw that I was becoming popular while they were stagnant. I was being popular. They were trying to make videos on Street Fighter 4. They were trying to get stuff going, but Darkside Phil was the talk of the town, and they were not. So they were all very, very jealous. And I will say this, because I know that June won't say this. After this interview happened in 2010, I got wind of it, and I talked about it publicly, and I said, you know, I don't know why Mike would have said that, because I thought we were cool. I thought we squashed our beef in 2007. I have no clue why he would have said that, and I really don't have anything to say about it, really, besides maybe he's jealous. I don't know. And that was it. I left it at that. He wrote me a DM on YouTube, and I wish I could show this to you, but DMs on YouTube don't exist anymore. They erased them all. And he wrote me this DM on YouTube and apologized and said, I'm actually sorry. I got caught up in the moment with this whole hype going on at this tournament. They asked me about you, and I said, you know, I'm gonna ham it up for the crowd. And I did that. And then he said, but I want you to know we have no beef. I'm sorry I did that. I apologize. And that was really nice of Mike to do that, because at the time in the space, you know, I'm a emerging creator. I'm getting popular on YouTube, and to see that someone from the old days of the FGC is crapping on me, that's like a notable player, is kind of messed up. And the fact that he apologized, he didn't have to do that. He never had to, and that was nice of him, and I respect him for doing that, because again, to go out of your way. I just can't prove it because the DMs have been deleted. And in fact, I remember years later I had a conversation with John Rambo about it, and he said, dude, it's too bad you didn't save that.
Oh, look at that.
To show everyone. And much like a lot of the things we're talking about today, it's like, yeah, but did anyone ever think that things would go the way they have, that I would become an internet person that everyone talks about, that there'd be documentaries about me 20 years later where we're talking about this shit? Of course not. So why would I think to save anything, right? Like, who would think to save the fucking DM from Mike Watson? Who gives a shit, right? Now, it would have been great to show it, but I don't have it anymore, and YouTube deleted it. FYI, someone tried to tip me, and YouTube froze it. So I apologize. It was a $5 tip, and I have no idea who it's from. I appreciate that, but I can't shout it out because I can't see your message. Also, Spencer, thank you for a $2 super chat there. And I'm not going to read that because you're saying things that I'm not going to say on YouTube, but I appreciate it, okay? All right.
DSP was making enemies that he had never met. In 2009, he had a small run-in with Rockstar and Take-Two that took down 2 of his videos, as was commonplace, as all of Phil's videos ran the risk of scrutiny by these companies.
However, Take-Two took it upon themselves to actually put a cease and desist order against YouTube, stating that they were not allowed to put up any of my gameplay footage, in particular because I had the cutscenes of the game in my footage.
And then, in 2010, what appeared to be Ubisoft also struck Phil's channel to a severe degree.
The Steve Jones saga begins. The Steve Jones saga. Here we go. By the way, thank you to Skonkgasm, $5 super chat. I'm a admitted detractor. I love to hate you. It's a wonderful kind of sensation. Keep it up. I don't get this kind of thing anywhere else. Wow. That's incredibly disturbing. Please seek professional help. Thank you for the super chat.
By April, the strikes continued at such a pace that his main channel, Darkside Phil, was taken down. After sharing the news, it came out that the strikes were illegitimate and were possibly sent out by a disgruntled viewer. With the strikes resolved and the channel restored, Phil saw it fit to celebrate his channel's resurrection.
Oh my god, this video.
Guess who's back, motherfuckers? That's right. That's right. They tried to take me down. They tried to get me off YouTube. They tried to shut me up. Fuck those motherfuckers. The king is back. That's right. As you can see, thank God, my channel, Darkside Phil, has been restored on YouTube. So, awesome.
This tactic would also become commonplace against Phil. As a response to the initial takedown, DSP made 2 additional channels, one for Street Fighter that was soon abandoned, and another for gaming going as DSP Gaming.
Was not soon abandoned. The Street Fighter channel lasted over a year, and there's a whole reason behind why it shut down. If he doesn't address it, there's no reason to. It had to do with my partnership with Machinima later on, but let's see if he ever brings it up or not. It's not a big deal, so.
This channel, for all intents and purposes, adopted the role of his main channel and will remain as such for the foreseeable future. At the time, as a host to gameplay videos, the channel's true purpose was to bring attention towards his vlogging channel, as that channel was monetized.
What am I going to do?
Oh no, here it comes. The Cooking with the King saga. This is so good.
Express mode, bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces of white bread,
This new series, beginning in September of 2010, was going under Poorly Cooking with the King.
Yep.
These videos were much more intimate than his gaming videos or even vlogs, for reasons not known then, but are now.
Back then, I started Cooking with the King as a way to branch out and to have additional content on that channel. I think that that series ran its course to the point where I literally probably cooked every single meal I could possibly make without looking like an idiot. Or using a cookbook. And the point is, the series was me showing you things that I cook, not me cooking out of a cookbook.
Phil was increasingly monetizing different aspects of his life, and as he stated, Poorly Cooking with the King were the recipes he knew how to make, meaning...
Yeah, right. No, the whole idea, it was called, I don't know why I said that. That, I will say, that's a misstatement. It's called Poorly Cooking with the King. It means I'm just cooking random shit that maybe is easy to cook, because I maybe have tried it before, but it's called Poorly Cooking with the King. I was never saying this is actually how you do it. It was supposed to be a joke. It was supposed to be hilarious. Half the time I was drunk making those videos. Again, I'll say it. That was like middle of the night, me making food, because I've been drinking all night and I was hungry. So I would just film myself making food and fucking up and spilling shit everywhere, and people loved it.
This is what Phil made regularly.
So what am I going to make? Today I'm going to make scrambled eggs, and I'm also going to make some sausage. So I'm going to whip together...
I rarely cooked. At this point in my life, I rarely cooked at all, because I still have my office job and everything. I would eat completely unhealthy, but this wasn't what I was eating all the time.
Some burgers, the eggs, and the cheese. That's pretty much 3 basic ingredients, but you can add other things to this dish. Although in this episode, we're actually...
See the time? 12:05? That's 12:05 a.m. I've already been drinking for several hours filming for gameplay. Now I'm going to make a meal at 12:05 a.m. Yeah.
Actually going to go a little bit more healthy than some of my previous...
Oh, it was 4 a.m. for the scrambled eggs? So there you go. I was up all night drinking, recording, and at 4 a.m., I'm going to eat all this shit, and then I'm going to pass out drunk with this food in my stomach.
Recipe, simply because a lot of people have been complaining, and I guess it's time to show that I don't only eat, you know, things that might be high in fat or high in cholesterol. For every
yeah, right.
6 ounces of
like this isn't high in fat and high in cholesterol. Are you kidding me?
You use a half a cup of mayonnaise and or Miracle Whip.
Those were the following 4 Poorly Cooking with the King videos. Besides Phil's poor diet that would impact his life in somewhat ironic ways, viewers were exposed to cooking mishaps that were perplexing.
Safest thing to...
Even shows this? Me pouring the grease down the toilet and destroying the pipes? He shows this? That's hilarious.
Do with bacon grease.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Destroy the pipes.
Hot fucking potatoes.
Scrutinous viewers could look at the clock in the stove frame, the layout of his house, etc. As for the rest of his videos, they were performing well, even if he did have a few hiccups or angry neighbors telling him to shut up along the way.
That's my drunken neighbor. He was more drunk than me. He would sit on his back porch drinking all night and then yell because there's noise coming out of my place. Like, dude, you're sitting on your back porch drunk making noise and you're telling me to stop making noise in my house, in my living room? I can make as much fucking noise as I want in my own living room, you ass.
If this was the only trouble DSP received, the rest of 2010 would have gone.
Is that why you never talk back to him,
The key
DSP?
change that destabilized his world was him getting fired from his job.
And what happened in this case, they did a rework where they took me out of this department where I was
come
doing
back.
all this great work, and they put me in a completely different department. The management there didn't give a fuck
NWO,
about
Zoe
me.
Victor's,
And
how you
after 3
doing?
months, they
Alexandra
laid me
C,
off.
how you doing?
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life, Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
Because fast food, I'm going to be telling you right now, when I do these for fast food, they're always going to have a low rating because fast food usually is pretty bad. It's an odd combination of flavors because the egg and all the meat are extremely salty.
Constant like
This series was initially food-based. Then he began
smacking
reviewing
his
own
fat
merchandise.
lips.
There's a bunch of different designs that you can get.
Then joysticks.
This joystick uses all Sanwa parts.
This
Sanwa
series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
DSP tries it.
This is DSP, and I'm using the
Nice fake laugh.
I'm using the new Axe
Great fake laugh.
detailer.
Yeah. Drop the balls.
For a period, DSP discontinued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate HD altogether. DSP's fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves unsecure in YouTube's survivability.
All right, so we're entering this arc. We've got, maybe we'll go through this arc. I don't know how long this will be, but maybe this is where we end off for tonight after this arc. Because I think this is one of the arcs where he's like, he got me. Like, when I say June got me on this one. He basically told me he researched more than me and found more information out than what I remembered and said that I was wrong. So let's see how badly I was wrong of my recollections of this. And I'm very curious myself with this one because I don't know how wrong I was. Let's find out.
And so,
Oh, by the way, thank you, Spencer, for another super chat saying, jokes aside, I appreciate more lenient chat moderation. It's good to have banter with critics and benign trolls who aren't completely unhinged. Yeah, as you can see, I'm letting it roll. I let my chat roll, unless there's like really nasty stuff in there. It's all good.
October,
yeah, sure you do.
TheKingofHate.com was up and running. Mainly used as a fan site, this website was fully equipped with forums and not a host of actual videos. Fan input and support was
I let my chat roll.
That's why in November, he made an exorbitant amount of money.
Yes. That first month, thank you, J-Rock, 5 gifted memberships to the community. I appreciate that. Made $18,000.
In the first half of December, Phil made another $13,000, though it is unclear if YouTube actually paid it out. Regardless, if what Phil says is true about him making around $200 on average in the prior months, then he was now making 100 times more.
Yes.
This was unsustainable.
Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Burnell, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your videos. Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending. We're not turning off. We're not completely removing. We are suspending your AdSense account.
Phil claims that this increase in click activity was due to viewers feeling bad for him, not considering that the average person does not know how YouTubers make their money. This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
This. I said, YouTube, with their AdSense program, literally tell everyone, don't talk to your fans.
DSP Cult Leader? Wow, he found the Cult Leader channel. This was my first real detractor. DSP Cult Leader was a fan who somehow I had pissed off. I don't know if I had banned him from my channel or something. I don't know what happened. But for some reason, he hated me, and he was my very first ever detractor on YouTube. DSP Cult Leader. Yes.
About it. Don't tell them how AdSense works, because then you would incentivize them to do stuff and commit fraud. Basically, how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to come out and just say, you know, how you can do that.
Participate. Oh yeah, we know what you mean, bitch.
YouTube and how the partner channels work. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying.
This is the controversy, okay? What's about to happen is June is going to play you a video. For some reason, he's playing the detractor video. He's not playing the original video. So in my original face reveal video, which this is right here, okay? This was, I believe I want to say this was like early 2010. It might have been 2009, actually. It was either 2009 or 2010, but it was early on, okay? In this video, I actually say outright to my audience, which I should never have said, and I publicly admitted this was my fault. I said, you know, if you want to help, yeah, you know, you can click on ads and stuff like that. I never should have said that, right? That is something fucked up. That you know, why are you saying that to your audience, right? Well, guess what? I said that in that video, and that video stayed live for either like around a year. Because again, if it was 2009, it was over a year. If it was 2010, it was like a year. Okay. At the end of 2010, that December, that's when YouTube said they detected invalid click activity on my videos and suspended my AdSense.
Yep.
So if what I'm gonna say in this video is what got me demonetized on
Who's
YouTube,
responsible
then why
for
did it
Jimmy's
take them a
fish
year?
stick joke? Maybe.
Because that's not what got me demonetized on
Maybe.
YouTube. What got me demonetized is I lost my job, my fans felt bad, and they went and did that. Despite me never asking them to do that, they did it anyway. Because they felt bad, and then because it was such an overabundance of that, YouTube said that's not valid, obviously. You're not intended to get that much engagement with ads on YouTube. That's, you know, Obviously, they can't keep paying me that much money a month. They're going to pay me $18,000 a month for a little rinky-dink channel doing vlogs? Of course they're not. So they turned it off. But it wasn't anything I did. It was not me saying it in this video, because this video was live at least a year before they turned off my ads.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Was taken. It was the actual increase in ad revenue that happened out of nowhere when I lost my job.
Yeah,
that got
sure.
the action taken. So it's unrelated, but this is always the narrative of my detractors, is that they want to say it's all my fault. Listen, it was wrong for me to say that in this video back then, but that is not the root cause of why I was demonetized on YouTube.
That's where the fun comes from. So I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos.
There it is. And that video, that was my real face reveal video, and that was, I believe, 2009. If it was early 2010, I apologize, but I think that was early 2009. And that video was live for over a year before I was demonetized.
DSP Cult Leader was a channel that represented a growing disdain for DSP. This channel was falling under the umbrella of detractor content, or those that at this moment believed DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions. In late December of 2010, this channel was releasing various videos showing contradictions in DSP's words, like the reason he was suspended from the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase a few high-end collectibles here and there. The amount of statues and figurines were noticeably increasing. Perhaps it was because he felt secure, not in YouTube, but in Blip.tv. This was a website that was trying to compete with YouTube and was on
the Blip TV saga, and probably arguably the worst thing that I ever said online. Maybe this is where we'll end it tonight. Let's see.
the lookout for talent. DSP, a very large channel, was welcomed with open arms, and soon after joining was the second largest channel on Blip.tv, and was on an exclusive, superior contract. Here, he uploaded gameplay and vlogging videos alike, while still uploading videos to YouTube as a fallback. That's how DSP entered 2011. His attention split between two competing websites. In January, a demo for the upcoming highly anticipated game, Dead Space 2, was released to help build up hype. DSP was among those that downloaded it and among the few to record it.
Oh, this sounds fun.
Then, he was the sole creator that made the most controversial video that was not even related to the already controversial gameplay.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want.
Give me your money.
You let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact turn everyone into necromorphs. So now I, the last remaining Nazi, must exterminate them. Hello, Jew.
Phil, role-playing as the last surviving space Nazi, did not translate well to his
Hello,
audience
Jew.
that quickly reported his anti-Semitic jokes. Unlike YouTube, Blip.tv sought to purge Phil and banned him from the platform. He was also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip. So for the third time in just 3 months, Phil had to restructure his job and figure out how to make money again.
You know, Hutch, sorry, but obviously you've proven that you can't be mature about it. I sure as hell didn't go to your page to try to fucking flame your fans, so enjoy your block.
I mean, so now he's moving on already? I mean, there's nothing to say there. That's an indefensible joke. How I defended it at the time was I was a fan of Howard Stern, and on the Howard Stern
how I
show,
defended it, how I lied at the time is what he's saying right now.
Like that. But what
This is how I lied at the time.
An immature, drunken idiot is that Howard Stern is Jewish. If Howard Stern wants to make a joke about Jews like that, I mean, it's still offensive. But at least he's in the position where he's like, you know, Jewish.
Move on, DSP.
So it's not as offensive. Like if I had gone on there and I said I was killing off all the Italians.
Move on, bro.
Italian, right? I am Italian in real life, just so you guys know. It would still be offensive, but at least it's like, well, at least the Italian is saying the joke about an Italian, right? I had absolutely no right to say that at all. There was no way that you can spin that as, oh, that's a good joke. That's a joke that should be allowed. I understand that now, but back then I was like all defensive about it. Like, oh, I was just trying to be like Howard Stern. I don't understand why
we
they took me off
know.
the
We
site.
know how
I
you
didn't
lie.
get any
Move
chance
on.
to basically do anything about it. For example, I was the #2 guy on all of Blip TV. I was bringing them in tons of views and money. They offered me an exclusive
Ah,
contract. I
yes,
was gonna
tons of
actually
views
work
and
with
money.
guys from
The
Channel
root of
Boss.
everything,
That's right,
once again.
Nostalgia Critic. Back then it was called That Guy with the Glasses. And I was going to work with them on their Blistered Thumbs channel and put my content up, and I was going to team up with them and be a part of their team. They were open arms, happy to have me. I had a call, not with Doug, but with his brother. I forget his name right now, but I had a call with his brother, and we talked all about the future and how exciting this was going to be. And I even had a call lined up with the management, the upper management of Blip for a week later to talk about a higher end contract and all these things that were going to happen for me. These doors were going to open because I went to Blip from YouTube. They really wanted me. Then I decided, because I was a complete moron, to do that joke. Like, of all the times, your doors are opening, people are liking you, let's do the most offensive possible thing. That sounds like a good idea, Phil. I'm a moron. I'm a fucking asshole, all right? It's indefensible. It was stupid. I apologize for it many times. I'll apologize for it again here publicly. I'm a dunce. I shouldn't have said it.
Yeah, well done.
I was
Move
appropriately
on.
removed from the site for doing it. Let's continue.
You're no longer allowed to talk on any of my fucking videos. And then here we go. Oh, look, it's Hutch. And he sends me this giant fucking message. I told you I was done. You don't listen, so you're blocked. I don't ever want to hear from you
The Hutch rivalry. This didn't last very long, though. I wonder how in-depth he'll go into this.
again.
Hutch, a gaming creator who worked for Machinima and held a lot of influence with the multi-channel network, had changed tones with DSP. Feeling sympathetic, and after a short back and forth through email, Hutch was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as the third party, therefore circumventing Phil's own suspended AdSense account. This was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its copyright fears by placing the responsibility on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion of the ad revenue. So for the first time ever on YouTube, all of Phil's content could be monetized. In the background, there was one issue, or faction, Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima, the prominent detractor channel, DSP Cult Leader, uploaded a video from the year prior where Phil denounced
DSP
Machinima.
Cult
They're nice enough to
Leader.
go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things like that. So all I have to really say is fuck you, Machinima.
Mostly unfazed by these counter-narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream, and you can only go up from here.
For a while, this was the case.
Yep.
In May of 2000...
All right, thank you, Jared, for a super chat saying, is any of your merch still available, like a King of Hate mug or anything? No, I don't have any merch. I haven't for many years. It's because of my detractors. They got me kicked out of every possible place to make merch. They messaged them and showed them shit like that Dead Space clip, acting like that's something I do today in 2024 when it was in 2010. And then everyone's like, oh, we want nothing to do with Phil, so they won't let me make merch. Maybe one day I'll be able to make it again, but as of now, no, I don't have any merch. And Andrea, thanks for 7 months at the level at submissions level here. First half of the movie's great. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. The rest of the movie's great. It's just a big upward trend. Trust me, nothing could possibly go wrong.
Hilarious.
2011, he had a $1,600 computer built by the same fans that created and were...
All right, here it is. This is where I wanted to end tonight. I'm fascinated by this because I think I misremember this whole situation, and June says he got to the bottom of it and figured it all out. So I want to hear the true story because apparently I'm completely wrong and in the wrong in this story. So let's see.
Running his website. Phil was still going to fighting game events, though not as frequently, and if not clear already, he was making a decent amount of money. In the course of 8 months, Phil was cluttering all facets of his condo with collectibles or equally unessential items. His 2011 condo tour showcased how much his apartment had changed. On the walls, counters, even the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space. There was even an entire corner of his condo solely dedicated to the boxes of the items he had purchased.
Yep.
The density of items took space. Not just
Flutter Master. Looks like I'm a hoarder, right? It was bad.
Physical space, but also with the condo tour runtime that by part 3 saw Phil categorizing just segments of his small condo as to speed up the pace of the video. The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything. Phil had covered...
And my condo was tiny. My condo was super small. Just think about that, how much shit I had cluttered in there.
The open space, or lack thereof, between his kitchen and living room. Left to review, besides the bathroom, was his bedroom that was similarly decorated with gamer memorabilia and other items Phil took interest in.
This artwork is actually painted completely with her breasts, and it's custom artwork that she makes.
Oh my god, I remember
and
that.
She does all kinds of different paintings and such. And I was actually thinking, this is so nice. It's so artistic.
People were sending me all kinds of shit. They were sending me handmade controllers.
Okay, we've got to move on away from the breast art.
Crazy shit like this. Just constant shit.
Stick looking that if I do get an office next year, like I had talked about doing, that I
Move
may
away from the boob art quickly.
do a couple more paintings for the office. I thought that would be pretty cool.
Embarrassment
On that
setting
note,
in.
The only thing preventing Phil from stockpiling more was lack of space, which he sought to remedy.
If I get more artwork, where's it really going to go? There's only a couple spots left that I've been looking, like a couple spots in the bedroom or whatever, but at this... wow, at this point, it's pretty much all filled up.
I love that he left that in there.
Wow, he
I
thinks
love
that's
that he left
funny.
an insane belch in there to make me look like the oaf I was. That's great.
What I'd like to do is
You
get
still
the
do
hell
that
out here,
now.
like I said, get an office where I can do a lot of my filming, where I can do my uploading.
He's still
not
laughing
worry
at the
about my
butt,
modem
dude.
going
Look at
down
him.
Here, having a business class internet.
He
having
don't
a place where I can
realise.
do
He's like a
better
literal
filming,
teenager.
And I sure as hell, I'm not sure that
He
that's
don't
ever going to
realise
happen.
he does this
As
shit.
much as he collected, there was a space he felt was
And that
consistently
everyone's just
vacant.
like, the
He was
fuck's wrong
lacking
with
a
you, bro?
significant other. Quote, now for my favorite part of
You
the
know,
story.
I actually think we should maybe end it here because this might be a big arc. How long is this segment? Oh, it's not long. It's only like 4 minutes. Oh, we could do it then. Let's do that. I'm trying to find the right time to stop here. If this is only 4 minutes, we can do this.
My sweet waffle Philip. I met him in November 2011 online, YouTube actually, while he was and currently is making video game playthroughs. We're still going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is other people. We are a May-December romance. He's 11 years older, but it makes our bonds even stronger. He is so supportive of my
What is this? I guess she had a blog. I didn't even know she had this. She had a blog? Oh. I had no idea that she had a blog. I've never seen this before.
Oh shit,
Go
there's
figure.
a grave warden.
Oh god, you gotta wonder what's in
They're
there.
pretty tough.
I wonder if he found shit I had no idea she had this.
crafty ways,
Holy
even
shit.
if he doesn't understand half of it. We're even planning and
Oh,
taking
boy.
steps to opening our own online bath beauty business.
Yeah,
but
those
moving
guys.
in together comes first, because he lives in Connecticut. Told you we have hurdles, but that's all for now. I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough. I can't wait to learn and share and confide in what
Hang on, isn't there a
seems like
shortcut?
such great people. Smiley face. Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna, or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan, only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple, and Phil saw it fit to introduce her to his audience on Valentine's Day.
Hello, everyone. Darkside Phil here, and with me today.
And this was the beginning of such a shitstorm. Like, I would argue that up to now, up to this point.
Wow, we're
in
gonna
fact,
shit on
this is-
Panda?
We're about 2.5 hours into the React tonight, right?
The shitstorm.
There's never really been anything that was bad that was like a shitstorm at all. I mean, yeah, me getting bumped around by YouTube copyright strikes, blip, doing dumb shit, the FGC drama, that's nothing. This was really the first big drama ever that I experienced as a content creator online, was introducing my ex to my audience, her becoming a part of my content and my life. This was the beginning of the very first humongo shitstorm.
Today is my beautiful girlfriend, Leanna, who also is known as Panda Lee on YouTube.
Quote, a special note, Panda Lee is not Asian. That is all, unquote. This was an annotation found on the video, a request likely by Panda Lee to avoid confusion of her race.
Right, because she picked the name Panda Lee and she didn't want people to think that she was Asian because she had like a, you know, what is it? A panda is what, a Chinese bear or whatever? But she didn't want people to think that she was Asian when she wasn't.
It is likely her,
and
also
because
made
she
sure to
looked
clear this
it,
up
I'm
in an interview
assuming.
held through a twisted metal lobby.
A little bit.
On the reveal video, commented that I look like an
Right?
old Asian woman, so...
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't pay attention to DSP fans. They're fucking idiots. A lot of them are fucking idiots.
If they ever need a really awkward Asian-looking, non-Asian chick...
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh my god, people in chat are like, Yoko Ono, Yoko Ono. You know, I will just say this because we're about to end this day one of the React. When I was becoming a prominent YouTuber, all right, there was no track record of anyone else who had done this kind of stuff and was successful. There was no one before DSP who was a Let's Player, who was prolific, who was doing this shit, right? There were people who came up with me and then grew bigger than me, but I was like one of the first. There was no one to say, okay, here's how they did it, follow their example. So by introducing someone who's my significant other at the time to a public audience, never did I think that it would become like a big negative thing, that it would blow up in my face, that everyone would be angry. And that's exactly what happened, okay? I mean, I was ignorant because there was no example to follow. Today, you can watch stories like mine and you can figure this out. Today, I absolutely separate my personal life from my public persona because I realize when they meld too much, it causes tons of problems. But I only learned that the hard way through this saga. By the way, Chuck Norris did a $50 super chat and says, long live the king, laughing my ass off. I'm a longtime lurker, on and off watcher. Thanks for the content and honesty. I owe much more than 50 for the amount watched. Great stream. Thank you, Chuck. I hope you'll be back all week. This is continuing all week long. And Spencer did another super chat and he says, DSP made mistakes. Everyone else can learn from him. That's right. Please learn. Please learn from my mistakes. This is a cautionary tale and you can learn a lot.
So what are your favorite games?
I just want to know how many Asians have green eyes. That's what I want to know. I've never met an Asian with green eyes.
Neither have I. So,
yeah, I have green eyes. Very rare, so.
Interesting take from Panda.
The way that I'm not Asian.
While Panda Lee was trying to convince Phil's audience that she is not Asian, Phil's audience was more curious about the 11-year age gap, with Phil being 29 years old and Panda Lee being 18. Rumors spread that they began dating when she was underage, but these are
just nodded like,
and no evidence of such.
Totally normal.
Thank you, June, for saying that, because so many people have said awful things over the years, that I'm a groomer and shit. Couldn't be further from the truth. For the record, she messaged me to the YouTube DM system when she was already 18, and that was the first time we ever talked.
She was already 18. It's a very weird thing to even have to say, but whatever.
I didn't groom her. She reached out to me.
Oh, shit.
And that's when we started an online talking back and forth for many
months.
What's
mad is nowadays... What's mad is nowadays, like, I've worked with, like, some 18 and 19-year-olds. Bro, they've been fucking... Like, I'm not saying it's, like...
You know what I'm saying?
It's, like...
About this situation,
more normalized. But, like...
You'll find
it's just kind of different now.
There's no evidence.
But this is like 20 years ago, when it wasn't way as normalized as it is now, and I think the girls weren't sexualized way younger because of, like, I don't know, social media and peer pressure and just the way the world is now.
Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood you live in. It can be as white as anything.
That's some of the people I've worked with, and you're just like, what the fuck?
Her video, because this ain't mine. I don't even know what this is. Again, she did her own thing, and I don't even know what she was doing.
You're just like, well, I don't know, like,
this is her own stuff.
When I was fucking 18, it weren't like this, man.
Because you know why? You know why it's a white neighborhood? Because the white people live in the
And this is back then, and they had that age gap. Back then, let alone now.
Yep, I called the police. You know why? Because 3 buildings away, I had all these windows and doors closed, but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly that if I knew Spanish enough, I could probably translate it for you.
Panda Lee would sometimes do playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo. Still, DSP's best friend had a large catalog of playthroughs with Phil and one...
Are we at? No, we're still... Okay, we're getting to the end here.
...was a favorite of the channel. Panda Lee, being a newcomer, and with her being argumentative with Rambo, meant she was making a bad impression.
I was just being difficult. Alright, well anyway...
Panda Lee was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and an argumentative personality that Phil often portrayed in his videos. As for his videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward. And
okay, that's it? No, this is the end. I'm trying to find the split here.
Instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos, he sought experimentation elsewhere.
Okay. This is a good place to end because now we'll absolutely remember tomorrow we start on Project 7. Okay. Alright, well, it certainly has been a journey so far. the early years, I guess you could call that, you know, the Street Fighter shit, which has nothing to do with my YouTube presence, and then the early years of YouTube. It's cool to go back and reminisce about it. I guess we really haven't gotten into the big controversies yet, at all. Yeah, from what I'm seeing here, I'm really not seeing the controversies yet. So this is a good start for sure. There was a couple things June was wrong on. You know, notably.
Okay, why are we licking
out
that? Whatever.
Oh, the whole invalid click activity.
Freak. Part 2.
Problems with copyright and blip arduous task.
Found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that
Okay,
Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to
his stuff, but also, you know, watching his raw thing, you know, the way I split it up here, this gives you guys ample time to actually be watching this over the week before I even finish it. Instead of rushing through and doing it all in one go, this gives people tons of time to kind of get a preview of what's coming up, right? Very good. Okay, we're about to start, but I just received a $5 tip.
I just received
from 2 last names. The only event more infamous than Watergate is the incident. Yes, I think we'll get to the incident tonight. It's about an hour from where we are. But
how do you know? Why would you even know, you fucking weirdo?
I'm just going to press play and watch and listen and maybe kind of... I don't know that much to add to that stuff because I wasn't involved in it. I only saw it from my perspective of the person being trolled. So I didn't know what was really going on. It's going to be more of an education. If he dug the information up and everything about these guys, that's going to be total new information for me that I never even knew. You know what I'm saying? So I'm fascinated by this. Let's see what happens tonight as we get through this. And again, I thank you all for giving me your time. The funny part is, so last night we had a lot of people, and I'm curious, every night will we get just as many people on the stream? Right now, we're not even close to what we had last night, but I don't know if people were waiting for particular parts. Like, it is kind of weird that the earlier parts got more views when they're really not, they weren't even that dramatic, you know? But it's going to get ramped up and more dramatic every night we do this, seriously. So, okay, are we ready to begin? All right, again, any contributions come in, I will shout them out. That's appropriate.
Oh, we know.
Let's get started.
Capture card to improve the quality of his videos. He sought experimentation elsewhere.
Here we go.
Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their...
Actually, already, Respect the Pact were actually friends of Howard. He was the one who pitched the whole thing, actually. He wanted me to do work with them somehow. And so we had a meeting at Starbucks, and we just pitched different ideas, and eventually we came up with the idea for Project 7 together after all talking about it in like a roundtable fashion.
Assistance with
a roundtable fashion.
Purpose of a shout-out, which they hope will launch their YouTube career.
Right.
Hello.
Fucking weirdo.
I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard. Woohoo! So
this is going to be them in a video that they made about me in 2015, many years later.
Why don't you just let us listen to it?
2011 and part of 2012. In 2015, after I had moved away and all our relationships had changed, like we weren't close friends anymore, they made this video and basically kind of told their side of the story that they had never even told me. So when this video came out, and the audio you're hearing is from this video, it's just audio only, but it is a video on YouTube, I was shocked just as much as everyone else because they had never expressed anything in this video to me directly ever. They just decided to go around me and put this video on YouTube. Go figure. Okay.
So it was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us. Despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming.
Yeah.
Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way, and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel. There was also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos that he had even gotten a raise for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel.
That's true. Now, just to make this clear, all right?
Oh yeah, just to be clear.
As he says that, if he's trying to spin it like I decided to end Project 7, that's not true at all. I had idea to make upwards of, 10, 12, 15 episodes, make it a season, make a DVD, sell the DVD, make money, go to conventions, promote it. Like, this was a big thing that we were going to do. And they just quit after 4 episodes and said that it was too much work for them and they weren't getting anything out of it. It wasn't that, Phil decided he just wanted to go back to making gameplay videos because it wasn't lucrative. That wasn't actually truthful at all. It was that they didn't want to do it anymore. Shit. So I would have kept doing it. I had all these ideas for future episodes that never got made.
The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have a reason to stay.
That's completely false. That's not what happened at all. Respect the Pact contacted me directly and said, we don't want to go forward with the project anymore because we're not getting the attention and clout and growth on our own content that we thought we would get out of it. And we're getting too busy with other things in our own lives, and we're just done with it. And I even said to them, would you consider under any circumstance doing it again? And they said, we're not sure. We were supposed to have a meeting, and this is truthful.
He's
I
literally
got food
already.
poisoning. I ate some old pizza. And
we're adding real detail now.
I canceled the meeting. And then after that, I tried to reschedule. It just never worked. We never got back together ever again. The whole thing just fell apart. So I guess you could blame the real reason Project 7 fell apart is because I ate bad pizza and I got sick. Because it might have gone well. Maybe at that meeting, they actually would have said, hey, Phil, we want money. Right? They might have said that. And if that was the case, I probably would have said, okay, let's come to an agreement to keep going. Because I wanted to keep going. But we never had the meeting. They never contacted me ever again about it. It was as if they had just wanted to be completely out. And I wanted to be hands off and nothing. Forget about the whole project. And in fact, I reached out to a couple other people on the internet who were internet filmmakers about the possibility of stepping in to replace Respect the Pact. But basically what happened was, after 4 episodes with the same crew, the same actors and everything, imagine if all of a sudden there was a giant shift in tone or shift in production quality or shift in, change. It wouldn't have felt the same. I think a lot of people might have felt resentful if I went forward with this show with another crew saying, oh, but it was really Respect the Pact doing all the work previously, why would you keep making the show without them, right? So I said, forget it, we'll just cancel it. And to this day, I really do wish that we had kept doing it, but it just fell apart. It had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I didn't want to pay them or anything like that. The conversation never happened. The upfront conversation was they just wanted clout on their channel and attention, and then there was never a follow-up conversation about, hey, we want money. Okay.
Then you have a number, and then split it the 5 ways, and throw them the cash, and offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey, man, at least try.
Phil did not do so.
That's right, because the meeting never happened.
Phil did not do so.
Basically, they stopped talking to me. Like the original meeting was never happened, and then they just stopped contacting me after that, and I was like, well, I guess it's done then. Now, I already talked about this, but I wonder if June will bring it up. The show made me no money at all. I lost money on Project 7, but let's see if June brings that up at all.
He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect the Pact themselves.
His response:
the greatest feeling you can get in the gym, or the most satisfying feeling you can get in the gym, is the pump.
Originally,
to get a
it's
new
your
biceps.
original
discussion
blood is rushing into your muscles,
what would you want
and
out of
that's
this?
what
And
we
they said,
call
we
the
don't
pump.
want money, we just want attention and plugs in the show. It was never once did they say we want money. So that's bullshit.
They don't want money. They don't
That's right.
want.
That's what they told me.
They don't want any money after this.
That's what they told me.
What he says, they told him that.
Yeah. And then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
So they lied. in the initial discussion we had,
Yeah, they lied.
outright said, we do not want money. I remember the conversation that we had in person at Starbucks. I remember it. I remember staring at, I forget his name. It was the guy on the left. Not the guy on the right there, but the guy on the left that you see. See, Howard's in the middle with his New York Yankees hat. The guy on the left, him and me were there first, and we were talking, and he said right to me, we don't want
The guy on the left,
we're
like,
looking
we
for
know who that
shout-outs
is.
and attention. We want plugs in your videos so people will check out our content. All right? And then the follow-up email was again with him. I forget his name. It's been so long. And that was when we were supposed to have a meeting to convene on, do you maybe want something else? And then the meeting got canceled because I had food poisoning, and then no one ever contacted anyone ever again. Okay? So they lied to Howard, apparently, about this to save face, and now I'm the one who ends up looking bad because I'm the public figure. Isn't that great? Whatever.
Phil was bold-faced lying to his two friends.
No, I was not. That is complete bullshit. You cannot prove that whatsoever. That's complete hearsay. That's nonsense.
This was already on top of other compounding, smaller problems, like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators and how he would lash out, rating unwanted attention towards his channel or just himself.
That part's
Comments
true.
would also sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create
Oh, we know it's true, bro.
Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer. And I even saw comments saying, "Wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing." Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential things would add up slowly and
Cringe.
drive a rift between DSP and John Rambo. Like,
and you want to know why they did? My detractors. Because at this point, in 2012, there was a group of people starting videos called This Is How You Don't Play, which I'm sure he'll cover, okay? And then, based off
It was
of
my
that, they
detractors'
tried to
fault that
create
Rambo
trolling
didn't
and a
like
rift
me.
between me and my friends. So what they would do is they would hear me say something like that in a video, and then they would go to John behind the scenes, and they would flag him in all his videos, video comments on his YouTube channel. They would email him and be like, "Hey, John, Phil is taking all the credit. Phil is trying to say that you didn't do anything, and he wrote everything in the show." Obviously, that's not what actually happened there, right? But that's what they would do. They put the little bug in his ear to piss him off, and it got to him, and he confronted me about it. I don't know if he'll could talk about this or not. Let's see.
when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
I start getting messages.
This I don't remember at all.
Yeah,
I
of
really
course you
remember this
don't.
At all. Very well, maybe I did say that just to get people to shut up about it, perhaps. Because I think people kept asking, will you play Mario Party with John? Will you play Mario Party with John? But then I ended up playing it with my ex. Maybe I lied about that to get people to shut the fuck up about it. This I don't remember at all, so I can't corroborate anything here.
And people are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big-nosed piece of shit.
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in, but as it becomes more difficult to calculate their earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited.
That's also incorrect. Dude made a few mistakes here, or at least he's just going off of hearsay, okay? That's completely incorrect. I was giving John 50% of the revenue on the videos he was involved in when Machinima would provide me with reports on how much money the videos made. This was before YouTube had detailed analytics on YouTube. We're talking 2010, 11, and 12, okay? By the time that those came out, we weren't doing this anymore, okay? So the only way I could get actual data on what I made on each video, I had to each month write to Machinima, my partner network, and say, can you please give me a report? Because I really need that data to pay my friend who's essentially my employee. And I would wait and wait and wait. And then finally they would get back to me and send me a report. Eventually, Machinima had so much reorganization and change inside of their structure, they didn't ever provide reports anymore. I asked, they said, we can't do that anymore. And there was no analytics, so there was no way for me to know what the videos made. Now, we could guess based on, view performance and what we saw, previous we were making on a certain amount of views and stuff like that, per video. And basically what ended up happening was John and I came to an agreement. He would basically want, I think it was $100 every visit, every Saturday for his time. So $100
How long
for
is
the
it?
day to hang out and play video games and stuff like that. Okay? And that was he wanted. That wasn't me saying, hey, I'll offer it. That's what he asked for. I would have given him more. If he said, I want $500
God.
weekend, I probably would have said yes. Because I enjoyed
Maybe later.
making together. And for the record, again, I've already talked about all this and when I reacted to the John and Howard video.
Oh, God,
specifically years ago.
31 minutes.
But to clarify again, re-clarify, basically,
it's not that I don't want to, don't get me wrong.
His work, he apparently did.
RTU's a bit
We were
much.
getting paid for, so I would have paid him whatever just to help him out. By the end, by
The
like
clapping
last
every
year,
second.
we were doing co-op every Saturday together, and I was paying him for his work.
That's what
paying
gets
him more
me.
than the videos we're making. The videos that we were making
The
for that one
applause.
day, the co-op videos, we're not making $100 in ad revenue. They weren't. The views had
The
plummeted.
applause, you're
My
just like...
views on our co-op stuff had gone way, way down for the
You're
most
just
part.
like, help.
So I was paying him $100 a week when we were probably making $50 on ads. So I was out all that money, but
It's funny he responded so fast as well.
You understand? Like, that's all I really cared about was helping him out. If he had asked
DSP
for
needs to
more, I
make
would've
another
given him
response
even
video,
more.
milk the drama.
Okay? So there you go.
Embrace it.
And that's plain as day, the truth. I've already talked about it 2 years ago, and my story has not changed, okay? So I don't know if June's going to play my
That
side.
doesn't
or
mean
not.
it's true.
He's literally only playing John's side here when I have already reacted to this and given my side. We got a couple shout-outs to do. We've got Kruger, who did a $10 super chat, says, I'm not going to lie, this is a lesson. You'll learn doing business in anything creative. Never take work from someone for free or they'll turn around under leverage and favor or lie about the agreement. Listen, I learned so much about this. Like, another thing I learned, even if someone's your friend, you always still have a business agreement in place. It's not just, oh, I'll pay you this or we're okay with this. Because look what happened. Everything along this whole ride where John was doing co-op with me through the years of like 2010.
That's just
all the
because
way
you're
through
a piece of
2014 when I
shit.
moved. He didn't say a word that he was upset about money, that he was upset about the arrangement of how he had to come to my place to film, anything about Project 7, literally nothing. He never said a word of complaint at all. He every once in a while complained, like, for example, that clip where I said, oh, I wrote that scene. He did complain about that because he was upset because it sounds like I'm taking all the credit for the show when that's not what I meant. But again, that was my detractors interjecting themselves into the conversation, pissing him off. But outside of that,
get this door
he never
open.
said a word. So how would you even know that someone's upset? So you're absolutely right, Kruger. Moving forward, if I ever get into a situation where I'm making a show or I'm working with another crew, I'm going to have contracts in place. Oh, you can be well assured, guys, that Mike Klum documentary about me that didn't get made, we already had contracts in place.
Oh, yeah.
About, limitation.
We had
of work,
contracts,
how much, if
dude.
there's going to be any pay involved. That was all done up front because I learned my lesson back then about this kind of stuff. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect that John Rambo years later would be making a video on the internet crapping on me, saying that I'm such an unfair person and stuff, when in reality he never said a word to me about it in person, and I didn't think we needed to make contracts because we were friends. So I definitely 100% learned my lesson on that. Thank you, Dick Jones, for gifting 5 memberships to the community. And I also received a $10 tip
Thanks, Dick.
from One Sick Puppy. A wise man once said, when things involve money, stuff gets funny. Yeah, you're right. Because again, until we started being involved in things like this, never was there a problem. It was just like a fun hangout session. Come over to my place, we'll play games. Maybe I'll film some of it or whatever. But then all of a sudden, when now it's money, now it's a transaction, now there's serious work involved, that's when it all fell apart. You're absolutely right. And again, for me, I kind of still saw it as fun times with my friends. I didn't really look at this like, wow, this is like crazy hard work that we're doing to pump this stuff out. So to me, I didn't think of it like that. And apparently, the other people involved did. And I guess that's on me for not being aware enough of the situation and really recognizing and reading the room. But again, they didn't say anything.
Oh, yeah, he didn't read the
They
room
didn't say
properly.
anything. I don't know, and that was the situation.
That's what it
basically
was.
They had passive aggression towards me. It all pent up, and then many years later, they made a video about it instead of just talking to me about it, which would have helped me a lot more. Okay.
But also, virtually every time he did visit, DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hang out outside the realm of YouTube. This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions.
Now, for the record, because he's going to talk about what I think amounts to jealousy, okay? But no, when John came over, the first thing we would do is hang out for
Right, called him jealous, that'll work.
Like, just hanging out. Just say, how you doing? What's going on in your life?
I'm sure that'll go down well.
Shit. We would do all of that before we ever turned on a camera. It was a hangout session, all right? And then in between making videos and stuff, we went out, we got a meal. and hung out together. So was there work involved? Absolutely. But were they also hangout sessions? Yes. Now, outside of the realm of making videos for YouTube, there was a couple other things that we did to hang out. For example, we would go over Howard's house, and he would be having people play fighting games in his house. And I would go over there without a camera, without filming a piece of content, and just hanging out with them, playing games and stuff, because I was good at Street Fighter, and they liked playing against someone who was really good at Street Fighter. So the narrative falls apart when you actually hear the full story. The problem is, no one wants to hear my side. Everyone just wants to hear the negative drama side to it and emphasize that as the truth. But the truth is, a lot of this stuff is fabricated or over-exaggerated to try to prove a narrative that they're trying to prove that I'm a bad friend and a bad guy. I wasn't really invited to anything. Like, for example, there was never a party that they say, hey, Phil, would you just come over to a party and hang out with us? That never happened. I'm serious. Only those Street Fighter gatherings. Outside of that, it wasn't like, oh, it was John's birthday and I was invited to his house and I didn't show up. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or Howard was having a cookout. That's the opposite. In fact, I did cookouts and things at my parents' house, and they came. So I have no idea what they're talking about here outside of the realm that maybe they wanted to do less work, but they never said that to me. So I don't know. Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's about less work.
BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house.
Because it's my money, and I can do whatever I want with it, Howard. I'm the one who's working.
And let's see how he called him by name, as if this old video that he's already responded to on his own channel like a year prior to this. I can do whatever I want with it, Howard.
I was wearing a fucking platinum mink robe from head to toe,
bro.
And I had gaudy jewels all over me, and
Howard,
a grill on my mouth, and I had fucking cocaine all over my countertop, and I snorted it right in front of you. You can't say anything because I earned it, because it's my money that I earned being a YouTuber. What is your point? What this is, he's ranting because he was in a few playthroughs in Project 7. And
yeah, tell us more, DSP.
The playthroughs in Project 7 that he was involved in would have amounted to like him making tons of money or something. No, Howard, it wasn't. It was me busting my ass in all those gameplay videos by myself that made that money that I could buy all those figures and I could lease the BMW with. So what are you talking about? You have no fucking point. All you're doing is you're exposing yourself for being incredibly jealous by saying these things.
House one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel, and how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
I don't know, because they didn't tell me. If they were jealous because I busted my ass as a YouTuber to make all that money, I mean, I can't help that. You know, they never asked me for anything. They told me they didn't want money up front. I'm not psychic. You know, I'm not... What exactly do you want? So because I'm a YouTuber who makes money, you just want me to start giving it out to people in my life all around me who don't say that they want it or need it or anything like that. You just think I should just hand out money around me, even though people distinctly tell me up front they don't want it. I'm like, okay, I mean, I really don't know what else to say in this situation. This is 100% pure jealousy exposed here with Howard saying this. Because again, out of all the people who had an argument, you could say maybe Respect the Pact had an argument because they did a lot of work on Project 7 that they didn't get any monetary compensation for. John
Shit on Howard a bit more.
For his work. Maybe he was disgruntled about the amount of pay, but he never brought it up.
Shit on Howard more.
Howard appeared in a few things with me. Every once in a while, I'd have a big bash, and he'd come over and do some gameplay with us. Again, Street Fighter stuff and Project 7, and that was it. He was the least involved of all of us. Yet he's the one who's freaking out in this video about how I had so much money and so many things and they didn't have it or whatever. It's like, dude, you are completely exposing yourself to the world showing how jealous you were of me. John doesn't say any of this, by the way. This is all Howard ranting about this shit in this video they made about me. And he never said a word about this to me, to my face either. But the funny part about it is, now that he said this publicly, it exposed the whole relationship that we had because I had always noticed that Howard was kind of the guy who I would invite him and he'd always be on the fence, and a lot of the times he would cancel, or he would say he's going to do something, then he would cancel at the last minute. He used to invite me to the Street Fighter gatherings, and then he stopped inviting me. He had everyone else over, like John and all the other players in Connecticut, and not me. He just stopped inviting me outright without telling me why. But now I know why. This was why. Because he was jealous.
Oh yeah, there's just jealousy, yeah.
Was spending ever more frivolously.
If I was jealous of you, bro.
His 2011 40-minute condo tour, this new condo tour took a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 27 seconds.
This is all true, and I do regret spending a lot of my money like I did back then. I 100% do, because if I had kept it all in savings, right, like a hoarder, then probably I wouldn't have gotten to half the financial troubles that I got into in the next decade. But instead, I blew a lot of it because I never had money like that before, and I was irresponsible, and I bought a bunch of statues and clutter and shit. However, to be fair, I was also making a ton of money. Like, take a look. My condo tour is 12 parts, about 15 to 20,000 views each. No exaggeration. This condo tour alone made me hundreds upon hundreds of dollars, which just buys me a statue if I want it. So it wasn't like, oh, he's frivolously spending, but he's not making the money. I was making the money, and then I was frivolously spending it. You understand? This wasn't, I actually didn't even have like a credit card balance at this point in my history. I had nothing at all. I was clean. I had savings actually at this point in the bank in the tens of thousands of dollars. I think at one point I had over $40,000 in savings saved up. Okay. Okay. I received a $2.25 tip from Walrus Nipples. I don't think you should have said that about John in the writing the scene. It made you sound like a whole. We all learn from our mistakes. Yeah. And the reason I said it, do you want to know why? Because of my detractors.
Oh, yeah.
Attacking me. Saying, oh, it looks like the entire show is good. Only the parts with John Rambo are good. Like, literally, they were saying the parts with Howard suck, the parts with DSP suck. Only anything involving John Rambo is good. To the point I was trying to make in that clip was, it's not just Rambo, it's a collective effort. Everyone is working on that show at all times. Some jokes are written by someone else, but they're spoken by a different character. For you to say that only Rambo's funny is actually kind of discrediting everyone involved. It wasn't just about me, it was about Respect the Pack and Howard and everyone. But of course, what do my detractors do? They spin it and say, oh, see, Phil's incredibly jealous of John. He can't even give him credit or anything like that. That's exactly what they did. It was them putting a wedge between me and my friends with their comments and their drama and their effort to put that crowbar in, okay? But my problem was, I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I took all their bait, and I said all that shit publicly that I never should have said. I should have just completely ignored them and gave them no time whatsoever, but instead I did entertain it and I talked about it, and it really upset John.
Oh yeah, Nocturnal, how you doing?
Okay, let's continue.
On the surfaces of his apartment, sans some of the walls and ceilings, it became a challenge to now find a square inch of clear space. There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit that I can't either, I have nowhere to put.
He's absolutely right.
For. I can't store. I don't.
For the record, my home now looks absolutely nothing like this at all. The only part, like my office here.
Well, I mean, you would say that, wouldn't you, DSP? Let's be honest.
All over that I'm using, and my closet is cluttered. But outside of this,
let me get a cup of tea.
Office, my entire house is organized and clean, and that's thanks in part to my wife, but also me. I like to.
Oh yeah, I bet it is.
But me, when I was doing YouTube videos 7 days a week full time, I was a fucking mess. I was just constantly pumping shit into that place, and it was just a nightmare. I didn't take any time off to clean it or anything, so it just sat there, clutter.
I don't know what to do with it, all right?
Yeah, Asmon Phil, you're right. I in the past have said, oh, I heard that Asmon Gold lives in like a hoarder's mess of a place. My place was pretty bad too. There was no trash. There was no trash, no food trash and shit like that. But it was a bunch of boxes and fucking shit all around me.
DSP had run out of storage for his baubles and memorabilia.
I don't know. It's too much. Too much. And the problem is I have nowhere to put this shit. If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be able to see it. But it's all just a jumbled mess on top of my dresser. I need more room.
His closet, even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess the inside of my fucking closet is. I'm not going to go all the way because my luggage
look at
is
that nice closet space.
Look at all the boxes I've got from
oh
the models.
My god.
Phil did not value or understand money, except when it came to others. Phil, when talking about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props that he bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300. It had less than 30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot, yet was the majority of shared expenses. He would use this and other items.
Actually, if you want to know the truth, the handgun I'm holding was more expensive than the Lancer, because the Lancer was made of plastic, and the handgun I'm using was actually like a replica gun that had like metal and other things on it. So that gun in my hand is like $4.99 from when I bought it. And it lit up and it made noises and shit. We didn't use it for that in the thing, but yeah. And there was more. There was other things I bought. We were going to have a whole sci-fi episode, and it was going to have like scenes with Mass Effect, and I bought a life-size replica of the Avenger rifle from Mass Effect that lit up and fucking made all this sound, and that thing cost, I'm not kidding you, cost $799, because we had already had all these plans laid out of things we were going to do with the show. So I went ahead and got all the stuff, and then it got canceled after 4 episodes. So I lost a lot of money on this show overall. But they're talking about, oh, why didn't they just get paid? Because the show didn't actually make me any money at all. What was making me money was the insane amount of gameplay videos that I was pumping out on a daily basis. That's where all my profits were coming from. This, again, like I say right now about my DSP throwback channel, I call it like a passion project. Project 7 was meant to be a passion project that hopefully we could finance and get off the ground, and then people would see what we were capable of. We could sell DVDs, we could appear at, you know, circuits of conventions, get the word out there, and then maybe we could do other shows and shit. That was supposed to be like the whole idea, but it didn't. It only got 4 episodes, and then the whole thing just fell apart. So it ended up being a giant loss for me. These guys didn't lose anything besides time. Respect the Pact are the biggest losers, because in this situation, because they worked on it the most with all the editing and everything. And again, I feel bad because yes, I do feel like I should have paid them. If they had asked, I would have. We never had the conversation. If they said that we didn't or whatever, that's a complete lie. I'm sorry that they would lie about that because they were so angry or upset or salty about the situation. But that's totally not what happened at all. That's complete bullshit. Doug Savona, thank you for a super chat. He says, this is for you, King. Thank you, Doug. And Papa Gino with a $2 super chat says, Howard sounds like a jealous bum. He's not a bum, but I do feel like he had a lot of resentment and jealousy towards me that he would never vocally say. It was passive aggression, I feel. Guys, if you're here tonight, please click like on the stream, get some engagement. It helps this channel a lot, and please support the stream if you're enjoying it so far. This is ad-free. I'm not running any ads on here tonight, so anything would be appreciated. I want to keep my streak going of tips, so if we can hit that, that would be great. Thank you for your contributions. Let's continue.
To try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Yeah, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
But he didn't justify that statement. All he did was say it, but he never justified it. What are you talking about? When did I ever disrespect everyone around me? What? My family didn't have any issues with me. These guys never even said they had an issue with me. What are you talking about? He's just trying to be overly crazy dramatic to basically say, this is the end. I don't ever want to have anything to do with Phil again. So he says this over-the-top statement, but where's the justification for what you just said? You don't even have it. And again, if this legit was John Rambo saying that to me, that would hurt so bad. But the fact that Howard's saying it, who had minimal input and work done on my channel. Minimal. It was Project 7 and a few playthroughs here and there, if that. That's stupid. Like, who are you? Why are you interjecting yourself into the friendship that I had with John and into this conversation at all? You're the last fucking person who should open their mouth, because both Respect the Pact and John did more for my content than you ever did. So go fuck yourself, man. Seriously, like, get the fuck out of here with this disingenuous bullshit because you want to look like an internet tough guy.
There were plenty of examples of DSP's poor spending habits. Few trump his 3 custom-made quilts. These quilts, individually and also factoring inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000.
Let me think about that. Probably right. He's probably right. Because they were very expensive, yes. But keep in mind, I was debt-free outside of paying my mortgage on my condo and this lease that I had on the BMW. I was debt-free. I didn't have any credit card debt. I was making more than enough money to pay for all of this out of pocket. This was not me racking up any kind of debt. But he's saying basically this is laying the groundwork for overspending habits. I think that's what he's saying. So let's continue.
How much was Phil earning?
The good news is this, okay? I am an intelligent person. I'm a finance major. I went to school for finance. I knew day one when I started making money off of YouTube that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super over expensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW, but it's actually a lot more economical than people really think.
On DSP Gaming alone, for the year of 2012, he got 85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012.
Probably close to true. I don't know if that's exactly true, but it's probably very close. I think my best earning year was 2011. That was the year that I made big bank. And then 2012 was probably around that. 2013, it went down a little. And then 2014, 2015, it went down more. And then it just plummeted after 2015 because of the copyright strikes, which I'm sure we'll get to. By the way, thank you, Hard Nose, who gifted a membership and went to Harakiri Rock. Enjoy Harakiri Rock.
The problem now that he was presenting his audience, starting 2013, is that Machinima was renegotiating many other contracts.
Yep.
What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming, and then in 2012 I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views by nearly tenfold. Not only...
I probably was talking about monthly, is what I was saying. I'm not talking about overall in the year. I think that would meant like by month. Because the highest I ever did on DSP Gaming was over 10 million, because Machinima, I remember, specifically paid a bonus when you got over 10 million. And so I think, at least, again, I don't even know what video that is. I think I'm stating like monthly. The highest I ever did, I was bringing in like 10, 11 million views a month. But then in the next year, it did go way down. So no, that's not me miscalculating. That's me saying monthly. Maybe I didn't say monthly in the video, but that's what I probably meant, I would think.
Is this proven incorrect by archives such as Social Blade? This is proven incorrect directly on his own YouTube channel, where there are screenshots from the start of 2000.
Right, because I'm telling you, I probably meant monthly. It's not a big deal.
2012 to the beginning of 2013 that shows he got nearly 90 million views. It was also here that Phil was toting his financial responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on or anything, and you don't see me wearing jewelry and shit. You know, I'm smart. I've banked my money. So regardless of what happens in this next year, I'm still okay. So I just want everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
All right, this is the troll arc. Yes, here we go. Here comes the troll arc. This is probably the arc that I will learn most from, because again, I don't really follow my trolls. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I don't follow it. I don't know who they are.
All were hating on me, and I didn't even know who the fuck they were. I just kept making content. So
Medium fair steak Hayden. Yeah, I don't know who they are. I don't follow them. I don't listen to them.
But to just end cap that part, for the most part, he covered the most dramatic stuff about the John and Howard and Project 7 situation, but he literally only took their side. He didn't even take anything from my rebuttal later that basically said, no, most of the stuff they're saying is fake, you know, or over-exaggerated, or it's really from one perspective and it's not correct. Maybe he will later, because I didn't do my response to that till like 2-3 years ago. So maybe he will later, maybe he won't. Maybe he'll take credit and never pretend like I never rebutted. I don't know.
So annoying.
But let's go. The two reasons. There are two underlying reasons why he would have made this video.
Come on! That's why I didn't want to fucking restart the game.
Number one, he's just insanely jealous of me.
Okay, here we go.
It's not my fault. I love it.
The other is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned.
The guy.
Who plays games to feel accomplishment.
What the?
So this is me. I think this is me reacting to This Is How You Don't Play, a series that he's probably about to explain, June.
Oh, God.
And this is completely, now I know, 12 plus years later, this is insanely stupid. This is the worst
why don't
way
you
I
explain
could
it to us,
possibly
DSP?
go about reacting to this kind of stuff. I went about it every way possibly wrong, okay? I'll say it up front before. I'm sure I'm about to be cringing and be embarrassed with this, along with all of you, because I was a complete moron the way that I...
Get on with it, bro.
Okay.
The fuck?
Ow.
What?
On February 15, 2013, YouTube user EvilAJ2010, in direct response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures or Phil's obscene commentary. Even with that considered, the supercut was nearly an hour long. In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play. Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding. A month later, in March, his video was up to 77,000 views, and word was spreading.
DSP is a weird guy. It's like a train wreck that you can't look away from. It's on every day, 10 times a day.
24 hours.
Oh, come on, guys. Come on.
I don't know who two best friends play are, but yeah, this kind of stuff started happening. Like, people started seeing This Is How You Don't Play, and this was their reaction. Everyone started talking about it, that they love This Is How You Don't Play because it highlights me in the most negative way possible as an inept gamer and a moron, you know, completely ignoring the good parts of my playthroughs.
Oh, yeah.
They loved that. Like, they thought it was a laugh riot. So again, this...
A laugh riot?
2008 to like 2012,
He's so fucking weird.
Was like, everyone likes DSP. There are some people who are disgruntled and don't, but for the most part, everyone's laughing with him. It's a great ride.
A laugh riot.
This Is How You Don't Play began. It started to be, we're laughing at Phil now rather than with him. He's the butt of the joke. He's the loser. Why does he have success? Because look at what a schlub he is as a gamer and a content creator. And this is where all the waves of negativity started. And like you see, other YouTubers are reacting basically to those kind of videos in this way and talking negatively about me, and this big meme that Phil sucks started around this time.
The reason EvilAJ's video was so successful was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and poor gameplay. The elements that are internal, and why Metal Gear Solid was the perfect game to capture the essence of Phil, is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his creations.
Kojima, no!
The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking, as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly in tense situations. It also requires patience to be able to learn enemy patrol patterns or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2 as an action game, brute forcing his way through situations that require nuanced approaches, all while criticizing Kojima.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games. He will really, you could tell, he wanted to make a bunch of long movies or miniseries.
I mean, that is kind of true.
EvilAJ, in April and July, will go on to release This Is How You Don't Play, Metal Gear Solid 3, and Metal Gear Solid 3, respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card. He also began live streaming, though he was still not editing his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch. Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
How many more people are doing Let's Plays? Like, it's ridiculous the amount of people who have gotten into it, to the point where a website like YouTube, unfortunately, doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who are doing it. I mean, let's face it. Why do you always see the same people in, related videos, featured videos? For the person who's not at the tippy top, it's so hard for people to get noticed now on YouTube.
Oh, were you expecting something else?
Fuck.
The irony is that Phil's accumulated viewership was influencing the algorithm to keep advertising his content.
Okay, I want to do some shout-outs before I get too backlogged here.
Oh, God.
So, Arrow Squirrel does a super chat. Metal Gear Solid was funny as fuck, but not worth hating Phil. Yeah, again, what I have to emphasize here is that it was my
Kojima fell off.
To always be over the top. If I was playing a difficult game, yeah, the game could be difficult, but I'm going to completely over-exaggerate how hard it is and yell and complain and scream. That was the DSP character people knew. They knew it from when I played online in a fighting game. If I'm losing, I freak out at the person, right? So if I'm losing a Metal Gear Solid because it's actually a tough game, I'm going to complain about the game. I'm going to say it sucks. I'm going to say Kojima's a terrible game director. It's all part of my shtick. And the thing is, up until I did Metal Gear Solid, no one really cared. It wasn't like, oh, Phil's like an awful gamer, awful content creator. People thought it was funny. When I played Metal Gear Solid, all of
No
a
one
sudden,
thought it was
because
funny, bro.
Metal Gear Solid and Kojima that I was doing that to, it was like blasphemous. Like, how dare you criticize our gaming god and idol? Holy Kojima may not be criticized. How dare you say these things? And when I saw that, okay, I essentially hammed it up even worse. Because, you know, this was not a playthrough I did in a day. This is a playthrough that I would do in a week or 2 weeks. So I'm going to ham it up even worse. I'm going to make more fun of Kojima because you claimed that you're upset by it. That's how I was. I was antagonist, and that's how I got a lot of attention for myself. So this was the first time where it actually blew up in my face. Before this, it always worked, and people liked it. This was the first time I was like, I don't get it. I'm doing the same thing that I used to do and people liked, and now people are hating on me for it, saying like I fucked up, but I swear to God, this is the same thing I did with every other game. So I'm confused. You know? But it blew up in my face.
Don't be so serious.
I received an $11 tip.
Don't be so serious.
Probably, maybe, allegedly. So we're all big mad at Phil for living like a bachelor. Filling his condo with stuff.
I mean, I'll beat it.
Why is this such a topic? Why Phil, what Phil does with his income? It always has been. It literally always has been a topic. And I think what June's getting at
the story was absolute fucking insane nonsense.
When I had money, I spent it on dumb shit. I didn't handle it well.
It probably made sense to Kojima.
This is going to eventually lead to my financial downfall later. You know, declaring bankruptcy, having to beg my audience constantly for contributions, etc. Right? I think he's establishing a narrative and a pattern. This is a story arc. You understand? This is the ongoing background story of DSP. I mean, you even said in the description of the video, I've been around for nearly 20 years, leaving a path of chaos and financial ruin behind me. So that's his story. His story is that I'm bad with money. So expect more of this. There will be even more. If you're okay with a man spending his money however he wants, you're probably not going to like the rest of this documentary because it's probably going to be highly critical of me spending money. Okay? Okay.
The loss of viewership was because people were familiar with what he produced and stayed away from it despite YouTube pushing it.
There's the kind of person who would say, oh, no, I lost views. Stop my feet. Oh, man. But I would say, no, I'm going to stay positive. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Phil was losing viewership and supporters. Chris, or Mighty Furtado, the 18-year-old that co-made DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer, actually had a falling out with DSP. Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy for initially not wanting to adapt to direct capture.
That is true. If I remember correctly, he insulted me first, and it started this.
Oh, he insulted me first. Okay, bro.
The situation. I want to see what June dug up here on this.
Which DSP demanded an apology for. At that point, Chris had had enough and stopped supporting DSP, leaving DSP to purchase the domain back.
Whenever I tried to help, he kind of just shot on me for it. So at that point, I was like, why am I going to support somebody who I've been trying to help for so many years?
Whenever I tried to help, he shat on me for it. You didn't try to help. He was saying things like DSP is a dinosaur because he's not doing direct capture and live streaming. I actually just had this very same conversation with Keemstar the other day when I interviewed him, okay? I'm the kind of guy that if you talk to me with respect and being nice, I will listen to you and I will actually cherish your opinions and your criticism. If you come at me in a very negative way, trolling, insults, I'm literally going to shut you off. Even if what you're saying is valid, I don't care. You came at me in a very negative way. It's the golden rule. Treat others how you want to be treated, right? I'm sure that he wouldn't have wanted me to immediately say, hey, man,
the DSP talking about the golden rule is hilarious.
Wait, what? But you prefaced it saying that I'm an asshole, right? So if you preface it saying that I'm a dinosaur, I'm not going to listen to you, all right? In his mind, maybe he thinks I'm helping Phil, but if you come at me in a negative, awful way, I'm not going to give a crap about what you're saying.
You know, I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much. And when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat during that time.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now persona non grata, DSP made extreme claims without evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
Here's, I think, the video in question. Someone sent this to me this morning. This is the video. I'm going to show it to
Oh,
you.
yeah?
September
See, he's
8th,
got a
2013.
response. I love this.
This is a
Someone
channel
sent it
update
to me
that I
this
made
morning.
addressing
Yeah,
the
of course they
negativity.
did.
And this was directly addressing the situation with this man, Mighty Furtado, okay? I think I have the timestamp right, but let's listen, okay?
It looked amazing. Had these lights and all these bells and whistles, had everything that I wanted. But I was looking at it, and it has this door. I don't know if you guys know, but on a lot of PC cases, there's a door on the front. You open the door, and inside you'll have your CD drive, your USB ports, and stuff like that. The door had a big crack on it. And I was looking at it like, how did that happen? Okay? But I didn't question it. I said, maybe, unfortunately, the case, you know,
I think this is the timestamp because someone sent me the video this morning. We found it, but this may not be the timestamp. We're close to it, though.
It showed up damaged or whatever. I don't know. But I thought Chris would have told me that this case has a giant crack on the front of it, but he never did, all right? So I finally hooked the thing up. Come to find out, when I finally booted the thing up, okay?
This is what I wanted. I wanted the amount because I say the amount in the video here, but I can't find it. I think it was... Shit, I wish I had saved the tip message. Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
We might want to have this amount of RAM, because if you're going to be doing that amount of video editing, you might need this amount of RAM, okay?
RAM!
So, initially, what I wanted to be maybe between $700 to $1,000. By all that's said and done, first of all, I can't even tell you what it cost, because I can't find the damn receipts. Chris actually, when the PC was done, he mailed me all the receipts to prove that he obviously didn't waste my money, which he didn't. He did not, absolutely not. He was very upfront, transparent with what he did when he built that PC. He sent me all the receipts. It's filed away in literally thousands of documents, and I can't find it right now. But what I did do is I went on my PayPal to see how much money I sent to him directly through PayPal to build this PC. It ended up that I paid him almost $1,600 to build this PC by the time it was done. Now that...
Okay. So, on September 8th, 2013, I said publicly in a video addressing the negativity, this is in regards to this Mighty Furtado guy constantly going out and saying negative things about me, criticizing me, saying on Dinosaur, basically like doing a whole bunch of negative things towards me, and I'm like frustrated at my wit's end. I don't want to have to make this video. I just want to move on with my life and do content. You know, at this point, I've already paid the $1,600 for this, what people would call a lemon PC, where half the RAM didn't work, the door case was cracked, and there were other issues with it too. I just, fuck it. What am I going to do? Why am I going to sit here and keep talking about it? This guy kept talking and wouldn't shut up. He basically became kind of a detractor as a result of the situation.
Oh, did he?
But in reality, he never really disproved the fact that the door was cracked when it showed up, that half the RAM was either misinstalled or didn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like, it had all these issues. So, you know, for him, it was like, I must have said the wrong amount of money. In reality, I don't know what I spent on the PC. I don't have receipts for it anymore. I say in this video, September 8, 2013, $1,600. People in chat are saying, oh, there's other videos.
Yeah, very long way, so someone's wrong.
Maybe I did. Maybe I had a comment on a forum post or something where I said $3,000. You're right. Maybe I'm wrong. But this is the original video.
Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong.
And I said $1,600. Okay? So what information are we going off of here that this becomes some big fucking controversy? I said $1,600 right here, black and white. I said I went through my records, and that's what
I guess that settled it, DSP.
Correct? You just all saw it. I didn't make it up. So there it is. Now let's continue with this.
The actual amount a DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt, and a few $100s extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
So he's showing $1,200, and I'm saying $1,600. So we're off by that, but keep in mind, I said I checked my PayPal. So that was every transaction towards him from PayPal amounted to around $1,600, probably a little under, right? Maybe there's other things involved there, shipping, I don't know.
So I don't know. Actually made my own video defending myself, and I have shown the PayPal receipts of DSP sending the $1,600.
DSP to this day cannot provide evidence or reason why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more than it actually did.
I have no idea. I showed you the original video where I said it was $1,600. Maybe there was confusion. Maybe I don't know. I literally have no idea. What I can tell you, all I can tell you, because again, this is from like 2013, so this is over 11 years ago. I remember feeling like I really got screwed in this situation. Okay, I went out of my way to build a PC with this guy, I could have went with a reputable company, okay? Let me go full screen for this. I'm going to talk for just a little bit. I could have easily gone with a reputable company that probably would have charged me around the same. Remember, I said in the video right there, I only wanted to go maybe $700 to $1,000, maybe $1,200. I wasn't expecting to spend $1,600 on this thing. And as I was working with this guy, Mighty Furtado, basically he was like, well, if you want this, you got to spend more. If you want this, you got to spend more. And it just kept adding up, adding up, adding up. By the time that I gave him the money, I was not happy, but I was like, as long as the PC does what it's supposed to do, I guess it's fine in the end, right? I kind of felt like he was kind of leading me along. I get the PC and it's all fucked up. The door has a crack. The fucking half the RAM doesn't work in the PC. And it's like, dude, so not only did I pay this guy way more money than I was expecting or wanted to spend, but now he hosed me. He gave me a PC that's fucked up. So I call him out on it, and he freaks out like I'm a villain for saying facts about the situation, okay? In the original video, I said $1,600.
I'm a villain.
I guarantee you there will be people who will now say, well, we have all this evidence you said $3,000. Fine. I'm not going to be here to dispute what I said or didn't say because I'm not going to sit here and go through my history of videos. I have no idea why I ever would have said
yeah, we know you're not.
Whether it was confusion, whether it was me misremembering, because all I can
we know you ain't going to find that shit.
Behind this situation, and I was just like, at every time that I thought the situation was over, someone would be like, hey, Phil, did you hear the new video Mighty Furtado made about you today, making fun of you again? Did you hear that he's hating on you again? Did you hear? I was like, what the fuck are we still talking about Mighty Furtado for? I bought the website from him, so it's not in his hands anymore. He already owes me for the PC. Why is this still a discussion? And people just kept bringing it up. The guy, like, wouldn't shut up about me. So it was an ongoing thing. He was getting internet notoriety for being a hater of mine, and it pissed me off. And I just wanted it to be over, and it kept going on and on.
Yeah.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, over 11 years later. I have not spoken a word about this man in how long? And in this fucking documentary, it's coming up again. Again. Listen, I don't give a fuck about the PC, all right? I don't give a fuck about it. I don't give a fuck that I got ripped off or whatever. Here's what I want to do. Mighty Furtado, I want you to move the fuck on with your life and leave me the fuck alone, because at this point, this is weird shit. 11 years later, and you're talking about this? Are you out of your mind? Like, what the fuck is going on? I have not mentioned this in so long, I don't even remember the situation to defend myself of why I would have said one thing and another. But you saw the original response I had.
So on the one hand, it's a documentary about him and it's cool, but on the other hand, you can't interview people in the documentary about him and talk about it because it's weird.
That's likely why I probably misremembered or exaggerated or whatever the fuck it is. I have absolutely no fucking idea. All right.
That's not weird.
If you have evidence, but I'm sure people.
Why
will
is there
have
a muscular man screaming?
I made it up. Or
yeah, that is one of the best soundtracks in the game. We'll get there. We'll get there before I end stream.
About 11 years ago, this fucking PC. This is 2 PCs ago now.
I've got to do Deacons. Right? I'm halfway through the cathedral.
Dumb, stupid little thing that was a blip for me, but then became a giant annoying thing as people who didn't like me made it into a giant molehill. Out of this tiny little, you know what I'm saying? Or, excuse me, made it a mountain out of a molehill. That's exactly what it was. Okay? Anyway, let's do some shout-outs.
Oh, bro, I'm getting annoyed.
Skonkgasm, who says, sometimes a viewer will give you advice or sometimes constructive criticism, and without negative delivery, at times you'll get aggressive. You're right. And that's something that I have to get better at. Because sometimes
I need to go up here.
Phrased in a way where I feel like it's an attack, or if it is a detractor meme that's been going on recently, I do sometimes get very defensive at it. And that is something that I need to get better at, I feel. And I feel like I have gotten a lot better at that over the years, but I need to continue to improve with that. I agree with you there. Bloomkid does a super chat. If you ever said $3,000, you lied, so admit it. If I ever said $3,000, I lied. You're right. I see a video at the very beginning of this feud happening where I said $1,600. So that's the evidence I have. So I said $1,600 in a video I just watched. That literally happened at the beginning of this situation. So if ever I said it after 3,000, I guess I've just proved myself that I lied about it after, correct? But originally the video I put out said 1,600. And then the situation continued because he wouldn't shut up. I didn't care. Why would I keep talking about it?
Oh, yeah.
He's the one who kept bringing shit up and being a detractor of mine. It wasn't me talking about him, okay? Okay. Cave Teeth to the super chat. Only 1,600. Phil is now Fitler. He's basically saying now compare me to Hitler because of this situation. Yeah, I know. Like, this was one of the things, one of the many stupid things over the years that essentially got blown up by my detractors early. 'Cause this is the early days. This is 2013, right? It was so dumb and innocuous and stupid and not a big deal. And I just wanted to move on with my life, but people would keep bringing it up. Oh, it's important because you said this. You said, I don't care. I'm fucking playing games. I'm making content. Can you shut the fuck up about the PC? I don't care about it anymore. I don't care about that guy. He doesn't exist to me anymore. I bought the website. I bought the PC. He's out of my life. Why are we still talking? And people would keep bringing it up to annoy me. And that's what it was. They knew that it got my goat, so they kept bringing it up. Got my goat? Eventually, when you get further and further down into the depths of, oh, what did Phil say? Well, maybe I was pissed and I said 3,000, right? There you go.
Okay, so you're weird admitting it.
Okay. I received a $20 tip. Just a $20 tip. It's anonymous. Thank you so much, whoever sent that. I really appreciate that. That will get us to 50 bucks.
We had half
out of the
a
150
middle right there.
That is my goal for the night. And we still have about an hour and a half left on the stream, FYI. So it would be great if you like the content, if you like the fact I am reacting to all of this the way that I am. If you could contribute tonight, that would be very, very good. I would appreciate that very much.
Very, very
I want to
good.
Get this king streak going of hitting this tip skull every stream. I've done it 32 straight streams so far. So if we do it, the sooner the better, and then we can continue on positively, right? All right, let's continue.
To make matters even worse, it turns out
I love the
Chris paid
bag
for
in there.
shipping out of pocket.
We actually paid.
Okay, well, he's saying that. I can't defend myself there because I have no evidence. I mean, we're talking about PayPal receipts from 12 years ago, so I can't dispute this.
An additional 150 from out of pocket from my side just to ship the computer.
That may have been the last of his direct interactions with Phil, but not with others that opposed him. A portion of Chris's second video is in defense of Evil AJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about Darkside Phil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo.
No, there weren't. At this point, there weren't. It was the This Is How You Don't Play videos were the ones that were coming out and getting traction. There wasn't a lot of videos that Phil's been exposed and shit. That's bullshit. Videos like this were getting like a few thousand views. It was This Is How You Don't Play that was blowing up and was getting hundreds of
Why should we believe you though, bro?
I was worried about. Because what I was worried about was, if people are just going to go watch This Is How You Don't Play instead of my raw gameplay, that means my business is going to suffer. They're not going to watch me put out the videos on my channel. They're going to wait for someone else to make This Is How You Don't Play, and they're going to get my view and my revenue that I should have earned on my original content, and I never did. That's where my concern was. I didn't give a shit about people making this kind of video.
Who designed Darkside Phil's website for free and built him a
patches out a lot of hills.
There was a rising community of support, one that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
Yep, this is totally true. Again, this is all my fault. I will take all of the blame for everything involved with This Is How You Don't Play. Okay? Here's why. If I had reacted differently, if I had laughed along with them, if I had maybe even taken advantage and started making my own or having someone, paying someone to make these for me and putting them up on my channel, I could have capitalized on all of this and it would have been a completely different situation. I actually don't even feel that today I would be in a situation where so many people hate me and I have these detractors if I had reacted completely differently to This Is How You Don't Play. But publicly, I will tell you all this, all right?
Oh, yeah?
This is a confession. I've already said this before, but I'm going to say it again for the purposes of this react. I, at this point, thought my shit didn't stink. I was of the impression that if I was a successful YouTuber for 5 years, I knew what was good, and everyone else didn't know anything. Just because everyone else was going direct capture and live stream didn't mean I had to. I didn't have to follow the trends. I was being a contrarian, right? Everyone says, no, Phil, you're a dinosaur. Fuck you. Then I'm the dinosaur that'll keep making a good business, and you can go fuck yourself. That's what my attitude was. That was 100% the wrong attitude to have. Because even though there were people coming at me in a negative way, saying it in an insulting way, a lot of people just wanted to see me continue to win. And the fact that they saw that my channel was losing views, I was starting to get made fun of by people. People didn't like it. Oh man, he was such a popular guy, and now look, now everyone's laughing.
Allegedly, this is going to be a boss arena.
I had opportunity
It's
to
got
listen.
a bunch of spawn points for
To
bosses.
take constructive criticism and grow.
Or for
but
like
at this
a boss
point,
fight.
My head was so fucking big from being a popular YouTuber, from
And they
making
use
the
those
money I was
cradle
making,
things in like an Elden
and
Ring.
not giving in, not changing to trends, but still doing what I'd done all along and still being successful, that I refuse to change for the better. Okay? That's on me. That's absolutely 100% on me. Even when I adopted direct capture and live streaming in 2013, I ignored the stream chat. I refused to talk to people in the chat as if they were there and have a conversation. I was like, you guys at the peanut gallery, you can watch live if you want. I'm going to pretend like this is an offline video. What? What am I, a moron? Yeah, I was. I literally 100% was a fucking moron. I never should have acted like that. That was a gold mine to have that interaction with my live audience, to create new kinds of content, right? And I ignored it all. I streamed without interacting with the audience for 4 years. 4 fucking years. I'm an idiot, you know? But now I know that, because eventually I said, okay, I'll change now. All right? I will, you know, totally listen. And in 2017, I changed, and all of a sudden it was like night and day. My God, my audience is talking to me. We're having a good time. Where people are getting to know the real me instead of the asshole. You know what I mean? And then I changed for the better over the last 7 years to not even think that way. Now I cherish your criticism. I cherish your input and your constructive suggestions. It makes my content way better. But back then in 2012, 2013, I was a big-headed idiot. I literally thought I was top of the world and everyone else sucked. How dare you tell me to improve? How dare you tell me to change? I didn't want to listen to anyone. And that's on me. And that's really one of the core reasons why I had that situation where everyone hated me and I got into a massive decline. That's where really the origin of the detractors came from. Okay? But that's different from today.
Yeah, medium fair steak, I see you.
My detractors definitely evolved differently over the years to be something so much more harmful than just a bunch of people making fun of me on the internet with "This is how you don't play," and we'll get to that. The Crunchiest Onion did a super chat. You now feel like sometimes a valid criticism has to be insulting because it's a harsh truth. You feel you've sometimes confused nice criticism as insults. Of course. Of course. Again, I'm a human, and I make mistakes, and I tend to get heated about certain topics and things.
Oh, yeah?
And yes, absolutely. Absolutely, that's possible. But, you know, that's just the kind of guy I am. As you know, if you say something in a certain way, it kind of pisses me off. If you're nice to me, it changes that fact. Look at me with Kino Casino recently. They're nice to me.
Oh,
and look
God.
at what happened as a result. As opposed to if originally they were just making fun of me and being dicks to me, none of this last month would have happened, of all this positive content and all this crazy stuff that's been happening, right? I received a $5 tip. Your next PC did cost $3,000. They take the cost, the new PC, they slap it on the Chris PC and cause confusion throughout the years. You have a hypothesis. The detractors did their own hypothesis on the price. I don't know about that. The new PC I bought in 2014. I don't know if anyone was saying that the new PC's cost is the same as the cost of the old one. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I think that topic was spent on so long for no fucking reason because it doesn't mean anything. It's just worthless drama that didn't amount to anything, right? But I get why June covered it the way he did. But I don't even care at this point. I played the video.
Yes.
Originally, I said it was 1,600. I told the truth. If I misremembered and lied after that, whatever, I guess.
I don't even care.
But originally, I said the right thing. So there you have it. I received a $2 tip. If you thought This Is How You Don't Play was going to steal your views, why didn't you make the logical jump to making your own? Because I was a stubborn fool. Because I thought my shit didn't stink. Because I thought I was above criticism. Because I thought that I was the best YouTuber on the planet and all my content was better than everyone else's and no one held a candle to me. And I was grumpy and I was jealous and I was disgruntled about everyone around me was growing and getting all the views and getting the prominence, and I wasn't getting invited to be a featured guest at a convention anymore because everyone wanted to make fun of me rather than actually be having fun with me. I was a really, really miserable wretch. That's why. That's the honest answer. I received a $2 tip from Bio. I've been watching for a long time. Honestly, I've noticed some contradictions in what you've said over the years. Misremembering a PC price from 10 years ago isn't lying. It's a mistake, not a lie. You're fine. No, but they're saying that I misremembered, like, right away. Like, immediately I was saying the wrong price. And again, that wasn't intentional. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't intentional to me at all to say the wrong thing. At all. It probably was something that was just, I was angry and I didn't care anymore and I didn't want to talk about it anymore. Soap and Clay to the super chat. Do you really feel like you owe the computer kid an apology? You didn't give him the opportunity to fix issues before publicly shaming. I actually don't know. I actually don't know what happened, if I just immediately publicly said negative things, or if I did talk to him behind the scenes about it. I have no idea, nor would I. That was so long ago, there's no way that I would have any emails or receipts or anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's convenient for a documentarian to be able to reach out and get the receipts from him, because apparently he saved them, right? I didn't save any of that. Again, back when I started on YouTube, there was no track record of this kind of shit, of internet drama that resulted from being a creator. I never thought in my wildest dreams that here we are, 11, 12 years later, and there's a 4-hour documentary being made about me, and now I need to try to defend my shit that I said back then or how I acted. I have no clue. Maybe I was an asshole. Maybe I did publicly take it and complain about it right away instead of going directly to him first. Maybe I did go to him first. I don't know. Nor do I think that, I think we've already wasted like a half an hour on this tiny little thing that's again, it was a blip, a tiny little molehill that was blown into a mountain by people who didn't like me. It didn't mean anything, but it was because of my arrogance, basically. Like, it shouldn't have been what it was, right? I was very arrogant and full of myself back then, okay? Okay, continuing on. I received a $25 tip. I've been watching you for a few years. I honestly think your current content is the best stuff you've ever done. Lean into the good stuff and let the haters get fucked. Thank you so much, anonymous $25 tipper. I appreciate that very, very much. All right. And by the way, following along with the trends of what we're talking about tonight, how I said, back in the day, oh, by the way, the pop-ups aren't working, huh? Because I just did a pop-up and you guys didn't see it, right?
Right?
Oh, I know why. They're not working because I'm on this screen. Let me go back to this screen. There it is. See, there's the pop. I was wondering. I was on the wrong screen. I told you that previously. It was the trolls and the trackers who were trying to wedge themselves between myself and John Rambo, right? They're literally trying to do that right now. I'm not even kidding you. Someone in chat's like, yeah, did you know that PPP's opinion on you has changed and he now hates you? And really? Really? He's on vacation, dude. So what the fuck are you talking about?
You still has to call out that one person and address it weirdly.
But this is what I mean. What they try to do,
because we know this shit really bothers you.
And to try to make shit, drama where it doesn't
you're
exist.
Weird.
They're literally trying to do it at this very moment. They're so angry that there's people who I've done content with now and are cool with me. They're angry. Take it all. Yeah. So here they are being totally negative. He was here, dude. PPP was in the chat earlier, and I modded him so that way when he's in here, people can see that it's the real PPP. He's not here now. He was here earlier when I started. So where exactly do you see him turning on me, right? Anyway. Let's continue. We've got Bland Polecat did a super chat and he says Philly cheese is showing real growth. Thank you to Bland Polecat. I apologize because I missed that one and I jumped to the Soap and Clay super chat first. Okay. Okay. Are we ready? Let's continue because already that was like a half an hour stall for something that was so dumb. Like this right here, I think is way more funny and interesting and pertinent than what we just wasted all that time on.
Like, there are people doing walkthroughs of this game, and they can easily jump up here, and I can't do it at all. Look, I can't fucking jump up here. How are people able to jump up here? Look, I can't jump up here.
Oh my god.
Jump!
Crouch jump.
Jump! You fucking idiot!
Oh man.
Okay. Whew.
Viewers were quickly realizing that
that wasn't even what you were supposed to do, because then I got stuck and I couldn't make progress. It's supposed to be a crouching jump, which I never learned how to do in the tutorial.
DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of videos to sift through and inspire compilations or different forms of content. Whether it was Pandalee's abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series,
I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you.
A DSP soundboard,
cock-a-dookie bullshit, mumblefuck nonsense.
or just DSP's giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game cases.
So to warn everyone, just to show you for full disclosure,
Yep.
no game.
There was so much material dated by his pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It as to try to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long-form "this is how you don't" plays. Some just criticized DSP's habits outside of games, like DSP Tries It, compulsive hoarding, and being a man-child. A video...
What was I thinking of with the empty cases? I was giving away all the collector's edition content of the collector's editions of games. So even though I was
without the
game case, I was giving you the art book, the soundtrack, all the collector's packaging and everything. I didn't have the game because I traded it in. Back then, my methodology was buy a whole bunch of games, play through them within a week or two, trade them all in together at GameStop.
My methodology.
All my money back, because back then you could do that. If you traded in 3 or more games at a time, you could get like a huge bonus on your trading credit. So even though I was buying an exorbitant amount of games, I actually wasn't spending that much money.
Yeah, what a great deal.
You see? But people...
They were lucky to have such a good deal.
To get those cases. I had a forums, and I'm not even kidding you, hundreds upon hundreds of people would post in the forum, and I would use a random number generator to pick. I mean, at one point, there was like 1,000 people posting in the forum to get that empty box. Because it was from DSP, because it was a bunch of collector's edition content they weren't going to get because they didn't buy the collector's edition, and I would autograph whatever they wanted.
Horace, you can draw some fucking
I'm giving them
attention.
a free piece of memorabilia of their favorite YouTuber, and they loved it. But my detractors spun it as, oh, he just gives away empty game boxes. What they failed to mention is the time I gave away whole games, the time that I gave away a PS4 at the launch of the PlayStation 4, because I wanted to help my community. I thought it would be a nice thing to do. I had an extra one that I wasn't using, so I just gave it away.
Yeah, because he bought one for Pandalii and she didn't want it. That's what happened there.
All I did was give away empty game boxes, you know, because that's the narrative they want to spin. Cave Teeth gifted a membership to the community. Congrats to Sofa Ninja.
That's what happened there.
And I received a $2.51 tip. I find it funny how detractors make fun of people that donate to you, but then they directly benefit from it because you need to support to exist, and they spend so much time watching detractor content. It's a catch-22. Detractors are fans, they just don't realize it. And they, of course, they would never admit it, right? Thank you for the tip.
That covers Phil's newly released 2013 condo tour that shows just how much worse his living space has gotten.
You figured it out.
What happened to my condo in the past year? I've gotten so much stuff that my condo just can't. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the floor. Look at this. It's a fucking hideous mess. And I really wish that I had somewhere to put this shit, but I don't.
Tied to this was the curiosity about DSP's expenditures. In 2013 alone, he took at least 4 trips. Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Pandalii, sometimes both. The reason this was becoming relevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings. His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
They should find out where he lives and rob him. Like, I gotta go to his house.
Man, you're taking... Oh, the ad block, right? Because at the time, they weren't called detractors at this point. I think they were I called them trolls or whatever. They were literally going around saying, just watch Phil's content with the ads on, with ad block on, excuse me. That way, you could still watch him, but he makes no money, right? Now today, I want you to think about that. Today, if someone said, hey, it's okay to watch everyone's content with ad block on, a lot of people would be like, well, no, actually it's not. You know, that's kind of messed up. But back then, it was kind of a new thing. And so ad block was a hot piece of contention. It was actually things people talked about all the time.
Oh, yeah?
Should you have ads on? Should you not have ads on? Should you be able to make a living on YouTube videos? Is it okay for people to have ad block on when they're watching someone who they know that their living is made on YouTube ads? Keep in mind at this time, okay, during this time period, There was no live streaming. There was no super chats, no memberships, no subscriptions, no tips, none of that. It was just my entire living was made on ad revenue. I didn't even have any sponsorships or product placements. My shit was basically just ads. So if you're watching my content with ad block on, you are taking my livelihood away from me. And I directly talked about it, but I probably shouldn't have, correct? I probably shouldn't have said that at all. I should have just been quiet and never said a word about it and just let people do what they want. Because what happens is when you bring shit up like this, it just makes it bigger. So what happens? More people do it, right? So by me addressing it and bringing it up, immediately more and more people start doing the bad thing that I don't want them to do, and it ends up hurting me. And that's my fault. I'm dumb for having brought it up and acted and addressed it in the way that I did, right?
Making my money. That's just like if you use ad block on one of my videos.
But you know what would be great? You could really teach him a lesson if we went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was also in on this, creating green text that accompanied other memes. As to only help the building tension, DSP set out on attacking other creators whose channels towered over his own.
Holy shit! This is true. This was so bad of me because as I noticed that there started to be a decline and everyone started making fun of me, again, laughing at me instead of with me, I basically became incredibly sensitive and basically started lashing out at others who were doing better than me, saying that I was better than them and shit like that. It was really bad. I would argue that this was a very toxic time of my life where I was saying really dumb shit and being very like offended and offensive towards everyone.
Another YouTuber who's not a giant fucking Tobuscus PewDiePie idiot who loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers. So these comments assured that those viewers would not return to Phil. What's more is that Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie has said he was inspired by me to make videos. He used to watch my content back when he had no money. No, he didn't say that. That's a lie. Here's me being stupid, right? No, here's the truth.
Oh, you lied, okay.
So, PewDiePie used to leave comments on my videos.
Okay, you lied, cool.
I've seen some of the comments. Before PewDiePie ever even uploaded a single video to YouTube to make his own content, he watched my old content, and he actually left comments on my videos. I've seen some of them, okay? Then, if you look at some of PewDiePie's early content, he talks about me. In his Heavy Rain playthrough, when the detective is on the wasteland where the first body is and Norman Jane walks out, he's investigating the body in the wet area, and the first detective walks up who has a goatee, PewDiePie says, oh, he looks like Darkside Phil, right? So 100% it's proven he used to watch me before he even made content, and then he's referencing me in his early content.
It doesn't mean anything. He might just know who you are.
Directly that he was inspired by me to make videos? No. Okay? The only evidence I could ever say is that I know he watched me at some point, and he did reference me in his early content. This is me grossly over-exaggerating that to try to get clout. That's what this is. This is me being incredibly stupid, being dishonest, overly exaggerating the situation to get clout. And it was dumb. Because eventually, obviously, this kind of behavior was going to blow up in my face, saying dumb shit like this constantly, trying to act like I was bigger or more important than I actually was. Someone sent me $5, but it got frozen by PayPal. I apologize. This happens from time to time. I can't see your message, so I can't shout it out. I'm sorry about that. Whoever did the $5 tip, PayPal is suspending it for some reason. Okay? To buy games, he would watch me play the games.
Lying 100% of the time.
That's completely false. I have no evidence of that whatsoever. I made all that up.
PewDiePie did in fact like some of DSP's videos back in 2011, though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Tobuscus, who launched his own gaming channel. On top of that, he promoted NCAA Football 2013.
I fucking hated this guy at the time, for a lot of reasons. I'm sure we're gonna go into them.
And his video on it was used as an advertisement for the game on YouTube. Phil, displeased with what he perceived as YouTube advertising his competitors, was quick to make a rant on it.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset that he's advertising the game. That's fine. It's even a gaming-related ad. I understand why it's on my video. But at the end of the fucking ads, there's a link to his channel.
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his audience enjoyed. games that were rising in popularity like Minecraft for its lack of story. This made the rounds so much that even the creator of Minecraft commented on it.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. I had no idea that Notch had said something, or at least I don't think I did then. This is the first I'm actually seeing it in writing, but I have said this to this day. All right, I have said that my comments on Minecraft were some of the biggest examples of me being a misinformed idiot, saying shit for absolutely no reason, talking out of my ass, all right, and then eating crow for it. Years later, after so many people telling me, Phil, you were wrong. You've got to try Minecraft. It's not just a kid's game. It's not some immature, stupid kiddie thing. You really should check it out. And then I played it, and I loved it. I was like, this game is really good. It's got crafting, it's got survival, it's got adventure, it's got exploration, it's got all these elements to it that are fun and neat and creative. And then when I got it, I was like, I'm a complete idiot because I talked so much shit about this game. And this is just one case. This is old Phil used to do this all the time. Someone would present something to me and I would just blow up and say something completely dumb, and it would come back to bite me because people were like, no, that's not the common opinion. Why are you being a contrarian about everything, right? It was like I was purposely trying to make trouble to get attention. And I regret that tremendously today, because today I look back at this kind of shit and I'm like, this is sad that I opened my mouth about shit I was not informed on. And the thing is, I had a lot of people who followed me back then, who listened to me, who believed me, who thought, oh yeah, Minecraft is a kiddie game and shit. It's not. But I was dumb and I talked out of my ass because I thought my shit didn't stink and I was smarter than everybody else. I'm a moron.
Because of DSP's rapid decline, there was inversely a lucrative market to make content criticizing DSP. A group of creators would soon fly a banner that would be seen across various channels.
Here we
the
go.
Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was a unifying group for what was being called troll or detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
I'm joining the Kojima World Order as of right now. Everything that Kojima has made is godlike, without question. Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began. With DSP's views still on decline and a decline in how DSP was viewed, it made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is up, everybody?
Oh, here it is. The video everyone loves to laugh at. That I freaking did an unboxing and I didn't unbox the game. Let's see what Jude has to say about this.
Here and welcome to Release Day Unboxing for Tuesday, February 11th, 2014. An incredibly annoying, high-pitched droning
Insanity, how you doing?
going on. That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem is, the fire alarm in this condo facility has a nasty habit of, during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold, of going off as a malfunction.
Great.
That was from DSP's release date unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing prior games. Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP picks up the camera, takes it to the door, and shows he stuffed paper towels in the slits to muffle some of the ongoing alarm. In the entire 14 minutes, DSP failed to open and quote-unquote unbox the game. This screenshot, which included DSP's comment realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video, is what DSP was now known for.
Wow.
Though few videos of his own rarely capture this entertainment from failure in such a way.
What's up, boss? Is it time?
As predictable as Phil was in the gaming space with his commentary, his decisions, especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible reasons for a move were mainly tied to having a larger living space allowing for more storage, and would give Phil and Panda Lee their own space as they were seeking to move in together. Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo, and then...
Before we get into this, I have a shout out to do. But this will be a whole new saga. This will be a good one. Hopefully we can get through this whole saga tonight. I don't know. Because we spent so much time on the PC, it wasted a ton of time. So I received a $5 tip. Someone says, everyone has turned the page, Your Majesty. For everyone to hate on you now, it's just ridiculous. There's no need for you to defend yourself. That was then and this is now. It's clear for all to see you've changed. You're the king, so it will remain. Long live your reign.
Oh,
Yours
yes.
respectfully, I'm troublesome.
Jesus
Thank you to I'm
Christ,
troublesome
you
for a $5
fucking
tip.
dense.
So guys, with that, we're up to $91 a tip. FYI, I'm going to be
When you feel ill.
for about another hour tonight. We'll see how
Oh, you want to do the wheel, huh?
Again, the goal is 150.
Alright, you
by the
need
end
to
of the
let
stream
me
continue this
get
big streak.
safe
I hope that we can continue this
on
big
Dark
streak
Souls.
of 32 straight streams hitting the goals. Thank you so much for the support. And let's keep it rolling. Let's go into the next saga, the Washington Move saga. Here we go.
Let's keep it
Then
rolling.
move in somewhere close by. This would allow easy access
keep
to
it
the cardio for
rolling.
maintenance. These social elements are as important, like his friends and family that were all
Alright. Right, let me just load this up. We can change this as well, hang on. Even though it's not exactly how it's spelled, it's fine. This is a great track.
Let's go.
Kevin gets a gifted sub. he's on a BRB. We'll get him. We'll get him later. If there's anyone there without a sub now, I'll get him now. Yeah. Killer Grooves, there we go. I shouldn't be doing this. I haven't got much money. I'm saving. I've been working. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Close. What is this? Okay, what you got for me? The Beatbox World Champion. That is mental.
The brain's motivation neurotransmitter. Dopamine.
By the way, that last track for you, Tybee, is the... Bro, Pancake Mix tier 1 for 9 months as well.
Dopamine.
Bro, check it out. What? What?
Dopamine.
What? You fucking what? Come on, son.
Dopamine now. Can you feel it now? Check it.
What? What?
Dopamine.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Very impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive. Bro, we're getting close to the Abyss Watchers. We're getting close to the Abyss Watchers. We're gonna get the stuff around the edge. We're just gonna run around at first and get the stuff. Because there's like there's an ash or something. There's an upgrade, there's a few things. Oh, I forgot there was a Dark Wraith. Shit. Was he guarding Farron Cole or something? Yeah, Sage is Cole, there we go. This one, oh shit. This one's called You and I by Wes Mills. Dice. This thing will literally stick you in a grab attack repeatedly. Right, where was we?
Living in Bridgeport. With this in mind, what does Phil do?
I got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State.
Condo.
It's probably going to cost me about $7,500. I shit you not. It's that expensive to move across the country.
It cost me way more than that. Way more than that. Because that was what the estimate was, and then when they actually hit me with the bill, it was more. After the move, I was like, what the fuck? And then, of course, I mean, you got to think of other things, like furnishing the house, right? Getting a foothold out here, all what it costs to do that. So it was way more than that.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000. What's more, for 2013, with Phil's viewership on his main channel, he had made just shy of $100,000 gross, a steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012. This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to go back on spending. And even though Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow. But, you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
The situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance the move.
That's okay. So yes, I basically emptied my bank account to finance the move. All my savings went to like the down payment on the place and or furnishing this place. I had to pay for the move of all my shit across the country. So basically I had no cash left by the time I moved. Then I racked up a ton of credit cards, which I'm sure is what he's going to talk about next.
Meaning, somehow, the hundreds of thousands of dollars he should have saved were supposedly gone. In addition to this, he began using credit cards to continue his lavish lifestyle that was...
What he doesn't know, or what he doesn't address, all the money I made in my early days of YouTube paid off a lot of debt from my previous life. So it paid off my student loans. It paid off credit card debt from the Evo days that he talked about earlier in this actual documentary. I had a lot of debt that I was dragging around for many years, and when I became a YouTuber,
we
I
get
paid
that
off. Okay. Basically, by the time that I moved in 2014, I want to argue I had maybe like $30,000 saved in the bank, and the rest of it was, you know, well, no, I spent it all. Like, all my savings were spent on the move across the country, 100%. And then I went into debt because I had to basically keep paying for shit. So I had to keep racking stuff up on credit cards and shit. And let's see how much he talks about, because I know I've talked about this over the years.
Was far beyond unsupportable. Quote, I'm a successful YouTuber and lots of people dislike me because I am successful and outspoken. I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now. Unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is essentially a collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan challenge and spent around $200. For $1,200, I think, you can buy a pack of 1,500 title matches, which is enough to win the event doing straight +5s. Unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor.
Wow.
What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly did not have any money to spend. Yet,
I've already fessed up to all of this, okay? I've
No, you
already
haven't.
fessed up to it. I moved out here, and
No, he
basically I
didn't.
financed
No, he
some of
hasn't.
the move with my cash. The others, I racked up credit cards, and yes, I got into mobile game. It was WWE Supercard was the first big one. And then the other one was Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle. And I spent a ton of money on them like a complete moron. 100% I fess up to that entirely. That is all completely true. Okay?
he was financing Panda Lee's new soap-making business. Phil also renewed the lease.
That is true, too. My ex wanted to do something other than just a 9-to-5 job. So she wanted to make soap. And I financed the entire upfront thing. I bought all of the ingredients she needed to make the soap. I bought all the molds. I bought all the chemicals. I bought a printer so she could print all laser printers so she could print all the shit. I bought all the boxes. I did it all. I financed her entire business up front for her to make soap, and that would be her job/hobby. So she would have something to do to make some money and not
Isn't
be
that
bored
dusk?
while I was working all day to pay for the move. That's exactly what happened.
On a BMW that he would drive at most 2,000 miles a year. Evidence of
Paul
Phil's
Dugan,
poor
how you
spending
doing?
had been mounting for some time, but never has it been this overwhelming.
Once my equipment shows up, my new PC, I'm hoping to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has.
No. It's 3. That extreme cap is the one I used.
Oh, it's
for a
only
decade.
3.
I never bought another one. The other 2 I bought and didn't work. In fact, that one intensity I just tried to use a year ago, or earlier this year, or last year, and it crashed my PC. The other one didn't even work at all. It was just the wrong card. That box, I don't know what's in there, but if I remember correctly, that was cables. That was HDMI cables. So, no, there wasn't 4 or 5. I did buy 3 capture devices. Only one worked, the extreme cap, and that's the one I used for literally a decade.
He purchased 3 new ones to test them out. The comments discussed the absurdity of Phil's purchases. Quote, lol. So he ordered one
Insanity
capture card,
has 3.
changed his mind and bought another. Then changed his mind again and bought another, all before
Ubering
the first
people around,
being
nice.
delivered.
And Slasher Sweeney, how you doing?
I would think I probably ordered all 3 of them at the same time, but maybe I'm wrong.
You got more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them? Dude, you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search. Lol.
No, you can't. That's ridiculous. A Google search is not going to figure out the best option for your business. You do need to kind of mess around with equipment. I wasn't as tech savvy as I wish I was.
Oh yeah, you can't figure it out of
Mess
Google.
around with an external and internal. I needed to mess around with different things. Okay.
Unquote. What the comments miss is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video, and did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC Mighty Furtado built for him by stating,
This is how you do ship a PC. We already got a broken piece of plastic. Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving. Yep. The top, even with this PC shipped that way, it still had things broken on it. To this day, it's still broken. It moved, the whole top moves when you touch it. It doesn't stay in place. It's fucked up. But it still worked. Don't get me wrong. The PC worked. It's, and you know how it was supposed to. It's just the fucking plastic was loose on the front. It's the post that goes through that holds this in place broke off in shipping.
the price of the PC was $3,000.
Correct.
Here it is in action.
What the hell? Choppy, look. The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC. Great. Yep.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like, he just didn't know how to use his PC.
Correct. That's absolutely correct. I was inept. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I was trying to listen to advice from like people on the internet on how to do shit, you know? And now, today what I do, all right, is I capture, direct capture with my, I think it's my CPU, and I stream with my GPU. But back then, you couldn't even do that. We're talking about 2014. There was no way to do that. Now in OBS, there's options. You could capture one way, you could stream another way, you could split the processing power to do these things. And that's, I'm literally right now using the same exact PC to capture and stream as in this video right now. It's the same PC. The difference is when I got it, you couldn't do that. So here we go. Mighty Furtado trying to weigh in. Doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yes.
At the time, there was no way to do it. Because what happened was my viewers had basically led me to buy this PC, telling me all this different stats about...
Oh, my viewers, huh?
What they didn't understand is that I both captured locally to my hard drive.
It was
and
his
I
viewers.
was live streaming, and it was two separate processes. What a lot of people were doing was just doing the stream, and then the stream archive was the on-demand video. But I didn't want to have pre-stream music in there. I didn't want to have breaks in there. I was streaming like a pre-stream first where I talked to my audience, and then I would play the game. I wanted this to all be separate content. So I was splitting it up by recording locally and also streaming. So think about this. One process to stream, one process to record, one process to play the game. That's why my PC couldn't handle it. And at the time, a lot of people said, yeah, if you actually wanted to do that, you'd have to have two PCs. So, but I didn't have two PCs. I spent $3,000 on one that wasn't good enough to do what I wanted. So, no, it wasn't that, oh, I could have split the processes between the CPU and the G. I couldn't do that at that point. From what my knowledge is later on down the road, OBS, which is Open Broadcast Software, did allow
Okay,
me
thanks
to do
for that.
And that's how I do it right now, and that's why my situation is much better. Right now, this is a 1080p camera running at 60 frames per second. We're watching 1080p video running at 60 frames per second. I'm both capturing and streaming this at the same time, and I'm not having any issues because they changed technology over time. But at this time, it just wasn't possible.
You're
to do
so
what I was
smart.
to do with the one
Review
PC.
Tech
I needed two.
DSP.
I needed one capture streaming PC and one gaming PC. Okay?
Freaking maxed it out. It went to 100%, so I cannot play a PC game on 1080p 60 frames per second and capture and stream at the same time. It doesn't work.
The irony of all this is that Phil later cited Seattle's tech sector as one of the reasons for the move, despite not having any formal education or even general competence in the field. As for the exorbitant spending on equipment, DSP could cite that he was trying to improve the quality of his streams and also deduct the purchases for taxes, but he was ignoring the fact that gaming content was being improved by editing the unnecessary parts out. Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason, he was a gamer. Quote, I'm a gamer, not a video editor, entertainer, actor. I like to play games, not edit videos of them. Unquote. His choice of trying to improve the visual quality and not the experience of his streams was turning around to bite him at every angle.
Correct, because if you choose to ignore everything around you, you're never going to remain pertinent, right? And I didn't want to change with the times. I didn't want to roll with the trends. I didn't want to stay up on technology. I literally just wanted to sit here and play games and share that with the world. But I couldn't make a living doing it like that anymore because people didn't want to see that anymore. I really was a dinosaur. It wasn't 2009 anymore. It was 2014, 2015. People wanted more edited content, more scripted content, more other stuff. And I wasn't down for that. I was obstinate. My shit didn't stink in my own head. So because of that, I fell massively behind the curve of everyone else out there as a content creator. 100% June is right on the money with this here. Okay?
In November of 2014, a Twitch mod jumped into Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate. This is basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where
I didn't delete my Twitch account. I think I deactivated it because I went back to it many years later and I used it again when Twitch upped their bitrate limitations and said, hey, you could do different bit rates and stuff. Okay? But yeah, that absolutely happened. I said...
That absolutely happened.
I didn't delete it. I deactivated it and I went back to it many years later. Okay.
where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality streams, actually had Phil lose viewership, as few Twitch native users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to
I was not getting only 90 views a video. That's false. That's bullshit.
We got to put that right. Can't say that.
Massively declined. Like the least video views I'll get on a gaming video is like maybe 200-300 tops over a little bit of time. On average, my gameplay videos get around 500 views. You know, if it's not a popular game, if it's a popular game, I'll get thousands of views. It depends. But those views were not representative at all of the time. It looks like he captured a moment in time when those videos had just been uploaded and only had a few views.
To blunder, miscalculating, misunderstanding, failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure was too much to even be documented. There was a nuance to DSP's
foreign tourists as well,
was demanding exploration and criticism, especially
foreign tourists.
In December of 2014, Phil was playing with the idea
that's their
of
right,
a
bitch. Do you know what I mean?
But also in December, he was
it's
making
their fucking country,
showing his continued poor spending habits that were discourteous even to his parents. That Phil set up in a hotel instead of having them stay in the condo.
If I don't have people fucking with their customs, man.
And they actually took the car. That's
Asian nations don't play about that stuff.
Take the BMW. So yeah, that's a lot of trust, but I trust my parents. They actually are staying at a hotel that's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's a nice hotel.
How is that discourteous to my parents?
New season would have to,
that was a really nice hotel room that I paid for.
Maybe.
And they didn't have to stay in the one spare bedroom of my house that was really small and not set up to be a bedroom. How is that discourteous? I got them a better accommodation than what it would have been in my house. And I let them drive my BMW.
Wow, nice guy.
He said
he's a great guy.
Discourteous. Huh?
Well, I need to find the little bit where the mushrooms are.
Now that I'm really confused about. If you were going to go visit someone and stay with them for a week, and they had a small spare bedroom that wasn't set up as a bedroom, so you're going to have to sleep on, like, crappy accommodations, like a inflatable mattress on the floor or something, right? Or if they said, instead of that, I'm going to pay for you to have a suite. You know the suite at a hotel room where it's like the giant room where you have two rooms you walk between and it has all that shit? You know what I mean? A really nice one. I'm going to pay for that for you to stay there instead, and I'm going to give you my BMW to drive around town while you're here. Would you be upset that I said, I'm going to do that for you? Or would you like to just stay in the house that's in a bedroom that's not set up as a bedroom and sleep on the floor? I'm a little confused about that one. That one, I really feel like now we're starting to get nitpicky. My parents loved the fact that we got them the hotel room. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It has a big suite. It's got its own kitchen.
Actively watching DSP, who was streaming around 6 times a week for several hours at a time, was no small feat. What started as laughing at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher investment into his continuing dramas.
Yeah, so here we go. Here's when it goes from literally, okay, Phil is a bad gamer, to Phil is a bad person. So now, let's go extreme into his personal shit in his life rather than just deride his gameplay. This is kind of where it starts.
Tumblr tries to capture the drama in 2014. From this magazine that states Phil whines about losing a lot, to Phil's spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's e-begging, conflicts, forum drama, a list of over 2,000 words. The most shocking fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To capture it all and understand it all for entertainment was a process that loses its entertainment value.
And that's the thing, like, I want you to think about that. So these are the people who become obsessed. Most people are like, I'm happy to just laugh. I'll watch the This Is How You Don't Play and I'll laugh at Phil because he sucks at games, right? And it became a meme, and I reacted badly. But then you get the people
Is he ever not
the
crying? No.
hyper-obsessed people who, like, it is now their agenda to memorize everything I've done, what they consider wrong, okay, in a year, and start fucking really getting crazy stalkerish, right?
The majority of people are only interested in the wildest clips of Phil. Then you have those that watch hour-long This Is How You Don't Plays, then those that
evil
interact with Phil
stalkers
to try to get a rise from him and seek discussion of him. And then you have an entirely different people, one that tops the spectrum of investment and are not motivated by entertainment, but malice.
The following announcement has been paid for by the
SOK.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the SOK cast. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, I'd be more than
What's
happy
going
to.
on, everybody? Fred Fucks again.
And Superior Artist, or Superior Snorez.
This is Renegade Operative here.
Evil AJ 2010 here.
And
SOK.
And Carson, right?
Yeah, Miles.
And we are going to be joined by Loophole 572 shortly.
That was his son.
At this point, I might just let this play for a while, and I'll absorb it. I have literally heard absolutely none of any of this. I never paid attention to these people. I never listened to the I never paid
That was the spot as well.
It was only I heard things about them, but I just made content and ignored it. So I'm going to be learning along with you. If you didn't know anything about these guys, I don't know anything either. Here we go.
Mega Man Eric, I'll see you.
This channel rallied the prominent detractors of DSP. Fred Fox was at the helm, a name chosen through an angry video game nerd video.
Fred Fox?
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that ebb and flow always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour-long podcasts, and though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment. Rarely do detractors get less views than Phil himself, but when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil. The reason was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment.
Right, if you're going to make a This Is How You Don't Play, right, that's making fun of a playthrough of mine, and it really highlights my shortcomings or whatever, and it's funny to the common person, that's going to work on YouTube. If you're hyper-analyzing each aspect of my life in such scrutiny, to the point where only the most obsessed person would know or care what you're even talking about, you're not going to get traction on YouTube. That's the difference here.
Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures, the Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they will promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa. But they, mostly through Fred Fuck's will, attempted to dictate detractor communities beyond their own. They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior. Yet they, in the background, would work with others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes. Fan art played a central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima ran free, and it's difficult to say how many trolling campaigns they were launching during this time. A time where
the
Phil's
classic,
views, for now the
the
third year
autistic
straight in
Illuminati.
2015, were on a steep decline.
It's a good
the
video.
trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Dark Side Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or This Is How You Don't Donate tier. On the highest end was the 7 million tier, or the Theft tier. In between these were 15 more tiers, littered with inside jokes making fun of Phil. This parody Patreon, as it resulted in the name Darkside Phil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166. What influenced the surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that once hit would guarantee the release of a video or a stream around a game.
And now I'll just say this, in retrospect, I bit off way more than I could chew, okay? I should not have approached Patreon in this manner because already I was working 6 to 7 days a week so much, and now I'm taking on even more responsibility to do extra content on top of that to receive more money from Patreon, and I was not equipped to do it, all right? I definitely screwed up and then eventually completely changed the way that my Patreon worked to not be doing these kind of tiered things over the years because I couldn't handle it. But I did. It's my fault. That's like I say today, I don't like to overpromise and underdeliver. I learned that lesson from my Patreon 9 years ago, from fucking it up. All right? So here we go.
Like Minecraft, that Phil had a change of heart with. Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
But it's not just a way of saying, here, take my money and thank you. It's a way of investing. You spoke in droves and said, we don't just want pure raw gameplay anymore. We want montages. We want better edited content in addition to the raw gameplay, and we'd like special events. You get what you want.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete against This Is How You Don't plays, or at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with them or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also during this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down. While DSP blames these takedowns on Machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention.
Which wasn't the truth at all. And I've already formally covered this last
year.
year.
We've already covered this. I've already covered this.
About my history with Machinima, and I showed the receipts. I showed that Machinima, who was my partner network at the time, heard about This Is How You Don't play and heard about my detractors. And they emailed me and said, Phil, we heard about this. We want to take action on it now. So what we're going to do is we're going to use your channel to issue strikes and things. They screwed it all up. They never should have done it like that. Because even if they didn't understand the nature of DMCA law, they were issuing these takedowns without the intention of ever suing anyone. They were actually doing it wrong, but they were doing it through my channel, so it made it look like I was the asshole doing it. So now all my detractors are pissed at me. Why are you taking down our videos? I'm literally not doing it at all. I don't have control of this. They're doing it on my behalf, I guess, and it's kind of messed up. So after doing that for a few months, like they tried to take down a whole bunch of videos, right? And what happened is all the people just disputed those claims, and so they all got reinstated. All those videos within like 2-3 weeks got reinstated on YouTube. And I said to Machinima, you realize now you made me look like the villain because you did all this in my name, and now people think I personally did it to them, even though I didn't. And now all the videos are back anyway. So now everyone hates me, and the videos are still live. So then what Machinima claimed they did, they claimed they went through the content ID system, and they claimed my detractors' videos. But they never once explained to me how much money it made, nor did they ever give me a breakdown of the payout for it. So I don't even know if they ever paid me a single penny for it. They might not have. They might have actually content ID claimed a bunch of my detractors' content, and This Is How You Don't plays, and pocketed the money and never said a word to me. Because I have no evidence that they ever paid me for it. So now everyone hates me in 2015 saying, hey, Phil copyright striked all our videos, when I literally did not. Okay? I literally did not. And now everyone hates me. All my detractors are after me because of this. Okay?
As these
and I have evidence. I have the emails. I showed the receipts last year.
Downs happened in March. The channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in April. But when they were reinstated, they were immediately claimed, meaning that they could remain up, but all the money would go to Machinima.
There you go.
The same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green screen. It only took 1 day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released.
I knew that they would do that, though. Like, I did this because I wanted to have a green screen video up so fans could make shit, but I very well knew all my detractors were going to do it too. I didn't care.
This included reference to Phil's decline in views, his alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied to detractor channels. Additionally, Phil's diet of fast foods was coming back at him in full force. After all, current day, there is at least 17.5 hours of footage of Phil consuming fast foods or foods of similar quality.
Yep. My foot is incredibly swollen. You cannot...
Oh, the gout saga. The gout saga. I didn't know he was going to put this in here, but okay.
Tell from what I wanted to show you there. It's about, I'd say about 1.5 times the chubbiness of my other foot. So after doing a bunch of research online and after what everyone's been telling me, it sounds to me like I might have gout.
Gout, or
Gout.
commonly known as the disease of kings, is
The what? The disease of kings? Hold on a second. King Phil? King Phil has the king's disease? It's pretty funny now. It's pretty ironic now that that's what it's called, because now everything that's happened in the last month, the memes and everything about me being a king, right? But back then, it was just like, you know, fuck. I got this really painful thing going on, right? So guys, just so you know, we're gonna go about another half hour tonight, okay? It looks like if we go
some
another
great
half hour, we
hacking.
may get to the point I wanted to get to in the documentary, which is good. However, as you guys can see, we did not hit our tips goal yet. Now would be the time if you want to see the streak continue.
Oh,
support the
good
stream in some
lords.
way. Right now we're at 300 likes with over 1,100 viewers. If you like the stream, you enjoy the react, please hit like. The engagement is helping
Dark
this channel a
Drift
ton.
is that
Consider
is
contributing
that
in some way, whether it
fucking?
be a super chat or
I've
a
just
membership,
seen it
but
in the
really,
load
it's that tips
menu.
goal that I'm aiming for
The
tonight.
katana,
So if you could
Dark
contribute to hit that right
Drift.
away, that would be great, and then we could just move
That's
on.
the one.
All right, thank you so much.
caused from a diet abundant of alcohol and red meats. This news spread quickly.
He has gout? How does he have gout?
Gout, copyright strikes, continued loss of viewerships, and the rise of the Sons of Kojima were only the start of Phil's difficulties for 2015. His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately declare the quality of.
Yep.
Back of the box, as you can see, very durable. When it moved, it even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage to anything inside because it has lots of styrofoam inside. His comb has damage. Gotta call that out.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all these super... Yep. Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. Here it is. I think I might have some cops outside. Hold on. 2015 this happened when I was playing Batman Arkham City.
Oh, so
In the afternoon of
move
June
on.
24, 2015, someone called Phil's local police department claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage. This was a swatting and the police had to respond. Luckily, Phil had called ahead in fears that something like this would happen. Due to that, and because the caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not in danger. If not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
Yep. Shame on you if you ever made a "this is how you don't play" about me. If you ever
Here we
decided to
go.
follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You. Yes, you.
This shifting of blame and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex.
So, to look at it now, of course, I don't think that "this is how you don't play" has created that situation. But it's sad that what happens is you get the obsessive people, correct? It's like I said when I did the react to the Rich documentary on this channel with the guys from Kino Casino last month. I said, please understand that even though we're about to make fun of Rich, this is not us condoning and telling people to go out there and
Yeah, but
attack
you're
this
still
man.
doing it,
This
and then
is
you
not
said
us
his
saying,
trolls
hey,
can come and hang
go
out on your
harass
stream.
him, go do horrible things to him. We're gonna make fun of him, but we're not going to say hurt him. Okay?
Oh,
There's too many
okay,
people
so
on
there's a
this planet
difference.
that don't have that level of intelligence. They think
Yeah,
that
there's a
because
massive
you're making fun of
difference.
someone, that you should hurt them, that they are like a villain or Satan or the devil, and the
Yeah,
world is
makes
good and
perfect
bad,
sense.
black and white, heroes and villains, you know, evil and justice, and they don't understand that it's going to the extreme. It's like even on places like KiwiFarms.com. You know, Josh Moon, who I just spoke with a couple weeks ago, the philosophy there is you don't mess with these people who you don't like. You can make fun of them, but if you actually interject yourself into their lives to hurt them, you are a bigger lolcow than they are, right? And that's the problem, is this person, whoever this nut job was, okay, who did this swatting, essentially was a crazy person who listened to "This Is How You Don't Play," who listened to my detractors. Who
Oh, yeah, they were a crazy person.
Well, I'm gonna ruin his life today.
No, they were just someone fucking with you.
Here we go.
And that's the extreme. So here's me, you know, I'm so emotionally upset at what happened. The fact that I could have died that day. That I'm lashing out at the internet saying shame on you for all the shit that you've done to me now, because it's all led to this extreme moment of messed up shit, right? To some extent, that's true. But do I really think that the people who were making This Is How You Don't Play montages about my gameplay wanted me to get swatted? Of course not. It's just sad. It's a slippery slope with the internet that there are people who are this messed up who will do fucked up things because they don't understand the difference between a joke and messing with someone and making fun of them, or actually wishing them physical harm and pain. And that's what happened on that day. You know, I lost my cool because, yeah, I felt like all those people were being irresponsible with the power they had on the internet, not realizing that the actions they were taking were actually leading to people to hate me so much that they wanted to kill me.
Phil was frustrated not just at the detractors, but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that this message that the detractors as a whole were at fault was contained to his own platform. Little did Phil know there was more negative attention on him than ever before. His streams, tweets, forums, Patreon were all being monitored and archived. The following month, Phil on his own forums equated using the chat function on his live streams but not donating as loitering. But it's okay because he's lenient. As much as he claims to be, his audience from both sides were not convinced.
That's absolutely ludicrous. That's probably me just being really angry at someone and being an asshole. That's absolutely ludicrous. Oh, it's not loitering. It's the only time that I will get upset is, let's say, for example, right now, we're doing a stream on this documentary, right? And you guys have been talking all night. You're on topic. Imagine if someone comes in here and all of a sudden a whole bunch of people start talking about college basketball. And now the entire chat room is college basketball.
Yeah, you'd lose your shit.
You derailed the stream. It's off topic. You're not supposed to do that. That's like going into a place of
But you just told us the other day you don't moderate and you let people talk about whatever they want.
Walking, taking up all the space, doing
so
shit
do you or don't you?
Business, right? It's not allowed. It's called loitering. But no, you can come in here as long as you're respectful and you follow the rules and you're not derailing. Anyone's welcome in my chat. This is just me being really pissed off right here about dumb shit. You know, me being unhinged at the swatting and everything. It made me lose my cool and say dumb shit like that.
Especially with the troubles on his Patreon. A new milestone goal at $1,250 was Project 7.
I knew this was coming. So here we go. Let's tackle the Patreon thing.
Rebirth. Quote, if this goal is reached, I will take away at least 2 days, if not 1 to 2 full days in August to write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7, with the hope that I'll at least have something to show for it by the end of the month. Unquote. In no way, other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense. The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi, my name is John.
Well, I'll be honest, this is a little disingenuous because he's not talking about the fact that we were supposed to be doing content. The moment that I moved out here, we were going to continue doing our wrestling podcast. We were going to continue to do gameplay over the internet. And basically,
of
we didn't do
the
any of it
Smart
because John
Guys,
was out saying he was too busy.
which you now have the exact same name with fucking Triple P. Because you're like, you've got zero creativity.
You know, he's just saying, like, this just happened.
Smart Guys, everyone loved that hot wrestling show.
And dodging me on working together and doing future projects and things. Already the friendship had unraveled by the time that this came out.
And I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you. Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal.
Actually, that's not what happened at all. I'll tell you in a second. So Bloom get to the super chat. He says, "How about them Celtics?" Thank you so much. And Captain Base Pants to the super chat. NFL starts on Thursday. Let's go Bills. There you go. Thank you, Captain Base Pants. Also,
well, there's no guarantee I'm going to beat this fight. There's no guarantee I'm going to beat this fight. If I clear all these out, we can bring... Who is it? Is it Black Hand Gothard? I think it's Black Hand Gothard is somewhere around here. Oh shit. Okay, I nearly got dropped by the Dark Wraith. Oh my god, I am getting dropped by the Dark Wraith. Oh bro. I forgot these two were fucking harder than the others. I really shouldn't have pissed this guy off. Oh, god damn it. I was going to say, I completely forgot these guys were like roaming around like tougher than the rest. I have to kill them if I want to go and see who's fucking hanging out down there. I'm sure it's Gothard. He's quite good to be fair. Oh, and I didn't use... It doesn't matter. We can make it work. These guys will give them beef. Oh. Oh, I don't even need those. Just trying to piss them all off so they'll... Oh, God's sake. So they all fight the Dark Wraiths. Serious with this fight? Don't think so. I don't think so. I don't need to. I can just run and do the fight. There might be someone by the fire. There's someone around here. Oh, Londor Power Shade. Let's let them just like mill it out. Okay, he's pissed. They're rowing good. Yeah. 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 It's pissed with me. Recovery is longer in this game, you forget. Yeah, that was him right there. Oh, I was literally right on. Okay, there we go. That's what we want. Dark Ray's gonna hurt a little bit more. We'll hang out. Someone's gonna win. Really get some different heal. I've just been leveling faith, but not really focusing. Okay, we've got... Yeah, Gothard. Let's go. Yeah, unless there's something specific with her quest, I don't think you summon Sirius here. Her quest is all around the mound makers or whatever they're called, right? Hey, Dark Legends. I don't think you can summon her here. Maybe you can. Maybe there's prerequisite. Not that I've ever done blonde or power shade either. Oh, I didn't equip any buffs, but... Ah, shit. Ah. Used too many hills. Big Gotthard's alive. Yeah, this is potentially the best boss music in the game. And because the fight itself is so fucking cool. Okay, Gotthard, let's do it. I know he's got some big combo. I can't quite remember it. That's it. That's ain't it. That was probably it. Kind of hard to get right now. Right. Point up. We'll do that. Out of curiosity, Not often you'd get a summon here. Yeah, I don't think, I can't see it happening. But I wanted to try for old time's sake. Just for old time's sake, I wanted to try. I mean, I do think it's pretty dead. Someone did tea and smokes 36 minutes ago. Shit. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh. Oh! Dark hands. Ah! Oh, we didn't even get this set. Right, from the Farron, from their soul, I get the Ultra Great Sword and the Great Sword. That's all I get, I'm sure. That's all I get.
Welcome, husband. Very then taken now.
We get Dex to 40, and Faith to 20, and Vigor to 20.
Farewell, Ashen Maiden.
I just dropped in to see how she's getting on. This couldn't be... This couldn't...
Yeah, whatever, bro. If we give her all the miracles and we actually buy them off her, he gets pissed. Oh no, this place. Help. Yeah. I remember something. Ah, yes. Fancy that. Oh my god, I'm getting invaded! There's an invader! Oh my lord, there's an invader. Where are they hanging out? Oh my god, the skeleton parried me. Kill these guys. And my dude's gonna turn up. Oh shit. He's at the top somewhere. He don't want to come down past the ball, maybe. Because I guess the ball can hit him, same as it can hit me. Where is this guy? Come on, bro. Right, it's the stream sniper. No. Man. Oh man. Yeah, they must be fucking around up top. Oh well. Oh, the Carthus rings over there. See if we can grab the next bonfire. Bonfires, not this way. Oh no, bone wheels. Let's round this corner. Oh. We might make it. Oh, there's a ball here as well. Oh yeah, we're gonna make it. It's pretty swish. We can't sit though. Oh, the guy turned up. Right. I don't know, hit him right there. They got hit, they didn't get hit. The classic DS3 connection. Well, we haven't done a point down in so long. We haven't done a point down in so long. Which one of you was it? Which one of you was it? I'm looking at you, chat. Probably some sus individual. Oh shit. Yeah, there's no cross-plat. I don't think. It had to be Xbox. So it most likely wasn't, chat. I am just messing. Oh. I know what's through there. There's another invasion right here. This could be bad. He's got my favourite sword. Ah. Be so careful, dude. We got the ring. Oh. It's fine. there potentially. Need some more of them as well. Shit. Out. Again, put some better spells on, but ah, fuck. I mean, we got the items. The way through is like down there. The way through is down there. Oh shit, I forgot. Help. It didn't hurt that bad. Oh, it goes down there, I forgot about that. Okay, died. I nearly went. Is what's name over there? Henri's over there, right? Ah, yes. Kind of, I don't know how to cheese it, but it runs up here. You still have to like run down and fight it though. It just doesn't like coming up. But it will. Like it'll do slams and stuff. Oh, that fucking hurt though. Just hate it's coming up here. Now he's all like juiced up. That fucking hurts, as you saw. Oh, fuck. Now he's pissed. Saying, sometimes he will fight. We got a heal though. We got a heal now though. Sometimes he will fight, and it's you can dodge around him on the little ledge. start the fight. It's weird. Cool. Oh shit. That's the Chaos Blade, but I forgot it's a mimic. At least I'm pretty sure it's the Chaos Blade. Right, what's the time? 2:30. Oh, I didn't do the shortcut though. The skeleton shortcut though. Over here. It's a shield or something like that, isn't it? So. Right. To avoid that fucking kick. The skeleton's down here now. It's annoying. Oh, I couldn't fucking what's name the skeletons. So annoying. Literally. One more. One more. I was gonna say shit, I went I did that for a reason. Okay, we had him, dude. It's extremely annoying. We had him, that was extremely annoying. Fucking skeletons messing up my flow. They killed it. Oh, the black blades. Okay. Chaos Blade must be somewhere further in. Pretty cool. I think it's a twinkling titanite regardless. God damn it. Well, it's 2:30. You get one episode. Skeletons drop something, maybe. Probably upgrades. Skeletons always drop upgrades. One of them's probably got a rare weapon as well. Alright, one episode. One episode. Season 5. Season 5. One episode. Okay? YouTube, have a wonderful night. We're gonna play this other game now, but you're all amazing. I'll be back tomorrow.